Section 1 of Metamorphoses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. Volume 1. The first book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 1. From bodies various formed, mutative shapes, my muse would sing. Celestial powers give aid. From you those changes sprung, inspire my pen. Connect each period of my venturous song, unsevered from old chaos's rude misrule, till now the world beneath Augustus smiles. While yet nor earth nor sea their place possessed, nor that cerulean canopy which hangs o'ershadowing all, each undistinguished lay, and one dead form all nature's features bore, unshapely, rude, and chaos justly named. Together struggling laid, each element confusion strange begat. Sol had not yet whirled through the blue expanse his burning car, nor Luna yet had lighted forth her lamp, nor fed her waning light with borrowed rays. No globous earth, poised inly by its weight, hung pendant in the circumambient sky. The sky was not, nor Amphitrite had clasped round the land her wide encircling arms. Unfirm the earth, with water mixed and air. Opaque the air, unfluid were the waves. Together clashed the elements confused. Cold strove with heat, and moisture drought opposed. Light, heavy, hard, and soft in combat joined. Uprose the world's great lord, the strife dissolved, the firm earth from the blue sky placed apart. Rolled back the waves from off the land, and fixed where pure ethereal joins with foggy air. Defined each element, and from the mass, chaotic, ranged select. In concord firm he bound, and all agreed. On high upsprung the fiery ether to the utmost heaven. The atmospheric air in lightness next upfloated. Dense the solid earth dragged down the heavier mass, and girt on every side by waves circumfluent, seized her place below. This done, the mass this deity unknown divides, each part disposed in order lays. First earth he rounds, in form a sphere immense, equal on every side, then bids the seas, pent in by banks, spread their rude waves abroad, by strong winds vexed, and clasp within their arms the tortuous shores, and marshes wide, he adds, pure springs and lakes. He bounds with shelving banks the streams smooth gliding, slowly creeping, some the arid earth absorbs, furious some rush, and in the watery plain their waves disgorge. Their narrow bounds escaped, to billows rise, and lash the sandy shores. He bade the plains extend, the valleys sink, the groves to bloom, and rocky hills to lift their heads aloft. And as two zones the northern heaven restrain, the southern two, and one the hot amidst, with 5 the Godhead girt the inclosed earth, and climates 5 upon its face impressed. The midst from heat inhabitable, snows eternal cover too. Twixt these extremes 2 temperate regions lie, where heat and cold meet in due mixture. Above the whole light air was hung. As water floats above the land, so far above air ascends. Here he bade lodge thick clouds and vapours, thunders bellowing loud, terrific to mankind, and winds, which mixed sharp cold beget. But these to range at large the air throughout his care forbade. E'en now their force is scarce withstood, but oft they threat wild ruin to the universe, though each in separate regions rules his potent blasts. Such is fraternal strife. Far to the east, where Persian mountains greet the rising sun, Eurus withdrew. Where sinking Phoebus's rays glow on the western shores, mild Zephyr fled. Terrific Boreas frozen Scythia seized, beneath the icy bear. On southern climes, from constant clouds the showery Auster reigns. The liquid ether high above he spread, light, calm, and undefiled by dregs terrene. Scarce were those bounds immutable arranged, when upward sprung the stars so long pressed down beneath the heap chaotic, and along the path of heaven their blazing courses ran. Next that each separate element might hold appropriate habitants, the vault of heaven bright constellations and the gods received. To glittering fish allotted were the waves, to earth fierce brutes, to agitated air light-plumaged birds. A being more divine, of soul exalted more, and formed to rule the rest was wanting. Then he finished man. Or by the world's creator, power supreme, formed from an heavenly seed, or new-shaped earth late from celestial ether torn, and still congenial warmth retaining, moistened felt Prometheus' fire, and moulded took the form of him all-potent. Others earth behold pronely, to man a face erect was given. The heavens he bade him view, and raise his eyes high to the stars. Thus earth of late so rude, so shapeless, man, till now unknown, became. First sprung the age of gold, unforced by law's strict rectitude and faith, spontaneous then mankind inspired. No judge vindictive frowned. Unknown alike were punishment and fear. No strict decrees on brazen plates were seen, nor suppliant crowd with trembling limbs low bent before their judges bowed. Unknown was law, yet safe were all. Unhewn from native hills, the pine tree knew the seas not, nor had viewed regions unknown, for man not yet had searched shores distant from his own. The towns ungirt by trenches deep, laid open to the plain. Nor brazen trump, nor bended horn were seen, helmet nor sword, but conscious and secure, unawed by arms the nations tranquil slept. The teeming earth by barrows yet unraised, by ploughs unwounded, plenteous poured her stores. Content with food unforced, man plucked with ease young strawberries from the mountains, cornels red, the thorny brambles fruit, and acorns shook from Jove's wide-spreading tree. Spring ever smiled, and placid Zephyr fostered with his breeze the flowers unsown, which everlasting bloomed. Untilled the land its welcome produce gave, and unmanured its hoary crop renewed. Here streams of milk, there streams of nectar flowed, and from the ilex, drop by drop distilled, the yellow honey fell. But Saturn down to dusky Tartarus banished, all the world by Jove was governed. Then a silver age succeeded, by the golden far excelled, itself surpassing far the age of brass. The ancient durance of perpetual spring he shortened, and in seasons 4 the year divided. Winter, summer, lessened spring, and various tempered autumn first were known. Then first the air with parching fervour dry, glowed hot, then ice congealed by piercing winds hung pendant. Houses then first sheltered man. Houses by caverns formed, with thick shrubs fenced, and boughs entwined with osiers. Then the grain of Ceres first in lengthened furrows lay, and oxen groaned beneath the weighty yoke. Third after these a brazen race succeeds, more stern in soul, and more in furious war delighting, still to wicked deeds averse. The last from stubborn iron took its name, and now rushed in upon the wretched race all impious villainies. Truth, faith, and shame fled far, while entered fraud and force and craft, and plotting with detested avarice. To winds scarce known the seaman boldly loosed his sails, and ships which long on lofty hills had rested, bounded o'er the unsearched waves. The cautious measurer now with spacious line marked out the land, in common once to all, free as the sunbeams or the lucid air. Nor would the fruits and aliments suffice, the rich earth from her surface through, but deep within her womb they digged, and thence displayed riches of crimes the prompter, hid far deep close by the Stygian shades. Now murderous steel and gold more murderous entered into day. Weaponed with each, war sallied forth and shook with bloody grasp his loud resounding arms. Now man by rapine lives. Friend fears his host, and sire-in-law his son. E'en brethren's love is rarely seen. Wives plot their husbands' death, and husbands theirs design. Stepmothers fierce the lurid poisons mix. The impatient son inquires the limits of his father's years. Piety lies neglected, and Astrea, last of celestial deities on earth, ascends and leaves the sanguine moistened land. Nor high-raised heaven was more than earth secure. Giants, 'tis said, with mad ambition strove to seize the heavenly throne, and mountains pile on mountains till the loftiest stars they touched. But with his darted bolt all-powerful Jove Olympus shattered, and from Pelion's top dashed Ossa. There with huge unwieldy bulk oppressed, their dreadful courses lay, and soaked their parent earth with blood. Their parent earth the warm blood vivified, and caused assume an human form, a monumental type of fierce progenitors. Heaven they despise, violent, of slaughter greedy, and their race from blood derived betray. Saturnian Jove this from his lofty seat beheld, and sighed. The recent bloody fact revolving deep, The Lycaonian feast, to few yet known, incensed with mighty rage, rage worthy Jove, he calls the council. None who hear delay. A path sublime in cloudless skies fair seen, they tread when toward the mighty Thunderer's dome, his regal court, the immortals bend their way. On right and left, by folding doors enclosed, are halls where gods of rank and power are set. Plebeians far and wide their place select. More potent deities in heaven most bright, full in the front possess their shining seats. This place, might words so bold a form assume, I'd term Palatium of the lofty sky. Here in his marble niche each god was placed, and on his ebon sceptre leaning, Jove o'er all high towered. The dread-inspiring locks 3 times he shook, and ocean, earth, and sky the motion felt and trembled. Then in rage the silence thus he broke. Not more I feared our kingdom's fate in those tempestuous times, when monsters serpent-footed furious strove to clasp within their 100 arms the heavens, already captive deemed. Though fierce our foe, one race alone warred with us, sprung from one. Now all must perish, all within the bounds by Nereus circled with his roaring waves. I swear by Styx, by those infernal streams, through shades slow creeping. All I could I've tried. But lest to parts unsound the taint should spread, what baffles cure the knife must lop away. Our demigods we have our nymphs, our rustic deities, our satyrs, fauns, and mountain sylvans, whose deserts we grant celestial honours claim not. Yet on earth by us assigned they safely sure should rest. But O ye sacred powers, but O how safe are these when fierce Lycaon plots for me? Me, whom the thunders and yourselves obey. Loud murmurs fill the skies, swift vengeance all with eager voice demand, when impious hands with Caesar's blood the immortal fame of Rome raged to extinguish. All the world aghast with horror shook, and trembled through its frame. Nor was thy subjects' loyalty to thee more sweet, Augustus, than was theirs to Jove. His hand and voice to still their noise he raised. Their clamours loud were hushed, all silence kept, when thus the Thunderer ends his angry tale. Dismiss your care, his punishment is o'er, but hear his crimes and hear his well-earned fate. Of human vice the fame had reached mine ear with hoped exaggeration. Gliding down from proud Olympus's brow, I veiled the god, and roved the world in human form around. 'Twere long to tell what turpitude I saw on every side, for rumour far fell short of what I witnessed. Through the dusky woods of Maenalus I passed, where savage lurk fierce monsters, o'er the cold Lycian hill with pine trees waving, and Selene's height. Thence to the Arcadian monarch's roof I came, as dusky twilight drew on sable night. Gave signs a god approached. The people crowd in adoration, but Lycaon turns their reverence and piety to scorn. Then said, not hard the task to ascertain, if god or mortal by unerring test, and plots to slay me when oppressed with sleep, such proof his soul well suited. Impious Moor, an hostage from Molossus sent he slew. His palpitating members part he boiled, and o'er the glowing embers roasted part. These on the board he serves. My vengeful flames consume his roof, for his deserts o'erwhelm his household gods. Lycaon trembling fled and gained the silent country. Loud he howled, and strove in vain to speak. His ravenous mouth still thirsts for slaughter. On the harmless flocks his fury rages as it won't on man. Blood glads him still. His vest is shaggy hair. His arms sink down to legs. A wolf he stands. Yet former traits his visage still retains. Grey still his hair, and cruel still his look. His eyes still glisten, savage all his form. Thus one house perished, but not one alone the fate deserves. Wherever earth extends, the fierce Erinnys reigns. Men seem conspired in impious bond to sin, and all shall feel the scourge they merit. Fixed is my decree. Part loud applaud his words and feed his rage. The rest assent in silence. Yet to all man's loss seems grievous. Anxious all inquire, what form shall earth of him deprived assume? Who then shall incense to their altars bring? And if those rich and fertile lands he means a spoil for beasts ferocious, their despair he bade them banish, and in him confide for what the future needed. Held them forth the promise of a race unlike the first, originating from a wondrous stock. And now his lightnings were already shot, and earth in flames, but that a fire so vast he feared might reach Olympus and consume the heavenly axis. also called to mind what fate had doomed, that all in future times by fire should perish, earth and sea and heaven, and all the unwieldy fabric of the world should waste to naught. The Cyclops' laboured bolts aside he laid. A different vengeance now, to drench with rains from every part of heaven and whelm mankind beneath the rising waves, pleased more the immortal. Straightway close he pent the dry north-east, and every blast to showers adverse in caves Aeolian, and unbarred the cell of Notus. Notus rushes forth on pinions dropping rain. His horrid face a pitchy cloud conceals, pregnant with showers his beard, and waters from his grey hairs flow. Mists on his forehead sit. In dews dissolved his arms and bosom seemed to melt away. With broad hands seizing on the pendant clouds he pressed them. With a mighty crash they burst, and thick and constant floods from heaven pour down. Iris meantime in various robe arrayed collects the waters and supplies the clouds. Prostrate the harvest lies, the tiller's hopes turn to despair. The labours of an year, a long, long year, without their fruit are spent. Nor Jove's own heaven his anger could suffice. His brother brings him his auxiliar waves. He calls the rivers. At their monarch's call his roof they enter, and in brief he speaks. Few words we need. Pour each his utmost strength. The cause demands it. Ope your fountains wide. Sweep every mound before you, and let gush your furious waters with unshortened rains. He bids the watery gods retire, break up their narrow springs, and furious toward the main their waters roll. Himself his trident rears and smites the earth. Earth trembles at the stroke, yawns wide her bosom, and upon the land a flood disgorges. Wide outspread the streams rush o'er the open fields, uproot the trees, sweep harvests, flocks, and men. Nor houses stood, nor household gods, asylums here too safe. Where strong-built edifice its walls opposed, unlevelled in the ruin, high above its roof the billows mounted, and its towers tottered, beneath the watery gulf oppressed. Nor land nor sea their ancient bounds maintained, for all around was sea, sea without shore. This seeks a mountain top, that gains a skiff, and plies his oars where late he ploughed the plains. O'er fields of corn one sails, or above the roofs of towns emerged. Another in the elm seizes the entangled fish. Perchance in meads the anchor oft is thrown, and oft the keel tears the subjacent vine-tree. Where were wont the nimble goats to crop the tender grass, unwieldy sea-calves roll. The Nereid nymphs with wonder, groves and palaces and towns, beneath the waves behold. By dolphins now the woods are tenanted, who furious smite the boughs and shake the strong oak by their blows. Swims with the flock the wolf, and swept along tigers and tawny lions strive in vain. Now not his thundering strength avails the boar, nor borne away the fleet stag's slender limbs. And land, long sought in vain to rest her feet, the wandering bird draws in her weary wings, and drops into the waves, whose unchecked roll the hills have drowned. And with uncustomed surge foam on the mountain tops. Of man the most they swallowed, whom their fierce eruptions spared, by hunger perished in their bleak retreat. Between the Aeonian and Actaean lands lies Phocis. Fruitful were the Phocian fields, while fields they were, but now o'erwhelmed they form a region only of the wide-spread main. Here stands Parnassus with his forked top, above the clouds high towering to the stars. To this Deucalion with his consort driven o'er ridgy billows in his bark clung close, for all was sea beside. There bend they down, the nymphs and mountain gods adore, and she, predicting Themis, then oraculous deemed. No man more upright than himself had lived, than Pyrrha none more pious heaven had seen. Now Jove beheld a mighty lake expand where late was earth, and from the swarming crowds but one man saved, of woman only one, both guiltless, pious both. He chased the clouds, and bade the dry north-east to drive the showers far distant, and display the earth to heaven, and unto earth the skies. The ocean's rage remains no more. Mild Neptune lays aside his three-forked weapon, and his surges smooths. Then calls blue Triton from the dark profound. Above the waves the god his shoulders rears, with inbred purple tinged. He bids him sound his shelly trump, and back the billows call, and rivers to their banks again remand. The trump he seizes, broad above it wreathed from narrow base, the trump whose piercing blast from east to west resounds through every shore. This to his mouth the watery bearded god applies, and breathes within the stern command. All hear the sound, or waves of earth or sea, and all who hear obey. Sea finds a shore, floods flow within their channels, rivers sink, hills lift their heads, and as the waves decrease, in numerous islets solid earth appears. A tedious time elapsed, and now the woods displayed their leafless summits, and their boughs heavy with mud. At length the world restored Deucalion saw, but empty all and void. Deep silence reigning through the expansive waste. Tears gushed while thus his Pyrrha he addressed. O sister, wife, O woman soul preserved, by nature kindred at the marriage bed, to me most closely joined. Now nearer still by mutual perils, we of all the earth, beheld by soul in his diurnal course, we two alone remain. The mighty deep entombs the rest, nor sure our safety yet. Still hang the clouds dark lowering. Wretched wife, what if preserved alone? What hadst thou done of me bereft? How singly borne the shock? Where found condolement in thy load of grief? For me, and trust, my dearest wife, my words, hadst thou amidst the billows been engulfed, me also had they swallowed. O for power, to form mankind as once my father did, and in the shapen earth true souls infuse. In us rests human race, so will the gods, a sample only of mankind we live. He spoke, and Pyrrha's tears joined his. To heaven they raised their hands in prayer, and straight resolved to ask through oracles divine its aid. Nor long delay. Quick to Cephis's streams they hasten. Muddy still Cephissus flows, yet not beyond its wonted boundaries swollen. Libations thence they lift, and o'er their heads and garments cast the sprinklings. Then their steps to Themis' temple bend. The roof they found with filthy moss o'ergrown, the altars cold. Prone on the steps they fell, and trembling kissed the gelid stones, and thus preferred their words. If righteous prayers can move the heavenly mind, and soften harsh resolves, and soothe the rage of great immortals, say, O Themis, say, how to the world mankind shall be restored. And grant, most merciful, in our distress thy potent aid. The goddess heard their words, and instant gave reply. The temple leave, ungird your garments, veil your heads, and throw behind your backs your mighty mother's bones. Astonished long they stood, and Pyrrha first the silence broke, the oracle's behest refusing to obey, and earnest prayed, with trembling tongue, for pardon for her sin. Her mother's shade to violate she dreads, her bones thus rudely flinging. But meantime, deep in their minds, in dark mysterious veil, obscurely hid, the sentence they revolve. At length Deucalion soothes his wife with words of cheering import. Right, if I define, no impious deed the deity desires. Earth is our mighty mother, and her bones the stony rocks within her. These behind our backs to cast the oracle commands. With joy the specious augury she hears, but joy with doubt commingled, both so much the heavenly words distrust. Yet still they hope the essay cannot harm. The temple left, their heads they cover, and their vests unbind, and o'er their heads as ordered heave the stones. The stones, incredible, unless the fact tradition sanctioned doubtless, straight began to lose their rugged firmness, and anon to soften, and when soft a form assume. Next as they grew in size they felt infused a nature mild, their form resembled man. But incorrectly, marble so appears, rough-hewn to form a statue, ere the hand completes the shape. What liquid was, and moist, with earthy atoms mixed, soft flesh became. Parts solid and unbending changed to bone. In name unaltered, veins the same remained. Thus by the gods' beneficent decree, and brief the change, the stones Deucalion threw, a manly shape assumed, but female sprung from those by Pyrrha cast behind. And hence a patient, hard, laborious race we prove, and show the source by actions whence we sprung. End of section 1. Part 2 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. Volume 1. The first book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. Beings all else the teeming earth produced spontaneous. Heated by the solar rays, the stagnant water quickened. Marshy fens swelled up their oozy loads to meet the beams. And nourished by earth's vivifying soil, the fruitful elements of life increased, as in a mother's womb, and in a while assumed a certain shape. So, when the floods of seven-mouthed Nile desert the moistened fields, and to their ancient channels bring their streams, the soft mud fries beneath the scorching sun. And midst the fresh-turned earth unnumbered forms the tiller finds, some scarcely half conceived, imperfect some, their bodies wanting limbs. And oft he beings sees with parts alive, the rest a clod of earth. For where with heat due moisture kindly mixes, life will spring. From these in concord all things are produced. Though fire with water strives, yet vapour warm, discordant mixture gives a birth to all. Thus when the earth, with filthy ooze bespread from the late deluge, felt the blazing sun, his burning heat productive caused spring forth a countless race of beings. Part appeared in forms before well known, the rest a group of monsters strange. Then, but unwilling, she produced terrific Python, serpent huge, a mighty mountain with his bulk he hid, a plague unknown, the newborn race to scare. The quiver-shouldered god, unused before his arms to launch, save on the flying deer, or roebuck fleet, the horrid monster slew. 1,000 arrows in his sides he fixed, his quiver's store exhausting, through the wounds gushed the black poison. To contending games, hence instituted for the serpent slain, the glorious action to preserve through times succeeding, he the name of Pythian gave. And here the youth who bore the palm away, by wrestling, racing, or in chariot swift, with beech and bough was crowned, nor yet was known the laurel's leaf, Apollo's brows with hair decked graceful, no peculiar branches bound. Penean Daphne first his bosom charmed, no casual flame but planned by love's revenge. Him Phoebus flushed with conquest late obtained, his bow saw bend, and thus exclaimed in taunt, Lascivious boy, how ill with thee assort those warlike arms! How much my shoulders more beseem the load, whose arm can deadly wounds in furious beasts and every foe infix. I who but now huge Python have o'erthrown, swollen with 1,000 darts, his mighty bulk whole acres covering with pestiferous weight. Content in vulgar hearts thy torch to flame, to me the bow's superior glory leave. Then Venus' son, O Phoebus, naught thy dart evades, nor thou canst scape the force of mine. To thee as others yield, so much my fame must ever thine transcend. Thus spoke the boy, and lightly mounting cleaves the yielding air with beating wings, and on Parnassus' top umbrageous rests. There from his quiver drew 2 darts of different power. This chases love, and that desire enkindles. Formed of gold it glistens, ending in a point acute. Blunt is the first, tipped with a leaden load, which love in Daphne's tender breast infixed. The sharper through Apollo's heart he drove, and through his nerves and bones. Instant he loves. She flies of love the name. In shady woods, and spoils of captive beasts alone she joys. To copy Dian emulous, her hair in careless tresses formed, a fillet bound. By numbers sought, averse alike to all. Impatient of their suit, through forests wild, and groves in maiden ignorance she roams, nor cares for Cupid, nor hymeneal rites, nor soft connubial joys. Oft cried her sire, My Daphne, you should bring to me a son. From you, my child, I hope for grandsons too. But she, detesting wedlock as a crime, suffused her features with a bashful glow. Around his aged neck, her beauteous arms, winds blandishing, and cries, O sire, most dear, one favour grant, perpetual to enjoy my virgin purity. The mighty Jove the same indulgence has to Dian given. Thy sire complies, but that too beauteous face and lovely form thy anxious wish oppose. Apollo loves thee, to thy bed aspires, and looks with anxious hopes his wish to gain. Futurity by him for once unseen. As the light stubble when the ears are shorn, the flames consume, as hedges blaze on high from torches by the traveller closely held, or heedless flung when morning gilds the world. So flaming burnt the god, so blazed his breast, and with fond hopes his vain desires he fed. Her tresses careless flowing o'er her neck he viewed, and, "Oh, how beauteous, decked with care!" exclaimed. Her eyes, which shone like brilliant fire or sparkling stars, he sees, and sees her lips, unsated with the sight, he burns to touch. Admires her fingers, and her hands, her arms, half to the shoulder naked. What he sees, though beauteous, what is hid he deems more fair. Fleet as the wind, her fearful flight she wings, nor stays his fond recalling words to hear. Daughter of Peneus, stay, no foe pursues. Stay, beauteous nymph, so flies the lamb, the wolf, the stag, the lion, so on trembling wings the dove avoids the eagle. These are foes, but love alone me urges to pursue. Ah me! Then shouldst thou fall, or prickly thorns wound thy fair legs, and I the cause of pain. Rough is the road thou runnest, slack, I pray, thy speed. I swear to follow not so fast, but here who loves thee. No rough mountain swain, no shepherd, none in raiments rugged clad, tending the lowing herds. Rash, thoughtless nymph, thou fliest thou know'st not whom, and therefore fliest. O'er Delphos' lands and Tenedos I sway, and Claros, and the Patereian realms. My sire is Jove. To me are all things known, or present, past, or future. Taught by me, melodious sounds poetic numbers grace. Sure is my dart, but one more sure I feel lodged in this bosom, strange to love before. Medicine me hails inventor, through the world my help is called for. Unto me is known the powers of plants and herbs. Ah, hapless I, nor plants nor herbs afford a cure for love, nor arts which all relieve their lord. All this and more, but Daphne fearful fled, and left his speech unfinished. Lovely then she running seemed, her limbs the breezes bared, her flying raiment floated on the gale, her careless tresses to the light air streamed. Her flight increased her beauty. Now no more the god to waste his courteous words endures, but urged by love himself, with swifter pace her footsteps treads. The rapid greyhound so, when in the open field the hare he spies, trusts to his legs for prey, as she for flight. And now he snaps, and now he thinks to hold, and brushes with his outstretched nose her heels. She trembling, half in doubt, or caught or no, springs from his jaws, and mocks his touching mouth. Thus fled the virgin and the god, he fleet through hope, and she through fear. But winged by love, more rapid flew Apollo, spurning rest, approached her close behind, and panting breathed upon her floating tresses. Pale with dread, her strength exhausted in the lengthened flight, old Peneus' streams she saw, and loud exclaimed, O sire, assist me, if within thy streams divinity abides. Let earth this form, too comely for my peace, quick swallow up, or change those beauties to an harmless shape. Her prayer scarce ended, when her lovely limbs a numbness felt, a tender rind enwraps her beauteous bosom. From her head shoots up her hair in leaves, in branches spread her arms. Her feet, but now so swift, cleave to the earth with roots immovable. Her face at last the summit forms, her bloom the same remains. Still loves the god the tree, and on the trunk his right hand placing feels her breast yet throb, beneath the new-grown bark. Around the boughs, as yet her limbs, his clasping arms he throws, and burning kisses on the wood imprints. The wood his lips repels. Then thus the god, O laurel, though to be my bride denied, yet shalt thou be my tree, my temples bind. My lyre and quiver shalt thou still adorn. The brows of Latian conquerors shalt thou grace, when the glad people sing triumphant hymns, and the long pomp the Capitol ascends. A faithful guard before Augustus' gates, on each side hung, the sturdy oak between. And as perpetual youth adorns my head with locks unshorn, thou also still shalt bear thy leafy honours in perpetual green. Apollo ended, and the laurel bowed her verdant summit at her grateful head. Within Aemonia lies a grove, enclosed by steep and lofty hills on every side. 'Tis Tempe called, from lowest Pindus poured. Here Peneus rolls his foaming waves along. Thick clouds of smoke and dark and vapoury mists the violent falls produce, sprinkling the tops of proudest forests with the plenteous dew, and distant parts astounding with the roar. Here holds the watery deity his throne, here his retreat most sacred. Seated here, within the rock-formed cavern, to the streams and stream-residing nymphs his laws he gives. Here flock the neighbouring river gods, in doubt or to condole or gratulate the sire. Here Sperchius came, whose banks with poplars wave, rapid Enipeus, Apidanus slow, Amphresis gently flowing, Aeas mild, and other streams which wind their various course, till in the sea their weary wanderings end, by natural bent directed. Absent soul was Inachus, deep in his gloomy cave, dark hidden, with his tears he swells his floods. He, wretched sire, his Eo's loss bewails, witless if living air she still enjoys, or with the shades she dwells. And nowhere found, he dreads the worst, and thinks her not to be. The beauteous damsel from her father's banks Jove saw returning, and, "O maid," exclaimed, "worthy of Jove, whose charms will shortly bless some youth desertless, come and seek the shade yon lofty groves afford," and showed the groves. "While now soul scorches from heaven's midmost height, fear not the forests to explore alone, but in their deepest shades adventurous go. A god shall guard thee, no plebeian god, but he whose mighty hand the sceptre grasps of rule celestial, and the lightning flings. O fly me not," for Io fled, amazed. Now Lerna's pastures and Lyrcaea's lands, with trees thick planted, far behind were left, when with a sudden mist the god concealed the wide-spread earth, and stopped her eager flight, and in his arms the struggling maid compressed. Meantime did Juno cast her eyes below, the floating clouds surprised to see produce a night-like shade amidst so bright a day. No common clouds from streams exhaled she knew, nor misty vapours from the humid earth. Suspicions rise. Her sharpness oft had caught her amorous husband in his thefts of love. She searched around the sky, its lord explored, but not in heaven he sat. Then loud exclaimed, "Much must I err, or much my bed is wronged." Down sliding from the topmost heaven, on earth she lights, and bids the cloudy mists recede. Prepared already, Jove the nymph had changed, and in a lovely heifer's form she stood. A shape so beauteous fair, though sore chagrined, unwilling Juno praised, and whence she came, and who her owner asks, and of what herd. Her prying art, as witless of the truth, to baffle, from the earth he feigns her sprung, and straight Saturnia begs the beauteous gift. Embarrassed now he stands, the nymph to leave abandoned were too cruel, to deny his wife suspicious, shame compliance urged. Love strong dissuaded, love had vanquished shame, save that a paltry cow to her refused, associate of his race and bed, he feared more than a cow the goddess would suspect. Her rival now she holds, but anxious still she Jove distrusts, and fears her prize to lose. Nor safe she deemed her, till to Argus's care committed. Round the jailor's watchful head 100 eyes were set. 2 closed in turn, the rest with watchful care kept cautious guard. Howe'er he stands, on Io still he looks, his face averse, yet still his eyes behold. By day she pastures, but beneath the earth when Phoebus sinks he drags her to the stall, and binds with cords her undeserving neck. Arbutus's leaves and bitter herbs her food. Her wretched bed is oft the cold, damp earth. A strawy couch denied, the muddy stream her constant drink. When suppliant she would raise her arms to Argus, arms to raise were none. To moan she tries, loud bellowings echo wide. She starts and trembles at her voice's roar. Now to the banks she comes where oft she'd played, the banks of Inachus, and in his streams her new-formed horns beheld. In wild affright from them she strove, and from herself to fly. Her sister Naiads know her not, nor he, grieved Inachus, his long-lost daughter knows. But she her sisters and her sire pursues, invites their touch as wondering they caress. Old Inachus the gathered herbs presents. She licks his hands, and presses with her lips his dear paternal fingers. Tears flow quick, and could words follow she would ask his aid, and speak her name and lamentable state. Marks for her words she formed, which in the dust, traced by her hoof, disclosed her mournful change. "Ah, wretch!" her sire exclaimed, "unhappy wretch!" And o'er the weeping heifer's snowy neck his arms he threw, and round her horns he hung with sobs redoubled. "Art thou then, my child, through earth's extent so sought? Ah, less my grief, to find thee not, than thus transformed to find. But dumb thou art, nor with responsive words me cheerest. From thy deep chest sighs alone thou utterest, and loud lowings to my words. Thou canst no more. Unwitting I prepared thy marriage tortures, anxious to behold a son, and next a son of thine to see. Now from the herd a husband must thou seek. Now with the herd thy sons must wander forth. Nor death my woes can finish. Cursed the gift of immortality, eternal grief must still corrode me. Letha's gate is closed. Thus grieved the god, when starry Argus tore his charge away, and to a distant mead drove her to pasture. He a lofty hill's commanding prospect chose, and seated there viewed all around alike on every side. But now heaven's ruler could no more contain to see the sorrows Io felt. He calls his son of brightest Pleiad mother born, and bids him quickly compass Argus's death. Instant around his heels his wings he binds, his rod somniferous grasps, nor leaves his cap. Accoutred thus, from native heights he springs and lights on earth, removes his cap, his wings unlooses, and his wand alone retains. Through devious paths with this, a shepherd now, a flock he drives of goats, and tunes his pipe of reeds constructed. Argus hears the sound, Junonian guard, and captivated cries, "Come, stranger, sit with me upon this mount, nor for thy flock more fertile pasture grows than round this spot, and here the shade thou seest to shepherd's ease inviting." Hermes sat, and with his converse stayed declining day. Long he discoursed, and anxious strove to lull with music sweet the all-observant eyes. But long he strove in vain. Soft slumber's bonds Argus opposes. Of his numerous lights part sleep, but others jealous watch his charge. And now he questions whence the pipe was formed, the pipe but new discovered to the world. Then thus the god, a lovely naiad nymph, with bleak Arcadia's hamadryads nursed, and on Nonacrone for beauty famed was Syrinx. Oft the satyrs wild she fled, nor these alone, but every god that roves in shady forests or in fertile fields. Dian she follows, and her virgin life. Like Dian cinctured, she might Dian seem, save that a golden bow the goddess bears, the nymph a bow of horn. Yet still to most mistake was easy. From Lycaeum's height, his head encompassed with the pointed pine, returning, her the lustful Pan espied, and cried, "Fair virgin, grant a god's request, a god who burns to wed thee. Here he stays." Through pathless forests flies the nymph, and scorns his warm entreaties, till the gravelly stream of Ledon, smoothly winding, she beheld. The waves impede her flight. She earnest prays her sister nymphs her human form to change. Now thinks the sylvan god his clasping arms inclose her, whilst he grasps but marshy reeds. He mournful sighs, the light reeds catch his breath, and soft reverberate the plaintive sound. The dulcet movement charms the enraptured god, who, thus forever shall we join, exclaims. With wax combined th' unequal reeds he forms a pipe, which still the virgin's name retains. While thus the god, he every eye beheld, weighed heavy, sink in sleep, and stopped his tale. His magic rod o'er every lid he draws, his sleep confirming, and with crooked blade severs his nodding head, and down the mount the bloody ruin hurls, the craggy rock with gore besmearing. Lo, thou Argus liest, extinct thy 100 lights, one night obscure, eclipsing all. But Juno seized the rays, and on the plumage of her favoured bird, in gaudy pride, the starry gems she placed. With furious ire she flamed, and instant sent the dread Erinus to the Argive maid. Before her eyes, within her breast, she dwelt a secret torment, and in terror drove her exiled through the world. 'Twas thou, O Nile, her tedious wandering ended. On thy banks wearied she kneeled, and on her back, supine, her neck she leaned, her sad face to the skies. What could she more? She lifted. Unto Jove by groans and tears and mournful lows she plained, and begged her woes might end. The mighty god around his consort's neck embracing hung, and prayed her wrath might finish. Fear no more a rival love in her, he said, to see. And bade the Stygian streams his words record. Appeased the goddess, Io straight resumes her wonted shape as lovely as before. The rough hair flies, the crooked horns are shed, her visual orbits narrow, and her mouth in size contracts. Her arms and hands return, parted in 5 small nails her hoofs are lost. Naught of the lovely heifer now remains, save the bright splendour. On her feet erect, with 2 now only furnished, stands the maid. To speak she fears, lest bellowing sounds should break, and timid tries her long-forgotten words. Of mighty fame a goddess now, she hears of nations linen-clad the pious prayers. Then bore she Epaphus, whose birth derived from mighty Jove, his temples through the land, an equal worship with his mother's claim. Him Phaeton, bright Phoebus' youthful son, in years and spirit equalled, whose proud boasts to all his sire preferring, Io's son thus checked. O simple, thee thy mother's arts to aught persuade, a feigned sire thou boast'st. Deep blushed the youth, but shame his rage repressed, and each reproach to Clymene he bore. This too, he says, O mother, irks me more, that I so bold, so fierce, urged no defence. Which shame is greater, that they dare accuse, or that accused we cannot prove them false? Do thou, my mother, if from heaven indeed descent I claim, prove from what stock I spring. My race divine assert, he said, and flung around her neck his arms, and by his life, the life of Merops, and his sister's hopes of nuptial bliss, adjures her to obtain proofs of his birth celestial. Prayers like these the mother doubtless moved, and rage no less to hear the defamation. Up to heaven her arms she raises, gazing on the sun, and cries, My child, by yon bright rays I swear in brilliance glittering, which now hear and view our every word and action. Thou art sprung from him, the sun thou seest, the sun who rules with tempering sway the seasons. If untrue my words, let me his light no more behold, nor long the toil to seek thy father's dome. His palace whence he rises borders close on our land's confines. If thou darest the task, go forth and from himself thy birth inquire. Elate to hear her words, the youth departs instant, and all the sky in mind he grasps. Through Ethiopia's regions swiftly went, with India placed beneath the burning zone, and quickly reached his own paternal east. End of section 2. Section 3 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The second book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. By towering columns bright with burnished gold, and fiery gems which blazed their light around, upborne the palace stood. The lofty roof with ivory smooth encased, the folding doors of silver shone, but much by sculpture graced. For Vulcan there with curious hand had carved the ocean girding in the land, and heaven o'ershadowing. Here cerulean gods sport in the waves, grim Triton with his shell, Proteus shape-changing, and Aegeon huge, his mighty arms upon the large broad backs of whales hard pressing, Doris and her nymphs, some sportive swimming on a rocky seat, some their green tresses drying, others borne by fish swift gliding. Nor the same all seemed, yet sister-like a close resembling look each face pervaded. Earth her natives bore, mankind, and woods and cities there were seen. Wild beasts and streams and nymphs and rural gods, above all the bright display of heaven was hung. 6 signs celestial o'er each portal graved. The daring youth the steep ascent attained, o'erstepped the threshold of his dubious sire, and hasty rushed to meet paternal eyes. But sudden stayed, so fierce a blaze of light no nearer he sustained. In purple clad, the god a regal emerald throne upheld, encircled round by hours which space the day, by days themselves, and ages, months, and years. Crowned with a flowery garland spring appeared. Chaplets of grain the swarthy brows adorned, of naked summer, smeared with trodden grapes stood autumn. Icy winter filled the group. Snow-white his shaggy locks. Sol from the midst his eyes all-seeing glanced upon the youth, startled and trembling at the wondrous sight, and cried, What brings my Phaeton, my son, whose sire shall ne'er disclaim him? Tell me now what here thou seekest. Thus the youth replies, O father, Phoebus, universal light, if justly I thy honoured name may use, nor proudly boasting Clymene conceals a crime by falsehood, grant paternal signs, the world convincing that from thee I spring, reproachful doubts erasing from my mind. He said. The sire the glittering rays removes that blazed around his head, invites him nigh, and thus embracing, Proud I own thee, son, for all is true by Clymene disclosed. If still thou doubtest, name the gift thou likest. That shalt thou have, for that will I bestow. Ye streams unseen which hear celestial oaths, my vows attest. But scarce had Phoebus spoke, when Phaeton the fiery car demands his sway the winged-footed steeds one day should suffer. Soon the solemn oath Phoebus lamented. 3 times mournful shook his glorious tresses, and in sorrow cried, Would I could yet deny thee, O my son, all else with gladness will I hear thee ask. List to persuasion, perseverance sure will risk thy ruin. Phaeton, my child, the task thou seek'st is arduous, far unfit for those weak arms and age so immature. Mortal, thou wouldst a seat immortal press, ignorant of grasping more than all the gods attempt to manage. Every power we grant diverse excels, But I of all the gods have force in that igniferous car to stand. Even Jove, the ruler of Olympus vast, whose right hand terrible fierce lightnings hurls, this chariot never ruled. And who than Jove more mighty deem we? Steep the first ascent, the fresh steeds clamber up the height with pain. High in mid-heaven arrived, to view beneath ocean and earth, oft strikes even me with fear, and with dread palpitation shakes my breast, prerupt the end, and asks a firm restraint. Tethys herself, who nightly me receives beneath the waves, fears oft my headlong fall. Nor all, the skies a constant whirling bears in rapid motion, and the heavenly orbs sweep with them swift. I strive the adverse my, nor can the impetuous force which whirls the rest bear with them me. I stem the rapid world with force superior. Grant, the car I yield. Couldst thou the swift rotation of the poles stem nervous, nor be borne with them along? Perchance imagination fills thy mind with groves and dwellings of celestial gods, and temples richly decked with offered gold, where thou shalt pass. Far else thy journey lies through ambushes and savage monsters' forms. Even shouldst thou lucky not erratic stray, yet must thou pass the bull's opposing horns, the Bohemonian by the centaur bent, the lion's countenance grim, the scorpion's claws bent cruel in a circuit large, the crab in lesser compass curving. Hard the task to rule the steeds with those fierce fires inflamed within their breasts, which through their nostrils glow. Scarce bear they my control, when mad with heat their high necks spurn the rein. But, O my son, beware lest I a fatal gift bestow. Retract, while yet thou mayest, thy rash demand. Sure tokens thou requirest to prove thee sprung from me, the genuine offspring of my blood. My anxious trembling is a token true. Paternal terrors plainly prove the sire. Lo, on my features fix thine eyes. As well I would thou couldst them place within my breast, and view the anguish of a father's cares. Last throw thy looks around, the richest view, whatever earth contains and some demand. Some of so many and such mighty gifts. In heaven or earth or sea 'tis undenied. This only would I grant not, as its grant is punishment, not favour. Phaeton asks evil for a gift. Why, foolish boy, hang on my neck thus coaxing with thine arms? Whate'er thou wouldst, thou shalt. The Stygian streams have heard me swear, but make a wiser wish. His admonition ceased, but all advice was bootless. Still his resolution holds. To guide the chariot still his bosom burns. The sire, his every effort vain, at length forth to the lofty car, Vulcanian gift, brings the rash youth. Of gold the axle shone, the pole of gold. By gold the rolling wheels were circled, every spoke with silver bright. Upon the seat bright chrysolites displayed, with various jewels shed a dazzling light, from sol reflected. All the high-souled youth admired, and while he curious viewed each part, behold Aurora from the purple east wide throws the ruddy portals, and displays the halls with roses strewn. The starry host fly, driven by Lucifer, himself the last to quit his heavenly station. Sol beheld the earth and sky grow red, and Luna's horns blunt, and prepared to vanish. Straight he bade the flying hours to yoke the steeds. His words the nimble goddesses obey, and lead the steeds fire-breathing from their lofty stalls. Ambrosia fed, and fixed the sounding reins. Then with the sacred ointment Phoebus smeared the face of Phaeton, unscorched to bear the fervid blaze, and on his head a crown of rays he fixed. His smothered sighs within his anxious breast, sad presages of woe suppressing, thus he spoke. If now my words, though late, thou heedest, spare, O boy, the lash, but tightly grasp the reins. Unbid they run, they fly, to check their flight thy labour asks. Not through the 5 bright zones thy journey lies. Obliquely winds the path, with spacious curve, 3 girdles only touching, leaving far the pole Antarctic, and the northern bare. Be this thy track. There plain thou mayst discern the marks my wheels have made, since heaven and earth an equal portion of my influence claim. Press not the car too low, nor mount aloft near topmost heaven. There wouldst thou fire the roof celestial. Here the earth thou wouldst consume. For safety keep the midst. Let thy right wheel approach the tortuous snake not, nor thy left press near the altar. Hold the midmost course. Fortune the rest must rule. May she assist thy undertaking, for thy safety act better than thou. But more delay denied. Lo, whilst I speak, the dewy night has touched the boundaries placed upon the Hesperian shore. I am called, for darkness fled, Aurora shines, Seize then the reins, or if thy mind relents, my counsel rather than my chariot take. Now, whilst thou canst, whilst on a solid base thou standest, ere thou yet unskilful mount'st the chariot evilly wished, give me to dart those rays on earth which thou mayst safely view. Agile the youth bounds from his sire, and stands proud in the chariot. Joyously he holds th' entrusted reins, and from the seat glad thanks th' unwilling parent gives. Meantime neighed loud in curling flames the winged steeds of Sol, Piraeus, Aethon, Phlegon, Eus swift, and with impatient hooves the barrier beat, which Tethys, ignorant of her grandson's fate, drove back, and open laid the range of heaven. Swiftly they hasten, swiftly fly their heels, through the thin air and through opposing clouds. Poised by their wings the eastern gales they pass, which started with them, but their burthen light, small felt the pressure on the chariot seat, not what the steeds of Sol had felt before. As ships unpoised reel tottering through the waves, light and unsteady, rambling o'er the main, so bounds the car, void of its customed weight, high tossed as though unfilled. This quick perceived, fierce rush the four-yoked steeds, and quit the path beaten before, and tread a road unknown. Trembling the youth nor knows to pull the reins which side, nor knowing would the steeds obey. Then first the frozen Triones from Sol felt warm, and tried, but tried in vain, to dip beneath the sea. The frozen polar snake, sluggish with cold, and indolently mild, warmed, and dire fierceness gathered from the flames. Thou too, Boetes, fledst away disturbed, though slow thy flight, retarded by thy teams, and now the luckless fate in his eyes cast on the earth remote, far distant spread beneath the lofty sky. Pale grew his face with sudden terror, trembled his weak knees, o'ercome with light his eyes in darkness sunk. Glad were he now his father's steeds untouched, grieved that his race he knows, grieved his request was undenied. Glad were he now if called the son of Merops, even as Boreas sweeps furious the vessel when the pilot leaves the helm to heaven and puts his trust in prayers, so was he hurried. What remains to do? Vast space of heaven behind him lies, much more he forward views. Each distance in his mind compared he measures. Now he forward bends to view the west, forbidden him to reach. Now to the east he backward turns his eyes. With terror stunned his trembling hands refuse to hold the reins with vigour, yet he holds. The coursers' names affrighted he forgets. Trembling he views the various monsters spread through every part above, and figures huge of beasts ferocious. Heaven a spot contains where Scorpio bends in two wide bows his arms, his tail and doubly stretching claws, the space encompassing of two celestial signs. Soon as the youth the monstrous beast beheld, black poison sweating, and with crooked sting threatening fierce wounds, he nerveless dropped the reins, pale dread o'ercame him. Quick the steeds perceived the loose thongs playing on their backs, and rushed wide from the path unchecked. Through regions strange, now here, now there, impetuous, unrestrained, amidst the loftiest stars they dash and drag the car through pathless places. Upward now they labour, headlong now they down descend, nearing the earth. With wonder Luna sees her brother's coursers run beneath her own, and sees the burnt clouds smoking. Lofty points of earth feel first the flames, and fissures wide, departing moisture prove. The forage green whitens, trees crackle with their burning leaves, and ripe corn adds its fuel to the blaze. Why mourn we trifles? Mighty cities fall, their walls protect them not, their dwellers sink to ashes with them. Woods on mountains flame, Athos, Cilician Taurus, Tmolus burn. Oete and Ide, her pleasant fountains dry, with virgin Helicon and Hemus high, Iagrius since. Now with redoubled flames fierce Aetna blazes, Eryx, Othrys too, Cynthus and famed Parnassus' double top, and Rhodope, at length of snow deprived, Dindymar, Mimas, and the sacred hill Cytheron named, and lofty Mycale. Nor aid their snows the Scythians, Ossa burns, Pindus and Caucasus, and loftier still the huge Olympus, with the towering Alps and cloud-capped Apennines. Now the youth beholds earth flaming fierce from every part. The heat o'erpowers him, fiery air he breathes as from a furnace, and the car he rides glows with the flame beneath him. Sore annoyed on every side by cinders and by smoke hot curling round him. Whither now he drives, or where he is, he knows not, in a cloud of pitchy night involved, swept as the steed's swift flying will. The Ethiopians then, 'tis said, their sable tincture first received. Their purple blood the glowing heat called forth to tinge their skins. Then dried the scorching fire from arid Libya all her fertile streams. Now with dishevelled locks the nymphs bewailed their fountains and their lakes. Boeotia mourns the loss of Dirce, Argos or Mimone, Corinth laments Pyrenae. Nor yet safe were rivers bounded by far distant shores. Tanais' midmost waves fume to the sky, and ancient Peneus smokes, Ismenos swift, Caicus, Teuthrantien, and the flood of Phocis, Erymanthus, Xanthus too, doomed to be fired again, Lycormus brown, Meander's sportive oft recircling waves, Mygdonian Melis, and the Spartan flood Eurotas, with Euphrates burn, and burn Orontes, and the rapid Thermodon, Ganges, and Phasis, and the Easter swift, Alpheus boils, the banks of Sperchius burn, and Tagus' golden sands the flames dissolve. Stream-loving swans, whose song melodious rung through Maeonian regions, feel the heat. Caistus streams amid. In terror Nile fled to the farthest earth, and sunk his head, yet undiscovered. Void the sevenfold stream, his mouth seven dry and dusty veils disclosed. Now Hebrus dries, and Strymon, Thracian floods, and streams Hesperian, Rhine, and Rhone, and Po, and Tiber, destined all the world to rule. Asunder split the globe, and through the chinks darted the light to hell. The novel blaze Pluto and Proserpine with terror viewed. The ocean shrinks, a dry and scorching plain where late was sea appears. Hills lift their heads, late by the deep waves hid, and countless seem the scattered Cyclades. Deep crouch the fish. The crooked dolphins dare not leap aloft, as customed in the air. With breasts upturned, the gasping sea-calves float upon the waves. Nereus, with Doris and her daughter nymphs, deep plunged to seek their low but tepid caves. Thrice Neptune ventured to upraise his arms, grim frowning. Thrice the flames too fierce he found, and shrunk beneath the waters. Earth at length, by streams and founts encircled, for her womb trembling they sought for refuge. Raised on high, her face omniferous, dry and parched with heat. Her burning forehead shaded with her hand, shook all with tremor huge, then shrank for shade beneath, and gasping thus to heaven she plained. Almighty Lord, if such thy sovereign will, and I deserve it, why thy lightnings hold thus idle? If by fire to perish doomed, be it by thine, an honourable fate. Scarce can my lips now utter forth my pains. Volumes of smoke oppressed her. See, my hair singed with the flames. Behold my face, my eyes scorched with hot embers. Is no better boon due for the fruits I furnish? Such reward suits it my fertile crops, or cruel wounds of harrow, rake, and plough, which through the year enforced I suffer? For the herds I bring green herbs and grass, bland elements, ripe fruit for man, and incense for ye mighty gods. Faulty is this? But grant thy wrath deserved. How do the waves thy brother's realm offend? Why does the main, to him by lot decreed, shrink and retreat from heaven? Thy brother's weal, say it concerns thee not, nor my distress. Care for thy own paternal heaven may move. Thine eyes cast round. Black smoke from either pole mounts. Soon the greedy flames your halls will seize. Lo, Atlas labours, scarcely he sustains the burning load. If earth and ocean flame, and heaven too perish, all to chaos turned, confounded we shall sink. Snatch from the flames what yet, if aught, remains, and nature save. No more could earth, for now thick vapours rose, her speech obstructing. Down she shrunk her head, and sheltered midst the cool Tartarian shades. Now Jove, the gods, all witness to the fact, convened, even Sol, the donor of the car, that but for him the world in ruins soon would lie. The loftiest height of heaven he gains, whence clouds he wont upon the widespread earth to shower, from whence his thunders loud he hurled, and quivering lightnings flung, but now nor clouds nor showers to rain on earth the sovereign had. He thunders, from his right ear poised, the bolt hurls on the charioteer. Life and the car fate and quits at once, his fatal fires by fires more fierce extinguished. Startled prance the steeds confounded, free their fiery necks from the torn reins. Here lie the traces broke, there the strong axle severed from the seat. Spokes of the shattered wheels are here displayed, and scattered far and wide the car's remains. Hurled headlong falls the youth, his golden locks flame as he tumbles, swept through empty air. A lengthened track he forms, so seems a star in night serene, but only seems to shoot. Far from paternal home the mighty Po received his burning corpse, and quenched the flames. Due rites the nymphs Hesperian gave the limbs from the forked lightning flaming. On his tomb this epitaph they graved: Here Phaeton, entombed, rests, the charioteer so bold, of Phoebus' car, which though he failed to rule, he perished greatly daring. Grieved his sire, veiled his sad face, and were tradition true, one day saw not the sun, the embers blazed sufficient light, thus may misfortune aid. When Clymene with all that sorrow could to ease her woes give utterance, loud had wailed in wild lament. All spark of reason fled, her bosom tearing, through the world she roamed. And now his limbs inanimate she sought, then for his whitened bones. His bones she found, on banks far distant from his home inhumed. Prone on his tomb her form she flung, and poured her tears in floods upon the graven lines. And with her bosom bared, the cold stone warmed. Her sisters' love their fruitless offerings bring, their griefs and briny droppings, cruel tear their beauteous bosoms, while they loudly call Phaeton, deaf to all their mournful cries. Stretched on his tomb by night, by day they called, till Luna's circle 4 times filled was seen. Their blows still given as customed, use had made their forms of grief as nature. Sudden plained fair Phaethusa, eldest of the 3, of stiffened feet, as on the tomb she strove to cast her body prone. Lampeter bright, rushing in hope to aid, a shooting root abruptly held. With lifted hands the 3rd her locks to tear attempted, but green leaves tore off instead. Now this laments her legs, bound with thin bark, that mourns to see her arms shoot in long branches. While they wander thus, the increasing bark their bodies upward veils, their breasts, their arms and hands with gradual growth. Their mouths alone remain, which loudly call their mother. What a mother could, she did. What could she do? Save here and there to fly where blind affection dragged her, and while yet 'twas given to join with them mouth to mouth. Nor this contents. She strives to tear the rind, their limbs enwrapping, and the tender boughs pluck from their hands. But from the rendered spot the sanguine drops flow swift. Each suffering nymph cries, "Spare me, mother, spare your wounded child. I suffer in the tree. Farewell, farewell." For as they spoke, the rind their mouths enclosed. From these new branches tears were dropped, and shaped by solar heat, bright amber straight composed. Dropped in the lucid stream, the prize was borne to Latium, and its gayest nymphs adorned. This wondrous change Sthenelian sickness saw, to thee, O Phaeton, by kindred joined, but by affection closer. He his realms, for all Liguria's large and populous towns he reigned, had then relinquished. With his plaints the Po's wide stream was filled, and filled the banks with his lamentings, even the woods whose shade the sister poplars thickened. Soon he feels his utterance shrill and weak, his streaming locks soft snowy plumes displace. High from his chest his lengthened neck extends, a filmy web unites his ruddy toes. His sides are clothed with quills and feathers, where his mouth was seen expanded, now a blunted beak obtains. And sickness stands a bird, but bird unknown in days of yore. Mistrustful still of Jove, his heaven he shuns, as mindful of the flames from thence unjustly hurled. Wide lakes and ponds he seeks to habit now, indignant shuns what favours fire and joys in purling streams. Meantime was Phoebus dull, his blaze obscured, as when eclipsed his orb. His rays he hates, himself and even the day. To grief his soul he gives, and anger to his grief he joins, depriving earth of all its wonted light. Troubled my lot has been, he cried, since first was published my existence, urged my toil endless, still unremitted, still unpraised. Now let who will my furious chariot drive flammiferous. If every god shall shrink inadequate, let Jove the task attempt. Then while my reins he tries, at least those flames which cause parental grief must peaceful rest. Then when the fiery flaming coursers strain his nervous arms, no more he'll judge the youth of death deserving, who could less control. Soul, grieving thus, the deities surround, and suppliant beg that earth may mourn no more, by darkness whelmed. Even Jove concession gave, and why his fiery bolts were launched explained, but threats and prayers majestically mixed. The steeds with terror trembling Phoebus seized, wild from their late affright, and reined their jaws. Furious he wields his goad and lash, and fierce he storms, and their impetuous fury blames at every blow as murderers of his son. High heaven's huge walls the mighty sire explores, with eye close searching, lest a weakening flaw might hurl some part to ruin. All he found, firm in its pristine strength. Then glanced his eye around the earth, and toils of man below. 'Bove all terrestrial lands Arcadia felt, his own Arcadia, his preserving care. Her fountains he restores, her streams not yet to murmur daring. To her fields he gives seed corn, and foliage to her spreading boughs, and her scorched forest bids again look green. Through here as oft he journeyed, and returned, a virgin of Nanacrene he spied, and instant inward fire the god consumed. No nymph was she whose skill the wool prepared, nor combed with art her tresses seemed. Full plain her vest a button held, a fillet white careless her hair confined. Now poised her hand a javelin light, and now a bow she bore. In Dian's train she ran, nor nymph more dear to her the mountain Maenalus e'er trod. But brief the reign of favour, Sol had now beyond mid-heaven attained. Callisto sought a grove where felling axe had never rung. Here was her quiver from her shoulder thrown, her slender bow unstrung, and on the ground with soft grass clad she rested. 'Neath her neck was placed the painted quiver. Jove the maid wearied beheld, and from her wonted troop far distant. Surely now, my wife, he cries, this theft can ne'er discover. Should she know, what is her rage with such a prize compared? Then Dian's face and form the god concealed, loud calling, Where, O virgin, hast thou strayed? What hills, my comrade, hast thou crossed in chase? Light springing from the turf, the nymph replied, Hail, goddess, greater, if with me the palm, than Jove himself, though Jove himself should hear. The feigned Diana smiled, and joyed to hear him to himself preferred. Then pressed her lips with kisses, such as virgins never give to virgins. Her prepared to tell the woods where late she hunted, with a warm embrace he hindered, and his crime the god disclosed. Hard strove the nymph, and what could female more? O Juno, hadst thou seen her, less thy ire. Long she resists, but what can nymph attain, or any mortal, when to Jove opposed? Victor the god ascends the ethereal court. The groves and forests, conscious of the deed, Callisto hates. So swift she flies the spot, her quiver and her darts and slender bow suspended on the tree, through eager haste were nigh forgotten. Lo, Diana comes, by clustering nymphs attended, o'er the hills of lofty Maenalus, from slaughtered beasts proudly triumphant. She Callisto sees, and calls her. As the goddess calls she flies, fearing another Jove disguised to meet. But when the attendant virgin troop appeared, fraud she no more suspected, but the train joined fearless. Hard the countenance to form, and not betray a perpetrated crime. Scarce from the ground she dared her looks to raise, nor with her wonted ardour pressed before, first of the throng, close to Diana's side. Silent she moves, her blushes prove a wound her modesty had felt. E'en Dian might, but that a virgin, all the truth have known, by numerous proofs and strong. Nay, fame reports, her sister nymphs had long her shame perceived. 9 times had Luna now her orb renewed, when Dian from the chase retreating faint by Phoebus' rays, had gained a forest cool, where flowed a limpid stream with murmuring noise, the shining sand upturning. Much the spot the goddess tempted, and her feet she dipped light in the waves. As to the nymphs she cried, Hence far each prying eye, we'll dare unrobe, and lave beneath the stream. Callisto blushed. Quick while the other nymphs their bodies bare, protracting she undresses. From her limbs suspicious they the garments rend, and view her body naked, and her fault is plain. To her, confused, whose trembling hands essayed her shame to hide, Diana spoke, Hence fly, far hence, nor more these sacred streams pollute, and drove her instant from her spotless train. Long time the mighty Thunderer's queen had known Callisto's state, but curbed her furious ire till ripe occasion suited. Longer now delay were needless. Now the nymph produced Arcas, whom Juno more enraged beheld. With savage mind and furious look she eyed the boy, and spoke, Adulteress, this alone was wanting, fruitful harlot, hast thou proved? Must by this birth my wrongs in public glare? And what dishonour I from Jove receive be palpable to sight. Expect not thou impunity to find, thy form I'll change, to thee so pleasing and so dear to Jove. She said, and on the flowing tresses seized, which o'er her forehead streamed, and prostrate dragged the nymph to earth. She raised her suppliant hands. With black hairs covered, rough her arms appeared. Bent were her hands, and with her lengthened nails to claws transformed, pressed on the ground as feet. Her mouth so beauteous, late of Jove admired, yawned wide deformity. And lest soft prayers and flowing words might pity move, no power to speak she left. Now through her hoarse throat sounds an angry threatening voice that fear instills. A bear becoming, though her sense the same, her sufferings proving by her constant groans. Lifting to heaven such hands as lift she could, Jove she ungrateful found, but Jove to call ungrateful strove in vain. Alas, how oft in woods and solitudes to sleep afraid, she roamed around the house and fertile fields of late her own. Alas, how oft thence driven, by yelping hounds o'er craggy steeps she fled. Thou dread'st the hunters, though an huntress thou. Oft was her form forgotten, and in fear from beasts she crouched concealed. The shaggy bear shuddered to see the bears upon the hills. And at the wolves she trembled, though with wolves her sire Lycaon howled. Now Arcas comes. Arcas, her son, unconscious of his race. Near 15 suns the youth had seen revolved, and while the game he chases, while he seeks thickets best suited for his sports, and round the Erymanthian woods his toils he sets, he meets his mother. At his sight she stayed, the well-known object viewing. Arcas fled, trembling, unconscious why those eyes were fixed on him immovably. His spear, prepared to pierce his mother's breast, as near she draws the youth pretends. But Jove the deed prevents, both bears away and stays the matricide. Swept through the void of heaven by rapid whirl they're borne, and neighbouring constellations made. Loud Juno raged to see the harlot shine amid the stars, and neath the deep descends, to hoary Tethys and her ancient spouse, where reverence oft the host of heaven had shown, and thus to them who anxious seek the cause why there she journeys. Wish ye then to know why I, the Queen of Heaven, my regal seat now leave? Another fills my lofty throne. Nor false I speak, for when grey night shall spread o'er all, new constellations shall you see me irking, on the utmost bounds of heaven, where the last shortened zone the axis binds. Now surely none to insult shall rashly dare the thunderous spouse, but tremble at her frown. For she who most offends is honoured most. Much has my power performed, vast is my sway, her human form I changed, and lo, she shines a goddess. Thus the guilty feel my ire, thus potent I. Why not her form restore, and change that beastly shape, as Io once in Argolis the same indulgence felt? Why drives he not his consort from his bed, Callisto placing there, for sire-in-law the wolf Lycaon choosing? If to you your foster daughter's insults aught import, forbid these stars to touch the blue profound. Repel those constellations placed in heaven, meed of adultery, lest the harlot dip in your pure waves. The gods their promise gave, and through the liquid air Saturnia flies, borne in her chariot by her peacocks bright, their coats gay studded from fallen Argus's eyes. Less beauteous was the change, loquacious crow, thy plumage suffered, snowy white to black. With silvery brightness once his feathers shone, unspotted doves outvying, nor to those preserving birds the capital whose voice so watchful saved, nor to the stream-fond swans inferior seemed his covering, but his tongue, his babbling tongue his ruin wrought, and changed his hue from splendid white to gloomy black. End of section 3. Section 4 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The second book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 2. No fairer maid all Thessaly contained than young Coronis, to the Delphic god most dear while chaste or while her fault unknown. But Corvus, Phoebus' watchman, spied the deed adulterous, and inexorably bent to tell the secret crime, his flight directs to seek his master. Him the door pursues, on plumes quick waving, curious all to learn. His errand heard, she cries, "Thy anxious task, a journey vain, pursue not, mark my words, learn what I have been, see what now I am, and hear from whence my change. A fault you'll find too much fidelity, which wrought my woe. Time was when Pallas Erictonius took, offspring created motherless, and close in basket twined with Attic twigs concealed. The charge to keep 3 sister maids she chose, daughters of Cecrops, double-formed, but close, concealed what lodged within, and strict forbade all prying, that her secret safe might rest. On a thick elm behind light leaves concealed, I marked their actions. To their sacred charge hold faithful, Pandrosus and Herse they. Aglauros calls her sisters cowards, weak. The twistings with bold hand unloosening, sees within an infant and a dragon stretched. The deed I tell to Pallas, and from her my service this remuneration finds. Driven from her presence she my place supplies of favourite with the gloomy bird of night. All other birds my fate severe may warn, to seek not danger by officious tales. Pallas, perhaps you think, but lightly loved one whom she thus so suddenly disgraced. But ask of Pallas. She, though much enraged, will yet my truth confirm. A regal maid was I, of facts to all well known I speak. Coronaeus noble of the Phocian lands as sire I claim, me wealthy suitors sought. Contemn me not, my beauty was my bane. While careless on the sandy shore I roamed, with gentle paces wont, the ocean's god saw me and loved. Persuasive words in vain, long trying, force prepared, and me pursued. I fled, the firm shore left, and tired my limbs vainly upon the light soft sinking sand. There to assist me men and gods I called. Deaf to the sound was every mortal ear, but by a virgin's cries a virgin moved, assistance gave. Up to the skies my arms I stretched, and black my arms began to grow, with waving pinions. From my shoulders back my robes I strove to fling. My robes were plumes, deep in my skin the quills were fixed. I tried on my bare bosom with my hands to beat. Nor hands nor naked bosom now were found. I ran, the sand no longer now retained my feet, but lightly o'er the ground I skimmed. And soon on pinions through the air was borne, and Pallas's faultless favourite I became. What now availed to me my pure deserts? Nictimene, whose horrid crime deserved her transformation, to my place succeeds. The deed so wide through spacious Lesbos known, ere this has reached thee, how Nictimene, her father's bed defiled, a bird became. Conscious of guilt, she shuns the sight of man, flies from the day, and in nocturnal shades conceals her shame. By every bird assailed, and exiled from the skies. The crow enraged to her still chattering cried, May each delay thy babbling causes prove to thee a curse. I scorned thy foolish presages, and flew his journey urging. When his master found, he told him where Coronis he had seen clasped by a young Thessalian. Down he dropped his laurel garland, when the crime he heard of her he loved. His harp away he flung. His countenance fell, and pale his visage grew. Now with fierce rage his swelling bosom fires. His wonted arms he seizes, draws his bow bent to the horns, and through that breast so oft embraced, the inevitable weapon drove. Deep groaned the wounded nymph, and tearing out the arrow from her breast, a purple flood gushed o'er her shining limbs. She sighing cried, This fate, O Phoebus, I deservedly meet, were but thy infant born. Two now in one thy dart has slain. She spoke, her vital blood fast flowed and stayed her voice. A deadly chill seized all her members, now of life bereft. Too late, alas, her sorrowing lover mourns his cruel vengeance, and himself he hates, too credulous listening and too soon inflamed. The bird he hates, who first betrayed the deed and caused him first to grieve. His bow he hates, his bowstring, arm, and with his arm the dart shot vengeful. Fond he clasps her fallen form, and strives by skill too late applied, to conquer fate. His healing arts he tries, all unavailing. Fruitless he beholds his each attempt, and sees the pile prepared, and final flames her limbs about to burn. Then from his deepest bosom burst his groans, for tears on cheeks celestial ne'er are seen. Such groans are uttered when the heifer sees the weighty mallet from the right ear poised crush down the forehead of her suckling calf. And now his useless odours in her breast he poured, embraced her, to her last rites gave solemnization due. The greedy fires his offspring were not suffered to consume. Snatched from the curling flames, and from the womb of his dead mother, he the infant bore to double-bodied Chiron's secret cave. But bade the self-applauding crow, filled big with hopes of favour for his faithful tale, with snowy plumaged birds no more to join. Meantime, while Chiron, human half beast, proud of his deity descended charge, joyed in the honour with the task bestowed, behold, her shoulders with her golden locks shaded, the daughter of the Centaur comes, whom fair Chariclo on a river's brink swift rolling bore, and thence Ocyroe named. She, not content her father's arts to know, the hidden secrets of the fates disclosed. Now was her soul with fate-foretelling sounds filled, and within her fiercely raged the god. The infant viewing, "Grow," she said, "apace, health-bearer through the world. To thee shall oft expiring mortals owe returning life. To thee 'tis given to render souls again back to their bodies. Once thou'lt dare the deed, the angry gods' forbidding flames thy power further preventing, and a bloodless corpse heaven-born thou liest, but what thy body formed a god becomes, resuscitated twice. Thou too, my dearest and immortal sire, to ages never-ending born to live, shalt wish for death in vain, when writhing sad from the dire serpent's venom in thy limbs, by wounds instilled. The pitying gods will change thy destined fate, and let immortal die. The triple sisters shall thy thread divide. More yet untold remains." Deep from her chest the sighs burst forth, and starting tears streamed down, laving her cheeks, while thus the maid pursues. "The fates prevent me, and forbid to tell what more I would. All power to speak deny. Those arts, alas, heaven's anger which have drawn, what were they? Would I ne'er the future knew. Now seems my human shape to leave me, now the verdant grass a pleasing food appears. Now am I urged along the plain to bound, changed to a mare, unto my sire allied in form. But why soul changed? My father bears a two-formed body." Wailing thus, her words confused and indistinct at length are heard. Next sounds are uttered partly human, more a mare's resembling. Then she neighs aloud, treading with altered arms the ground, fast joined her fingers now become, a slender hoof her toes connecting with continuous horn. Her head enlarges, and her neck expands. Her spreading garment floats a beauteous tail. Her scattered tresses o'er her shoulders flung form a thick mane to clothe her spacious neck. Her voice is altered with her altered shape, and change of name the wondrous deed attends. Deep Chiron mourned, O Phoebus, and thy aid in vain invoked, for bootless was thy power Jove's mandate to resist. Nor if thou couldst, then wast thou nigh to help. In Elis far, and fields Messenian then was thy abode. Then was the time when shepherd-like a robe of skins enwrapped thee, when thy left hand bore a sylvan staff, thy right a pipe retained, of 7 unequal reeds, while love engaged thy thoughts, and dulcet music soothed thy cares. 'Tis said, thy herds without their herdsmen strayed, far to the Pylian meadows. These the son of Atlantean Maia espied, and slyly driven away within the woods the cattle artful hid. None saw the deed, save one old hoary swain, well known around, and Battus named, whose post it was to guard the groves, the grassy meads, and high-bred mares of wealthy Neleus. Him the robber feared, drew him aside, and coaxing thus addressed, "Whoe'er thou art, good friend, if here perchance some one should seek an herd, say that thou here no herd hast seen. Thou shalt not lack reward. Take this bright heifer." And the cow he gave. The bribe received, the shepherd thus replies, "Friend, thou art safe. That stone shall sooner speak and tell thy deed than I," and showed the stone. The son of Jove departs, or seems to go, but soon with altered form and voice returns. "Here, countryman," he cries, "hast thou an herd this way observed to pass? No secret keep to aid the theft, and heifer with a bull await thy information." Doubly bribed, the hoary rogue betrayed his former trust. "Beneath those hills," he said, "the herd you'll find." Beneath the hills they were. Loud laughed the god and cried, "Thou treacherous villain, to myself wouldst thou betray me? Wouldst thou to myself my deeds betray?" And to a flinty stone his perjured breast he changed, which still retains the name of Touchstone, on the harmless rock his infamous demerits firmly fixed. Hermes from hence on waving wings upborne darted, and in his flight beneath him saw the Attic pastures, the much-favoured land of Pallas, and Lyceum's cultured groves. It chanced that day, as wont, the virgins chaste bore on their heads in canisters festooned their offerings pure to Pallas' sacred fane. Returning thence, the winged god espied the troop, and straight his onward flight restrained, wheeling in circles round, as sails the kite, swiftest of birds, when entrails seen from far by holy augurs thick beset. He fears a near approach, but circling steers his flight on beating wings, around his hopes and round. So 'bove the Athenian towers the light-plumed god swept round in circles on the self-same air. As phosphor far outshines the starry host, as silver Cynthia phosphor bright outshines, so much did Herse all the nymphs excel, the bright procession's ornament, the pride of all the accompanying nymphs. Her beauteous mien staggered Jove's son, who, hovering in the air, fierce burns with love. The Balearic's sling thus shoots a ball. Quick through the air it flies, warms in its flight, and feels beneath the clouds flames hereto known not. Altered now his route, the skies he leaves, and holds a different flight. Nor veils his figure, such reliance gave his beauteous form. And beauteous though that form, yet careful did the god his looks adorn. He smooths his tresses, and his robe adjusts to hang in graceful folds, and fair display the golden fringe. His round and slender wand of sleep-procuring, sleep-repelling power his right hand bears, and on his comely feet his plumed sandals shine. Within the house 3 separate chambers were secluded formed, with tortoise and with ivory rich adorned. Thou, Pandrosus, within the right reposed, and on the left hand thou, Aglaurus, slept. Fair Circe in the middle. Aglaurus first the god's approach descried, and daring asked who he, and what he sought. To whom the god, him you behold, who through the air conveys his sire's commands, almighty Jove that sire. Nor will I feign my errand. So mayst thou true to thy sister prove, and soon be called my offspring's aunt. 'Tis Circe draws me here. Help then a lover in his warm pursuit. Aglaurus bends on Mercury those eyes which yellow-haired Minerva's secret saw, and ponderous sums for her assistance claims, driving the god meantime without the gates. With angry glare the warlike goddess viewed the mercenary nymph, and angry sighs, which shook her bosom heaved. The aegis shook, on that strong bosom fixed. Now calls to mind Minerva how with hands profane the maid her strict behests despising, daring pride to know her secrets, and the seed beheld of Vulcan, child without a mother formed. Now to her sister and the god unkind, rich with the gold her avarice had claimed. To envy's gloomy cell, where clots of gore the floor defiled, enraged Minerva flew. A darkened veil deep sunk the cavern held, where vivid sun ne'er shone, nor freshening breeze health wafted. Torpid melancholy ruled, and sluggish cold, and cheering light unknown, damp darkness ever gloomed. The goddess here in conflict dreaded came, but at the doors her footsteps stayed, for entrance fate forbade. The gates she strikes, struck by her spear the gates wide open fly, and dark within disclose, on vipers gorging, her accustomed feast, the envious fiend. Back from the hideous sight recoils the goddess, and averts her eyes. Slow rising from the ground, her half-chewed food she quits, advancing indolently forth. The maid in warlike brightness clad, she saw, in form divine, and heavy sighs burst forth, deep from her bosom's black recess. Pale gloom dwells on her forehead, lean her fleshless form. Askance her eyes, encrusted black her teeth, greened deep with gall her breasts, her hideous tongue with poisons lurid, laughter knows her not. Save woes and pangs unmerited she sees. Sleep flies her couch, by cares unceasing wrung. At men's success she sickens, pining sad. But stung herself, while others feel her sting, her torture closely grasps her. Much the maid the sight abhors, and thus in brief she speaks. Deep in the breast of Cecrops' daughter fix thy venomed sting. Aglaurus is the nymph, more needs not. Speaking so Minerva fled, upbounding, earth she with her spear repelled. Glancing asquint, the Fury saw her rise, and inly groaned, that she success should gain. Her staff with prickly thorns enwreathed she takes, and forth she sallies, wrapped in gloomy clouds. Where'er she flies she blasts the flowery fields, consumes the herbage, and the harvest blights. Her breath pestiferous felt the cities round, houses and habitants where'er she flew. At length the towers of Athens she beheld, with arts and riches flourishing, and blessed with holy peace. Scarce could she tears withhold, no tearful eye throughout the place to see. Straight to the room of Cecrops' daughter now her route she urges, and her task performs. Her rusty hand upon the maiden's breast she plants, and with sharp thorns that bosom fills. Breathes noxious poison through her frame, imbues with venom black her heart and all her limbs. Lest from her eyes escaped the maddening scene should cease to vex her, full in view she placed her sister and her sister's nuptial rites. And Hermes, beauteous in the bridal pomp, in beauty all and splendour all increased. Mad with the imaged sight, the maid is gnawn with secret pangs. Deep groans the lengthened night, and deep the morning hears. She wastes away, silently wretched, lingeringly slow. As soul's faint rays the summer ice dissolves, so burns she to behold the envied lot of Circe, not with furious flames, as weeds blaze not when damp, but with slow heat consume. Oft would she wish to die, and oft the deed to hinder, thinks to tell her rigid sire her sister's fault. At length her seat she takes across the threshold, and the approaching god repulsed, and to his blandishments and words beseeching fair and soft alluring prayers, she cried, "Desist, from hence I ne'er will move till thou art driven away." Swift Hermes said, "Keep firmly that resolve." And with his wand the sculptured portals touching, wide they flew, but when her limbs to raise the virgin strove, a weighty numbness o'er the members crept, which bend in sitting, and their movement stayed. Strenuous she strives to raise her form erect, but stiffened feels her knees. Chill coldness spreads through all her toes, and fled the purple stream her veins turn pallid. Cruel cancer thus, disease incurable, spreads far and wide, sound members adding to the parts diseased. So gradual o'er her breast the chilling frost crept deadly, and the gates of life shut close. Complaint she tried not. Had she tried, her voice had found no passage, for the stone had seized her throat. Her mouth, to marble all was changed. She sat a pallid statue. All the stone her envy tainted with a livid hue. His vengeance, when Jove's son complete had seen, due to her avarice and her envious soul, he left Minerva's land, and up the sky on wafting pinions mounted. There his sire him from the assembly drew, nor yet disclosed the object of his love. Son, quickly haste, thou faithful messenger of my commands. Urge rapid thy descending flight, and seek the realm whose northern bounds thy mother's star o'erlooks, the land by natives Sidon called. There wilt thou pasturing find the royal herd, 'neath hills not distant from the sea. Turn down this herd to meadows bordering on the beach. He said, the cattle toward the seashore move, where sported with her Tyrian maids as wont the monarch's daughter. Ill majestic state and love agree, nor long combined remain. The sire and ruler of the gods resigns his weighty sceptre, he whose right hand bears the three-forked fires, whose nod creation shakes, assumes a bull's appearance. With the herd mingles, and strolling lets the tender shrubs brush his fair sides. Of snowy white his skin, such snow as rugged feet has never soiled, nor southern showers dissolved. His brawny neck strong from his shoulders stands. Beneath extends the dewlap pendulous. Smaller his horns, but smooth as polished by the workman's hand. Pellucid as the brightest gems they shine. No threatenings wear his brow, no fire his eyes flame fierce, but all his countenance peace proclaims. Him much Agenor's royal maid admired, his form so beauteous and his look so mild. Yet peaceful as he seemed, she feared at first a close approach, but nearer soon she drew, and to his shining mouth the flowery food presented. Joyed the impatient lover stands, her fingers kissing, and with sore restraint defers his looked-for pleasures. Sportive now he wantons, frisking in the grass, now rolls his snowy sides upon the yellow sand. Her apprehensions chased by slow degrees, the virgin's fingers playful stroke his breast, then bind with wreaths his horns. More daring now, upon his back the royal maid ascends. Witless a god she presses. From the fields his steps deceitful gradual turned, he bends and seeks the shore, then playful in the waves just dips his feet. Thence plunging deep he swims through midmost ocean with his ravished prize. Trembling the nymph beholds the lessening shore. Firm grasps one hand his horn, upon his back, secure the other resting, to the wind her fluttering garments floating as she sails. End of section 4. Section 5 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The third book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. And now the god, his bestial form resigned, shone in his form celestial as he gained the Cretan shore. Meantime the theft unknown mourned her sad sire, and Cadmus sent to seek the ravished maid, stern threatening as he went, perpetual exile if his searching failed. Parental love and cruelty combined. All earth explored in vain, for who shall find the amorous thefts of Jove? The exile shuns his father's anger and paternal soil. A suppliant bends before Apollo's shrine to ask his aid, what region he should choose to fix his habitation. Phoebus thus: a cow whose neck the yoke has never pressed, strange to the crooked plough, shall meet thy steps, lone in the desert fields. The way she leads, choose thou. And where upon the grass she rests, erect thy walls. Boeotia call the place. Scarce had the cave Castalian Cadmus left, when he an heifer, gently pacing, spied, untended, one whose neck no mark betrayed of galling service. Closely treads the youth, slow-moving in her footsteps, and adores in silence Phoebus, leader of his way. Now had he passed the Cephisidian stream and meads of Panope, when stayed the beast. Her broad front lifted to the sky, reverse her lofty horns reclining, shook the air with lowings loud. Back then her face she bent, and saw the comrades following close behind. Down low she couched, and pressed the yielding grass. Glad thanks to Phoebus Cadmus gave, and kissed the foreign soil. The unknown hills and land saluted. Then a sacrifice to Jove preparing, sent his followers to explore streams flowing from the living fountain clear. An ancient forest hallowed from the axe, not far there stood, in whose dark bosom gloomed a cavern. Twigs and branches thick inwove with rocky crags, a low arched entrance formed, where pure and copious gushed transparent waves. Deep hid within a monstrous serpent lay, sacred to Mars. Bright shone his crested head, his eyeballs glowed with fire, his body swelled, bloated with poison. O'er a threefold row of murderous teeth, 3 quivering tongues he shook. This grove the Tyrians with ill-fated feet now entered, and now in the waters threw with noisy dash their urns. Uprears his head, the azure serpent from the cavern deep, and breathes forth hisses dire. Their urns they drop, the blood forsakes their bodies, sudden fear chills their astonished limbs. He, writhing quick, forms scaly circles, spiral twisting round, bends in an arch immense to leap, and rears in the thin air erect, 'bove half his height. All the wide grove o'erlooking, such his size could all be seen, than that vast snake no less, whose huge bulk lies the Arctic bears between. The Tyrians quick he seizes, some their arms vain grasping, flying some, and some through fear to fight or fly unable. These his jaws crash murderous, those his writhing tail surrounds, others his breath with poison loaded kills. Now loftiest Phoebus shortened shadows gave, when Cadmus, wondering much why still his friends tarried so long, their parting footsteps traced. His robe and hide torn from a lion's back, a dart and spear of shining steel his arms, with courage arms surpassing. Now the grove he enters and their breathless limbs beholds, their victor foes' huge bulk upon them stretched, licking with gory tongue their mournful wounds. "My faithful friends," he cried, "I will avenge your fate or perish with you." Straight a rock his right hand raised, and with impetuous force hurled it right on. A city's lofty walls with all its towers to feel the blow had shook. Yet lay the beast unwounded, safely sheathed with scaly armour and his hardened hide. His skin alone the furious blow repelled. Not so that hardness mocks the javelin. Fixed firm in the bending of the pliant spine his weapon stood, and all the iron head deep in his entrails sunk. Mad with the pain, reverse he writhes his head, beholds the wound, champs the fixed dart. By many forceful tugs loosened at length, he tears the shaft away, but deep the steel within his bones remains. Now to his wonted fury fiercer flames this torture adding, big with poison swells his throat, and flowing round his venomed jaws white foam appears. Deep harrowed with his scales loud sounds the earth, and vapours black breathed out his mouth infernal, taint with death the air. Now rolled in spires he forms an orb immense, now stretched at length he seems a monstrous beam, now rushing forward with impetuous force, as sweeps a torrent swelled by rain, his breast bears down the opposing forest. Cadmus back a step recedes, and on his lion's hide the shock sustains. Then with protended spear checks his approaching jaws. Furious he strives to wound the hardened steel. On the sharp point he grinds his teeth. Now from his poisonous mouth began the blood to flow, and sprinkling tinged the virid grass. But trivial still the hurt, for shrinking from the blow and twisting back his wounded neck, the stroke he still prevents deeper to pierce, by yielding to its force. But pushing arduous on, Aegena's son fixed in his throat the steel, and the sharp point forced through his neck, an oak opposed behind. The tree and neck the spear at once transfixed. Dragged by the monster's weight, low bends the tree, and groans and cracks as lashing blows his tail immense deals round. Now whilst the victor stands, and wondering views the conquered serpent's size, sudden a voice is heard, from whence unknown, but plain the words he hears. Why view'st thou thus, Aegena's son, the foe by thee destroyed? Thou one day like this serpent shalt be seen. Aghast he stood, the warm blood fled his cheeks. His courage changed to terror, freezing fear raised his stiff locks erect. Lo, Pallas comes, Pallas, the known protectress of the brave. Smooth sliding from the higher clouds she comes. Bids him remove the soil, and place beneath the serpent's fangs a future offspring's pledge. The prince obeys, and as with crooked share the ground he opens, in the furrows throws the teeth directed. Thence, beyond belief, the clods of earth at once began to move. Then in the furrows glittered, first, the points of spears, anon fair painted crests arose, above bright helmets nodding, shoulders next, and breasts, and arms with javelins loaded came. Thickening the harvest grew of shielded men. Thus shows the glad theatric curtain, raised the painted figures' faces first appear, gradual displayed, and more by slow degrees. At length the whole stand forth, their feet all fixed firm on the lower margin. Wondering he his new-made foe beheld, and grasped his arms. But one whom earth had just produced exclaimed, "Arm not, nor meddle in our civil broils," he said. An earth-born brother, hand to hand with sword keen-edged attacking, but from far a javelin hurled dispatched him, short the boast of him who sent it, his death wound infixed. He breathed the air out he so late received. So raged the rest, and in the furious war the new-made brethren fall by mutual wounds. And on their blood-stained mother dash the youths to short existence born their damp cold breasts. 5 only stand unhurt, Echion one, who threw, by Pallas prompted, down his arms and peace proposed. His brethren took his pledge. These join the Tyrian prince, and so shall aid his efforts when the pointed walls he builds, obedient to the Delphic god's commands. The Theban walls now raised, thou, Cadmus, seemed blessed in thy exile. Mars and Venus gave their daughter to thy wife. This spouse so famed, thee daughters brought, and sons, a numerous tribe, and grandsons, pledges dear of nuptial joys, already risen to manhood. But too true that man should still his final day expect, nor blessed be deemed till flames his funeral pyre. Thy grandson's fate, O Cadmus, first with grief thy bosom wrung, amid thy prosperous state, the alien horns which nodded o'er his brow. And ye, voracious hounds, with blood full gorged, your master's life-stream. Yet by close research we find unlucky chance, not vice, his crime. What sin in error lies? The hills were drenched with blood of numerous slaughtered savage beasts, and objects shortened shadows gave. The sun, exalted, viewed each equidistant goal. When the young Theban hunter thus addressed his fellow sportsmen with a friendly call, as wide they roved the savage lairs among. Our weapons, comrades, and our nets are moist with blood of spoil. Sufficient sport this day has given. But when Aurora next appears, high on her saffron car, and light restores, then be our pleasing exercise resumed. Now Phoebus, distant far from west and east, cracks the parched ground with heat. Desist from toil, and fold your knotted snares. His words obey his men, and from their sportive labour cease. Near stood a vale, where pointed cypress formed with gloomy pines a grateful shade, and named Gargaphie, sacred to the girded maid. Its deep recess a shrubby cavern held, by nature modelled, but by nature art seemed equalled or excelled. A native arch of pumice light and tophus dry was formed, and from the right a stream transparent flowed, of trivial size, which spread a pool below, with grassy margin circled. Dian here, the woodland goddess, wearied with the chase, had oft rejoiced to bathe her virgin limbs. As wont she comes, her quiver and her dart, and unstrung bow her armour-bearing nymph in charge receives. Disrobed, another's arms sustain her vest. 2 from her feet unloose her sandals. Crocale, Ismenian nymph, than others more expert, her tresses binds, loose o'er her shoulders floating in a knot, her own wild flowing still. 5 more the streams in huge urns lifting, Hyale and Niphe, Phiale, Ranis, Secas, lave her limbs. Here while the goddess in the limpid wave washes as customed, lo, Actaeon comes, his sportive toil till morning dawn deferred, and roving through the vale with random steps by hapless fate conducted, he arrives close to the sacred grove. Within the grot stream pouring, when he stepped, the naked nymphs, then first by man beheld, their bosoms beat, filled the deep grove with outcries loud, and round Diana crowded, screening as they could her limbs with theirs. Yet high above them towered the goddess, and her neck their heads o'erlooked, as blushed the clouds by Phoebus' adverse rays deep tinged, or as aurora in the morn, so blushed the virgin goddess, seen unrobed. Sideway she stood, though closely hemmed around by clustering nymphs, and backward bent her face. Then anxious praying she could reach her darts in vain, she seized the waters which she could, and dashed them o'er his features. As his locks the vengeful drops besprinkled, thus enraged she cried, "Now tell thou hast Diana seen disrobed, go tell it if thou canst." No more with threatening stormed, but on his sprinkled head the antlers of the long-lived stag are placed. His neck is lengthened, with a sharpened point his upright ears are formed. To feet his hands, to long and slender legs his arms are changed, and round his body clings a dappled coat. Fear in his bosom she instills, the youth, the bold Actaeon flies, and wondering feels his bounding feet so rapid in the race. But soon the waters showed his branching horns, and, "Ah, unhappy me," he strove to cry. His voice he found not, sighs and sobs were all, and tears fast streaming down his altered face. Still human sense remains. Where shall he turn? His royal palace seek, or in the woods secluded hide? To tarry fear forbids, and shame prevents returning. While he doubts, his hounds espy him. Quick-nosed Tracer first, and Blackfoot give the signal by their yell. Tracer of Crete and Blackfoot Spartan bred. Swifter than air the noisy pack rush on. Arcadian Quicksight, Glutton, Ranger, stout. Strong Kilbuck, Whirlwind, furious. Hunter, fierce. Flyer, swift-footed and quick-scented Snap. Ringwood, late wounded by a furious bear, and Forester by savage wolf begot. Flock-tending shepherdess, with Ravener fierce, and her two whelps, and Ciceronian Catch, the thin-flanked greyhound Racer, Yelper, Patch, Tiger, robust, milk-white, with snowy coat, and coal-black Soot. First in the race fleet Storm, courageous Spartan Swift, and rapid Wolf, joined with his Cyprian brother Snatch, well marked with sable forehead on a coat of white. Blackcoat, and thick-haired Shag, warrior and wild, twins from a dam Laconian sprung, their sire Dictaean, babbler with his noisy throat, but all to name were endless. Urged by hope of prey they crowd, down precipices rush, o'er rocks and crags, through rugged paths and ways unpassed before. His hounds he flies, where oft his hounds he had pursued. Poor wretch, he flies his own domestics, striving hard to call, "Actaeon am I! Villains, know your lord!" Words aid him not. Loud rings the air with yells, howlings, and barkings. Black hair first, his teeth fixed in his back, staunch tamer fastened next, and rover seized his shoulder. Tardy these, the rest far left behind, but o'er the hills athwart the chase they shortened. Now the pack joined them their lord retaining, joined their teeth their victim seizing. Now his body bleeds, a wound continuous, deep he utters groans, not human, yet unlike a dying deer, and fills the well-known mountains with his plaint. Prone on his knees in suppliant form he bends, and low beseeching waves his silent head, as he would wave his hands. His witless friends the savage pack with joyous outcries urge, Actaeon anxious seeking, echoing loud, eager his name is absent. At the name his head he turns, his absence irks them sore, as lazy loitering, not the noble prey obtained, beholding. Joyful could he be, at distance now, but hapless is too near. Glad would he see the furious dogs their fangs on other prey than his torn limbs infix. On every side they crowd, their dying lord a well-seamed deer they rend, their ravenous teeth deep tear his members. With 1,000 wounds, Dian's insatiate anger less despised, the hapless hunter yielded forth his breath. Report flies dubious, some the goddess blame for disproportioned vengeance, others warm applaud the deed as worthy one so pure. And reasons weighty either party urge. Jove's consort only silent, she nor blames the action nor approves, but inward joys. A Juno's house should such misfortune feel. The hatred nourished for the Tyrian maid her brother's offspring visits. Now fresh cause of wrath succeeds. Enraged the goddess learns that Semele, embraced by mighty Jove, is pregnant. Straight broke loose her angry tongue, and loud she stormed. Advantage much I gain by endless railing at unfaithful Jove. This harlot will I find, and if with truth they potent Juno style me, she shall die. Destruction shall o'erwhelm her, if beseems my hand the sparkling sceptre of the sky. If queen I am to Jove, if sister, Wife, his sister doubtless am I, if no more. Content perchance is Semele to joy in pleasures briefly tasted. And my wrongs, though deep, not lasting. No, she must conceive foul aggravation of her shameless deed. Her swelling womb unblushing proves her crime. By Jove she longs to be a mother hailed, which scarcely I can boast. Such faith her pride in conscious beauty places. Trust me not, or she mistaken proves. As I am child of hoary Saturn, she shall sink o'erwhelmed by her own Jove, and dip in Stygian waves. She said, and starting from her regal throne, wrapped in a dusky cloud descended. O'er the threshold stepped of Semele, nor chased her darkening veil, till like an ancient dame she stood displayed. White hairs her temples strewed, deep furrows ploughed her skin, her bending limbs quivered beneath her weight, her tremulous voice exhausted age betrayed. She stood to view old Beroe, from Epidaurus come, the nurse of Semele. With tedious tales she garrulous amused. When in her turn listening the name of Jupiter she heard, she sighed, and said, May he be truly Jove. But age is still suspicious. Chastest beds have been by these pretended gods defiled. For if the deity supreme he be, why comes he thus disguised? If true his love, why prove it not? Urge thou an anxious wish to clasp him in his might. In such a sort as lofty Juno he embraces, round begirt with all the ensigns of his power. Thus Juno artful, Semele's desires apt moulded to her mind. From Jove she prays a nameless boon, the ready god consents. Choose what thou wilt, nor least denial dread. To prove my faith I call the Stygian streams to witness terror of the god of gods. Joyed at her fatal prayer's too large success, and by her lover's prompt compliance doomed to sure destruction. This, said she, I wish, when with me next you love's delights enjoy, appear as when Saturnia fills your arms. Fain would the god have stopped her mouth, too soon the hasty words found entrance to his ears. Deep mourned he, equal now the fates forbid, the wish retracted, or the oath absolved. Sorrowing he seeks the lofty heaven, his nod dark rolling clouds collects, here form black showers, and hurricanes, and flashing lightnings mixed, thunders, and his inevitable bolt. Anxious he strives with all his power to damp the fierceness of his flames, nor armed him now with those dread fires that to the earth dashed down the 100-handed foe. Too powerful they. He chose a milder thunder, less of rage, of fire and fury had the Cyclops given the mass when forged, a second-rated bolt. Clad in mild glory thus, the dome he seeks of Semele, her mortal frame too weak to bear the ethereal shock. Fierce scorched she sunk beneath the nuptial grant. The imperfect babe, snatched from his mother's smoking womb, was sowed, if faith the tale deserves, within his thigh. There to complete the period of his growth, Ino, his aunt maternal, then received the boy, in private reared him, till the nymphs of Nissa's mountains in their secret caves sheltered and fed with milk the entrusted charge. While the rash promise caused on earth those deeds, and twice-born Bacchus's cradle safe was hid, 'tis said that Jove with heavenly nectar flushed, all serious cares dismissed, with sportive jests at ease conversing he and Juno sat, when he, the thrilling ecstasies of love are surely strongest on the female side. She differs, and the question both agree, Tiresias, who each sex had proved, shall judge. 2 mighty snakes he spied upon the grass, twisted in Venus's wreaths, and with his staff hard smote them. Instant altered was his sex, wondrous, he woman of a man became. 7 winters so he lived. The 8 again he spied the same, and cried, If such your power, that whoso strikes you must their gender change, once more I'll try the spell. Straight as the blow the snakes received, his pristine form returned. Hence was he chosen in the strife jocose as umpire, and the words of Jove confirmed. Much, say they, Juno raged, more than beseemed the trivial cause or sentence justly given, and veiled the judge's eyes in endless night. But Jove omnipotent him gave to know, for fate forbids to cancel others' deeds, what future times conceal, a light divine, an honoured gift to mitigate his pain. Famed far and wide through all Boeotia's towns, unerring answers still the prophet gave to all who sought him. Blue Liriope first proved his faith, and ne'er deceiving words. Her once Cephisus in his winding stream entwined, and forceful in his waves enjoyed. The beauteous nymph's full womb in time produced a babe, whose features even from birth inspired the attendant nymphs with love. Narcissus named. For him inquiring whether doomed to see the peaceful period of maturest age, the fate foretelling prophet thus replied, Yes, if himself he never knows. The words were long absurd esteemed, but well the event their justice proved, his strange unheard of death, and love of object never loved before. End of section 5. Section 6 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The third book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. Now 16 summers had Narcissus seen, a boy in beauty but in growth a man. And crowds of youths his friendship sought, and crowds of damsels sought his love. But fiercely pride swelled in his snowy bosom, and he spurned his friends' advances and the love-sick maids. A chattering nymph, resounding echo, saw the youth, when in his toils the trembling deer he drove. A nymph who ne'er her words retained, nor dialogue commenced, but then she bore a body palpable, and not, as now, merely a voice. Yet garrulous, she then that voice nor other used. 'Twas all she could, the closing words of speakers to repeat. Juno had this ordained, for oft the dame the frailer nymphs upon the hills had caught in trespass with her Jove. But Echo sly, with lengthened speech the goddess kept amused, till all by flight were saved. Soon Juno saw the trick. The power of that delusive tongue, she cried, I'll lessen, and make brief thy words. Nor stayed, but straight her threatened vengeance took. Now she redoubles all she can the words which end another's speech, reporting back but only what she hears. Through pathless woods, as roves Narcissus, Echo sees and burns, steals in his footsteps, following close, but flames more fierce, more near approaching. Sudden thus the sulphurous daubing o'er the torches spread, snatches the approaching flame. How oft she wished with bland and soothing words to hail the youth, but nature harsh forbids, nor grants to make the first commencement. What she grants she takes, and anxious waits to catch the wished-for sounds, and speak responsive. Chance the youth had led far from his social troop, and loud he cried, Who's he that hither comes? Attentive she replied, Oh, hither come. Amazed he stood, round searching whence the voice, and louder still, Here come, exclaimed, and Echo answered, Come. To every part his eyes in vain are bent, and why, laments he, dost thou me avoid? Again he hears her, Dost thou me avoid? Still he persists, the alternate voice deceives, and, Come, approach, together let us join. Impatient now he utters. Ardent she exclaims in joyful accents, Let us join. Her wish in person urging, from the grove she springs, and wide extends her arms to clasp his neck. Narcissus flies, and flying calls, Desist, hold off thy hands, may sooner death me seize than thou enjoy me. Naught the maid re-echoes, but enjoy me. Close concealed, by him disdained, amid the groves she hides her blushing forehead, where the leaves bud thick, and dwells in lonely caverns. Still her flame clings close around her heart, and sharper pangs repulse occasions. Cares unceasing waste her wretched form, gaunt famine shrivels up her skin, and all the moistening juice which fed her body flies in air. Her voice and bones alone are left, her voice unchanged, her bones to craggy stones are hardened. Still in groves she hides secluded, nor on hills appears, heard frequent, only heard, and naught but sound. Thus slighted he the nymph, nor her alone, but numbers else who o'er the mountains roved, or sported in the waves. Nor less his pride, when more mature, keen smarting from his scorn, to heaven one raised her hands, and ardent prayed, Ordain that he may love, but love like me one ne'er to be enjoyed. Rhamnusia grants to prayers so just the assenting nod. There stood a mudless pool, whose waters silvery bright the shepherds touched not, nor the mountain goats, nor lowing herds, which birds and fierce wild beasts dabbling disturbed not, nor a withered branch dropped from a tree o'erhanging. Round the brink, fed by the moisture, virid grass arose, and trees impervious to the solar beam screened the cool surface. Wearied with the chase, and faint with heat, here laid Narcissus down, charmed with the place, and tempted by the pool. Here as he seeks to quench his burning thirst, he burns with other fires, and while he drinks, caught by the image of his beauteous face, he loves th' unbodied form. A substance thinks the shadow, loves enraptured, loves himself. Fixes with eager gaze upon the sight, as on a face in Parian marble wrought. Stretched on the ground, his own bright eyes he views, twin stars, his fingers such as Bacchus grace, his tresses like Apollo's, downy cheeks unbearded yet, his neck as ivory white, the roseate blooming fading into snow, each tray admiring which the hapless nymphs in him admired. Unwitting youth himself he wants, at once beloving and beloved, himself desiring, by himself desired, burning with love while by himself he burns. Oft stooping were his fruitless kisses given, oft were his arms outstretched to clasp the neck so plainly seen beneath the waters. No, himself he could not clasp. Whom he beholds he knows not, but for whom he sees he burns. The error that his eye deceives provokes his rage. O foolish youth, why vainly grasp a fleeting shadow? What thou seek'st is not, and what thou lov'st thou now destroy'st. Thou seest a semblance only, a reflected shade, naught of itself. With thee it came, with thee it stays, and with thee, if thou couldst, would go. Not hunger's power has force to drag him thence, nor cares of sleep oppress him. Thrown along the shaded grass, he bends insatiate eyes towards the fallacious beauty. By those eyes he perishes. Now half upraised, his arms outspread, to all the groves around he cried, Ye woods, whose darkened shades so oft have given convenient privacies to lovers, say, saw you e'er one so cruelly who loved? In ages heaped on ages you have stood. Remember ye a youth who pined as I? Pleased with the object, I its form behold. But what I see, and what so pleases, flies. I find it not. In such bewildered maze the lover stands. And what my grief augments, no mighty seas divide us, lengthened roads, nor lofty hills, nor high embattled walls, with portals closed. Asunder are we held by trivial drops of water. It no less than I would give the embrace, for when I bend my lips to kiss it in the limpid stream, with rising lips to meet, it anxious strives. Then might you think we touched, so faint a line sunders us lovers. Come, whate'er thou art, come hither. Why thus mock me, dearest form? Why fly my wooing thus? Thy beauty sure, nor youth are such as should provoke thy flight. For numerous nymphs for me have burned. Some hope thy kindly sympathizing face affords. And when my anxious arms I stretch, thy arms advance to clasp me. When I smile, thou smilest, and often have I noted when the tears streamed down my cheeks a rivulet on thine. I nod, thou answering noddest, and those lips, those beauteous lips, whose movements plain I see, words utter sure to mine, though I forbid the sounds to hear. In thee am I, no more my shadow me deceives, I see the whole. Love for myself consumes me, flames self-raised myself torment. What hope? Be wooed or woo? Wooing or being wooed, where is my gain? Myself I wish, and plenty makes me poor. Would that my body from itself could part. Strange wish for lovers, what most dear they love, absent to pray. Grief undermines my strength, nor long my life can linger. Immature, in youth I perish, but in me no fears can death infuse, of all my woes the end. Might I but leave this lovely object still existing. Now two images, alas, sink with one soul in death. Narcissus wails, and raving turns to view the face again, his tears the waters trouble, and the face so beauteous scarce is seen. Grieved he exclaims, when disappearing, Whither fliest thou? Stay, stay, I beseech thee. Cruel, fly me not. Thy lover, grant me still to view the form, to touch forbidden. Food at least afford to this unhappy flame. Lamenting thus, he from his shoulders tore his robe, and beat with snow-white hands his bosom. At the blow his bosom reddened. So the cherry seems here ruddy blushing, there as fair as snow. Of grapes unripe, part purpling to the sun, in varied clusters. This he soon espied, reflected in the placid pool. No more he bore it, but as gentle fire dissolves the yellow wax. As Phoebus's morning beams melt the light hoar, so wasted he, by love gradual consumed as by a secret fire. No more the ruddy taints appear, with white soft blended. All his active strength decays, and all that pleased so lately, even his form, so much by Echo loved, no more remains. All Echo saw, and though of former slights still mindful, grieved, and when the hapless youth, alas, exclaimed, responsive sighed, alas, when on his breast the blows resounded, blows loud answering his were heard. His final words, gazing still earnest on the wonted wave, were, Dearest form, beloved in vain. The words resounded from the grove. Farewell, he cried, and Echo cried, farewell. Wearied he threw on the green turf his head. Night closed his eyes, their owner fond admiring. Now retired to regions far beneath, the Stygian lake reflects his form. The Naiad sisters wail, shorn of their tresses, which to him they throw. The Dryads also mourn, their bosoms beat, and echo answers every tearful groan. A pile they build, the high-tossed torches bring, and funeral bier, but lo, the corpse is gone. A saffron-tainted flower alone is found, rising encircled with its snowy leaves. The adventure spread through all the Achaean towns, and much repute the unerring augur gained. Great now his prophesying fame. Alone Pentheus despised him, he the gods despised, and only he. He mocked each holy word, sagely prophetic, with his rayless eyes reproached him. Angrily his temples hoar with reverend locks. The prophet shook, and said, Happy for thee, if thus of light bereft, the bacchanalian orgies ne'er to see. The day approaches, nor far distant now, my sight prophetic tells, when here will come Bacchus new-born of Semele the sun, whose rites, if thou with honour due not tend'st in temples worthy, scattered far and wide, thy limbs dismembered shall the ground bestrew. Thy blood the forests shall disdain, thy gore thy aunts, nay, e'en thy mother shall pollute, for thou such honours as immortals claim shalt to the god deny. Then wilt thou find, beneath this darkness I but see too well. Thus speaking, Echion's son the prophet pushed harshly away, but his too faithful words time proved, the threatened deeds accomplished all. Lo, Bacchus comes, and all the country rings with joyous outcries. Crowds on crowds thick swarm, matrons and wives new-wedded mixed with men, nobles and commons, all the impulse bears to join the stranger's rites. But Pentheus thus, Offspring of Mars, O nation, serpent-born, what madness fills your minds? Can piercing sounds of brass from brass rebounding, winding horns and magic cheatings then possess such power? You whom the warlike sword, the trumpet's clang and battle's edge dread bristling close with arms, appal not. Yield ye thus to female howls, wine's maddening fumes, a filthy shameless crowd, and empty cymbals? In amaze I see you venerable men who ploughed the seas, and here a refuge for your exiled gods this second Tyre have built, without a blow yielded as spoil. Ye too, robuster youths, of hardier age and years more near my own, whom warlike arms than Thyrsi more become, and brows with helmets than with leaves compressed. Think whence you sprang, and let the thought inspire your souls with all the dragon's fierceness. He singly slew hosts, he for his fountain fell, you for your honour vanquish. He destroyed the valiant, you the effeminate expel, and all the glory of your sire regain. If fate to Thebes a speedy fall decrees, may heroes, O ye gods, with battering force o'erturn her walls. May the sword rage, and flames crackling devour her. Wretched though our lot, not criminal, our fate, though much bemoaned, would need concealment not. Tears then might flow, but not from shame. Now unresisting Thebes yields to a boy unarmed, who never joys in armies, steeds, nor swords, but more in locks with myrrh moist dropping, garlands soft, and robes of various taints with gold and purple gay. Rest ye but tranquil, and without delay him will I force to own his boasted sire untrue, and forged those new-invented rites. Had not Acrisius bravery to despise the counterfeited deity, and close the gates of Argos on him? And must now this wanderer come, and Pentheus terrify with all the power of Thebes? Haste, quickly haste, he bade his servants, hither drag, firm-chained, this leader. Quick, nor brook my words delay. His grandsire Athamas and all the crowd reprove, while thus he rails, with fruitless toil labour to stop him. Obstinate he stands, more raging at remonstrance, and his ire restrained increases, goading more and more, restraint itself enkindling more his rage. So may be seen a river rolling smooth, with murmuring nearly silent, while unchecked. But when by rocks or bulky trees opposed, foaming and boiling furious on it sweeps, impetuous raging, fiercer, more withstood. With blood besmeared his men return, their lord for Bacchus anxious asks, but Bacchus they to find arrived too late. But here, they cried, here we have seized his comrade, one who joins his train and joins his rites. The Tuscans once the bacchanalian orgies followed. Bound behind his hands their prisoner they present. Pentheus surveyed the stranger, while his eyes sparkled with rage terrific. With constraint his torture so deferring, thus he spoke. Wretch, ere thou sufferest, ere thy death shall give a public warning, tell thy name, confess thy sire, declare thy country, and the cause those rites thou celebratest in a mode diverse from others. Fearless he replied, Achaetes is my name, my natal land Tyrrhenia. From an humble stock I spring. Lands by strong oxen ploughed, or wool-clad flocks, or lowing herds my father left me none. For poor was he, his daily toil to catch with nets and lines the fish, and as they leaped, draw with his bending rod the prey to land. His skill his sole estate. When unto me this art he taught, receive, said he, my wealth, such wealth as I possess, heir to my toil and to my toil's successor. Dying, he to me bequeathed the waters, nothing more. These only as paternal wealth I claim. But soon disliking on the selfsame rock to dwell, I learned the art to rule the track ploughed by the keel with skilful guiding hand, and learned the Olenian sign, the showery goat, Taigete, and the Hyades, the bear, the dwellings of the winds, and every port where ships could shelter. Once for Delos bound, by chance the shore of Chios' isle we neared, and when our starboard oars the beach had touched, lightly I leaped, and rested on the land. Now night expired, aurora warmly glowed, and rousing up from sleep, my men I bade supplies of living waters bring, and showed what path the fountain led to. I meanwhile, a lofty hill ascending, careful marked the wished-for wind approaching. Loud I called my fellows, and with haste the vessel gained. Lo, cried Opheltes, chief of all my crew, lo, here we come. And from the desert fields a prize obtained, he thought. He dragged along a boy of virgin beauty toward the sands. Staggering, the youth, with wine and sleep oppressed, with difficulty followed. Closely I his dress, his countenance, and his gait remark, and all I see displays no mortal man. Conscious I speak my comrades thus, unknown to me what deity before us stands, but sure I am, that form conceals a god. O thou, whoe'er thou art, assist us, aid our undertakings, who have seized thee, spare, unknowing what they did. Bold Dictys cries, than whom none swifter gained the topmost yards, nor on the cordage slid more agile down. Prayers offer not for us, him Libus joins, and brown Melanthus, ruler of the helm. Alcimedon unites, Epopeius too, who ruled the rowers, and their restings marked. Arduous they urged their sinews by his voice. Nay, all Opheltes join, the lust of gain so blinded all their judgments. Still I cry, ne'er will I yield my vessel to behold, burthened with such a sacrilegious load. Preeminent is here my right, I stand to those who strive to hoist him in, opposed. Bold and outrageous far beyond the rest was Lycabas, from Tuscan shore exiled, for deeds of murderous violence. He grasped my throat with force athletic as I stood, and in the waves had flung me, but sore stunned a cable caught, and saved me. Loud the crew the impious deed applauded. Bacchus rose, the boy was Bacchus, with the tumult loud roused from his sleep. The fumes of wine dispelled, his senses seemed restored. What is't you do? What noise is this? He cried. What brought me here? O mariners, inform me, tell me where you carry me. Fear not, the pilot said, say but the port where most thou'dst choose to land. Thither we straight will steer. The god replied, to Naxos then your course direct. That isle my native soil I call. To you that isle a friendly shore shall prove. False men they swear by ocean and by all the sacred gods this to perform, and order me to loose the painted vessel's sails. Full on the right stood Naxos. Loudly one to me exclaims, as toward the right I trim the sails to steer. What now, Achates? Madman? Fool? What now? Art thou distracted? To the left we sail. Most nod significant their wishes, some soft whisper in my ear. Astounded, I let others guide, exclaim, and quit the helm, guiltless of aiding in their treacherous guile. Loud murmurings sound from all, and loudly one Athalian cries, in thee alone is placed our safety, doubtless. Forward steps himself, my station seizes, and a different course directs the vessel, Naxos left behind. The feigning god, as though but then the fraud to him perceptible, the waves beholds from the curved poop, and tears pretending, cries, not this, O seaman, is the promised shore, not this the wished-for land. What deed of mine this cruel treatment merits, where the fame of men a child deceiving, numbers leagued misleading one? Fast flowed my tears with his, our tears the impious mob deride, and pressed the ocean with their strong propelling oars. Now by the god himself I swear, and none to vows more ready listens, that the tale, though in appearance credence far beyond, is strictly true. Firm fixed amid the waves the vessel stands, as in a harbour laid dry from the ocean. Wondering, they their oars with strokes redoubled ply. Loose to the wind more sails, and with this double aid essay onward to urge. Their oars with ivy twined are clogged, the curving tendrils crooked spread. The sails with clustering berries loaded hang. His temples girded with a branchy crown, whence grapes hang dangling, stands the god, and shakes a spear entwisted with the curling vine. Round seem to prowl the tiger and the lynx, and savage forms of panthers, various marked. Upleaped the men, by sudden madness moved, or terror only. Medon first appeared blackening to grow with shooting fins. His form flattened, and in a curve was bent his spine. Him Lycabas addressed, "What wondrous shape art thou receiving?" Speaking, wide his jaws expanded, flattened down, his nose appeared. A scaly covering clothed his hardened skin. Lebis to turn the firm fixed oars attempts, but while he tries, perceives his fingers shrink, and hands, now hands no longer, fins he sees. Another round the cordage strives his arms to clasp, but arms he has not. Down he leaps, broad on his crooked back, and seeks the waves. Forked is their new-made tail, like Luna's form bent in the skies ere half her orb is filled. Bounding all round they leap, now down they dash, besprinkling wide the foamy drops, now merge, and now rediving plunge in playful sport. As chorus regular they act, and move their forms in shapes lascivious, spouting high the briny waters through their nostrils wide. Of 20 now, our ship so many bore, I only stand unchanged, with trembling limbs and petrified with fear. The god himself scarce courage in my mind inspires, when thus: "Pale terror from thy bosom drive, and seek the isle of Naxos. Thither come, I tend on smoking altars, Bacchus' sacred rites." Him Pentheus angry stopped. "Thy tedious tale, formed to divert my rage, in vain is told. Here, men, swift drag him hence, dispatch his soul, driven from his body down to Stygian night, by pangs excruciating. Straight close pent, in solid dungeon is Achates thrown, while they the instruments of death prepare, the cruel steel, the flames. Spontaneous fly wide ope the dungeon doors, spontaneous fall the fetters from his arms, and freed he goes. Stubborn, the son of Echion still persists, but sends no messenger, himself proceeds, to where Cytheron for the sacred rites selected rings with bacchanalian songs and outcries shrill, as foams an high-bred steed, when through the speaking brass the warlike trump sounds the glad signal, and with ardour burns for battle. So the air with howlings loud re-echoing Pentheus moves, and doubly flames his rage to hear the clangour. Cleared from trees a plain extends, from every part fair seen, and near the mountain's centre. Round its skirt thick groves grow shady. Here his mother saw his eye unhallowed view the sacred rites, and first, by frantic madness urged, she first furious the thyrsus at her Pentheus flung, exclaiming loud, "Ho, sisters, hither haste! Here stands the furious boar that wastes our grounds. My hand has smote him." Raging rush the crowd, in one united body, all close join, and all pursue the now pale, trembling wretch. No longer fierce he storms, but grieving blames his rashness, and his obstinacy owns. "Wounded, dear aunt Antinoe," he cries, "help me. O let your own Actaeon's ghost move you to pity." She, Actaeon's name naught heeding, tears his outstretched arm away. The other Ino from his body drags. And when his arms, unhappy wretch, he tries to lift unto his mother, arms to lift were none, but stretching forth his mangled trunk of limbs bereft. "Look, mother," he exclaims. Loud howled Agave at the sight, his neck fierce grasping, tossed on high his streaming locks, her bloody fingers twisted in his hair. Then clamoured loudly, "Joy, my comrades, joy, the victory is mine. Not swifter sweep the winds those leaves which early frosts have nipped, and lightly to the boughs attached remain, than scattered flew his limbs by furious hands." End of section 6. Section 7 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The fourth book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. Warned by the dreadful admonition, all of Thebes the new solemnities approve. Bring incense, and to Bacchus' altars bend. Alcathoe only, Minyas' daughter, views his orgies still with unbelieving eyes. Boldly, herself and sisters, partners all in impious guilt, refuse the god to own, the progeny of Jove. The prophet bids each mistress with her maids to join the feast. Sacred the day from toil, their breasts to clothe in skins, the fillets from their heads to loose. With ivy wreathed their brows, and in their hands the leafy thyrsus grasp. Threatening he spoke, in words prophetic, how the fronted god would wreak his ire. Matrons and virgins, haste, throw by their baskets, quit the loom, and leave th' unfinished threads. Sweet incense they supply, invoking Bacchus by his various names. Bromius, Laius, power in flames produced a second time, God doubly born of two mothers, Narcissus, they exclaim, long-haired Thyonius, and the planter famed of genial grapes, Linnaeus, too, they sing, Nyctelius, Elelcus, and aloud Iacchus, Evan, with the numerous names, O Liber, in the Grecian land thou hold'st. Unwaning youth is thine, eternal boy. Most beauteous form in heaven, a virgin's face thou seem'st to bear, when seen without thy horns. Stoops to thy arms the east, where Ganges bounds the dusky India, deity revered. Thou impious Pentheus sacrificed, and thou the mad Lycurgus punished with his axe. By thee the Tyrrhene traitors in the main were flung. Adorned with painted reins, thou curbst the lynxes in thy chariot yoked abreast. Thy steps the satyrs and bacchantes tread, and old Silenus, who with wine o'ercharged, with a long staff his tottering steps sustains, or on a crooked ass unsteady sits. Where'er thou enterest, shout the joyous youth, females and males immingled, loud the drums struck by their hands resound, and loudly clash the brazen cymbals, soft the box and flute's deep and melodious sound. Now praise all Thebes, the gods approach in mildness, and perform his sacred rites as bidden. Sole remain at home secluded Minyas' daughters, they with ill-timed industry the feast profane. Busy they form the wool, and twirl the thread, or to the loom stick close, and all their maids urge to strict labour. One with dexterous thumb the slender thread extending cries, while all idly those rites imaginary tend. Let us, whom Pallas, deity more great, detains, our useful labours lighter make by varied converse. Each in turn relate her tale, while others listen. Thus the time less tedious shall appear. All pleased applaud the proposition, and her sisters beg that she the tales commence. Long she demurs, what story first of those she knew to tell, for numerous was her store. In doubt thy tale, Docetus Babylonian, to relate, whose form the Syrians think with scales is clothed, the stagnant pools frequenting, or describe thy daughter's change on waving pinions borne, who lengthened age obtained on lofty towers safe dwelling, or of Nais, who the youths with magic works and potent witching words to silent fishes turned, till she the same vile transformation suffered, or the tree, which once in clusters white its berries bore, now blood besprinkled growing black. This tale, most novel, pleased the most, and as she spun her slender thread, the nymph the tale began. Thisbe, the brightest of the eastern maids, and Pyramus, the pride of all the youths, contiguous dwellings held in that famed town where lofty walls of stone, we learn, were raised by bold Semiramis. Their neighbouring sight acquaintance first encouraged, primal step to further intimacy. Love in time grew from this chance connection, and they longed to join by lawful rites, but harsh forbade, their rigid sires the union fate had doomed. With equal ardour both their minds inflamed, burnt fierce, and absent every watchful spy, by nods and signs they spoke, for close their love concealed they kept. Concealed it burned more fierce. The severing wall a narrow chink contained, formed when first reared. What will not love espy? This chink, by all for ages past unseen, the lovers first espied. This opening gave a passage for their voices. Safely through their tender words were breathed in whisperings soft, oft punctual at their posts. On this side she, and Pyramus on that. Each breathing sighs, by turns inhaling have they mutual cried. Invidious wall, why lovers thus divide? Much were it did thy parts more wide recede, and suffer us to join. Were that too much, a little opening more, and we might meet with lips at least. Yet grateful still we own thy kind indulgence, which a passage gives, and amorous words conveys to loving ears. Thus they loquacious, though on sides diverse, till night their converse stayed, then cried adieu, and each imprinted kisses, which the stones forbade to taste. Soon as Aurora's fires removed the shades of night, and Phoebus's rays from the moist earth the dew exhaled, they meet as customed at the wall, lamenting deep as wont in murmuring whispers, bold they plan, their guards evading in the silent night to pass the outer gates. then when escaped from home to leave the city's dangerous shade. But lest in wandering o'er the spacious plains they miss to meet, at Ninus' sacred tomb they fix their assignation. Hid concealed beneath umbrageous leaves, there grew a tree close bordering on a cooling fountain's brink, a stately mulberry, snow-white fruit hung thick on every branch. The plot pleased well the pair. And now slow seems the car of soul to sink, slow from the ocean seems the night to rise, till Thisbe, cautious by the darkness veiled, soft turns the hinges, and her guards beguiles. Her features veiled, the tomb she reaches, sits beneath the pointed tree, love makes her bold. Lo, comes a lioness, her jaws besmeared with gory foam, fresh from the slaughtered herd, deep in the joining fount her thirst to slake. Far off the Babylonian maid beheld by Luna's rays the horrid foe, quick fled with trembling feet and gained a darksome cave. Flying she dropped and left her robe behind. Now had the savage beast her drought allayed, and backward to the forest roaming found the veiling robe, its tender texture rent, and smeared the spoil with bloody jaws. The youth, with later fortune his strict watch escaped, spied the plain footsteps of a monster huge, deep in the sand indented. O'er his face pale terror spread, but when the robe he saw with blood besmeared and mangled, loud he cried, "One night shall close two lovers' eyes in death, she most deserving of a longer date. Mine is the fault alone, dear luckless maid, I have destroyed thee, I who bade thee keep nocturnal meetings in this dangerous place, and came not first to shield thy steps from harm. Ye lions, wheresoe'er within those caves ye lurk, haste hither, tear me limb from limb, fierce ravaging devour, and make my tomb your horrid entrails. But for death to wish a coward's turn may serve." The robe he takes, once Thisbe's, and beneath the pointed tree, bearing it, bathed in tears, with ardent lips oft fondly kissing, thus he desperate cries, "Now with my blood be also bathed, drink deep," and in his body plunged the sword, that round his loins hung ready girt. Then as he died, hasty withdrew, hot reeking from the wound, the steel, and backwards falling pressed the earth. High spouts the sanguine flood, thus forth a pipe, the lead decayed or damaged, sends a stream contracted from the breach, upspringing high and loudly hissing as the air it breaks with jets repeated. Sprinkled with the blood, the tree's white fruit a purple tinge received. Deep soaked with blood the roots convey the stain inly, and tinge each bough with Tyrian dye. Now Thisbe comes with terror trembling still, fearful, she Pyramus expecting waits. Him seek her beating bosom, and her eyes, anxious the peril she escaped to tell. Well marked her eyes the place, and well the tree, the berries changed in colour, long she doubts the same or no. While hesitating thus, the panting members quivering she beholds, upon the sanguined turf, and back recoils. Paler than box her features grow. Her limbs more tremble than when ocean fretful sounds, its surface briskly by the breezes swept. Nor long the pause, her lover soon is known, and now her harmless breast with furious blows she punishes, her tresses wild she rends, clasps the loved body, and the gaping wound fills with her tears, their droppings with the blood immingling. On his clay-cold face she pressed her kisses, crying, "Pyramus, what chance has torn thee from me thus? My Pyramus, answer me, 'tis thy dearest Thisbe speaks. She calls thee, hear me, raise that dying face." At Thisbe's name his lids, with death hard weighed, he raised, beheld her, and forever closed. Him dying thus, her lacerated veil, the ivory scabbard emptied of its sword, she saw. At once the truth upon her mind flashed quick. Alas, thy hand, by love impelled, has wrought thy ruin. But to me the hand in this at least shall equal force display, for equal was my love, and love will grant sufficient strength the deadly wound to give. In death I'll follow thee, with justice called thy ruin's wretched cause, but comrade too. Thou whom but death seemed capable to part from me, shall find even death too weak will prove. Ye wretched mourning parents, his and mine, the dying prayers respect of him, of me. Grant that entombed together both may rest, a pair by faithful love conjoined, by death united close. And thou, fair tree, which shadest of one the miserable course, and two soon with thy boughs wilt cover, bear the mark of the sad deed eternal, tinged thy fruit with mournful colouring, monumental type of double slaughter. Speaking thus, she placed the steely point, while yet with blood it smoked, beneath her swelling breast, and forward fell. Her final prayer reached heaven, her parents reached. Purple the berries blush when ripe and full, and in one urn the lovers' ashes rest. She ceased. A silent interval but short ensued, and next Leuconoe thus addressed her listening sisters. Even the sun himself, whose heavenly light so universal shines, to love is subject. His amours I tell. This deity's keen sight the first espied, for all things penetrating first he sees. The crime of Mars and Venus, sore chagrined, to Vulcan he th' adulterous theft displayed, and told him where they lay. Appalled he heard, and dropped the tools his dexterous hand contained. But soon recovered. Slender chains of brass and nets and traps he formed, so wondrous fine they mocked the power of sight, for far less fine the smallest thread the distaff forms, or line spun by the spider pendant from the roof. Curious he formed it. At the lightest touch it yielded, each momentum slight, howe'er, caused its recession. This he artful hung, the couch enfolding, when the faithless wife and paramour upon the bed embraced, both in the lewd conjunction were ensnared, caught by the husband's skill, whose art the chains in novel form had framed. The Lemnian god instant wide threw the ivory doors, and gave admittance free to every curious eye. In shameful guise together bound they laid. But some light gods, not blaming much the sight, would wish thus shamed to lie. Loud laughed the whole, and long in heaven the tale jocose was told. The well-remembered deed the Cyprian queen, retorting, made the god remember too, and him who her concealed amours disclosed, in turn betrayed. What now, Hyperion's son, avails thy beauty, or thy radiant flames? For thou, whose fires warm all the wide-spread world, burn'st with a new-felt heat, thou whose wide view should every object grasp, with partial ken Leucothoe only ceased, that nymph alone attracts those eyes, whose lustre all the world expect to view. Oft in the eastern skies, more early rising, art thou seen, and oft more tardy 'neath the waves thou sinkest. Long the wintry days thou stretchest, with delay thy object loved to see. Meantime pale gloom o'ercasts thy orb, the dullness of thy mind obstructs thy brightness, and thy rays obscure terror in mortal breasts inspire. Not pale thou fadest as, when nearer world to earth, faint Luna's shadow o'er thy surface glooms. But love, and only love, the paleness gives. Her only now thy amorous soul pursues. Rhodos nor Clymene, nor Perse fair, of Colchian Circe mother, tempt thee now, nor Clytie, whom thy cold neglect still spurns. Yet still she burns to clasp thee, deep she mourns, stung more acutely by this fresh amour. Now in Leucothoe every former love is lost, Leucothoe, whom the beauteous nymph Eurynome in odoriferous climes of Araby brought forth. Full grown, matured, Leucothoe's beauteous form no less surpassed her mother's than her mother's all beside. Her sire, the royal Orchamus, who claimed a seventh descent from ancient Belus, ruled the Achaemenian towns. The rapid steeds of Phoebus pasture 'neath the western sky, not grass ambrosia eating, heavenly food, which nerves their limbs, faint with diurnal toil, restoring all their ardour, whilst the steeds this their celestial nourishment enjoy. And night as customed governs in her turn. The god the close apartments of his nymph beloved enters, formed to outward view Eurynome her mother. Her he saw the slender threads from spindle twirling fine, illumined by the lamp, and circled round by twice 6 female helpers. Warm he gave as a loved daughter his maternal kiss, and said, Our converse secrecy demands, the tendant maids depart, nor hindrance give, loitering, a mother's secret words to hear. When he, the chamber free from spy or guard, exclaims, No female eye, behold the god, the lengthened year who spaces, who beholds each object earth contains, the world's great eye by which it all surveys. My tender words, believe, I dearly love thee. Pale she looked, while thus he spoke, started, and trembling dropped her distaff and her spindle from her hand, nerveless. But even her terror seemed to add fresh beauty to her features. Longer he delayed not, but his wonted form assumed, in heavenly splendour shining. Mild the maid won by his beauteous brightness, though at first his sudden shape surprised her, sunk beneath the force he urged, with unresisting power. The jealous Clytie, who with amorous flame burned for Apollo, urged by harlot's rage, straight to the sire Leucothoe's crime betrayed, painting the nymph's misdeed with heightened glow. Fierce raged the father, merciless inhumed her living body deep in earth, Outstretched high to the sun her arms, and praying warm for mercy, he by force, she cried, prevailed. O'er her untimely grave a lofty mound of sand her sire upreared. Hyperion's son through this an opening with his beams quick formed, full wide for her head entombed to lift, once to the light again. Thy buried corse no more thou now couldst raise. The ponderous load of earth prevents thee, and a bloodless mass, exanimate thou liest. Not deeper grief, 'tis said, the ruler of the swift-winged steeds displayed, when o'er the earth the hapless flames by Phaeton were thrown. Arduous he strives, her gelid limbs with all his powerful rays to vivid heat recall. Stern fate withstands his utmost urged endeavours, bathing then her pallid corse, and all the earth around with odorous nectar, sorrowing sad he cries. Yet shalt thou reach the heavens, and soon began her limbs soft melting in celestial dew with moistening drops of strong perfume to flow. Slowly a frankincense's rooted twigs spread in the earth, its top the hillock burst. Angry the god, though violent love the pain of jealousy might well excuse, the pain of jealousy the tale, from Clytie now abstains, no more in amorous mood they meet. Rash now the deed her burning love had caused, too late she found. She flies her sister nymphs, and pining on the cold bare turf she sits. By day, by night, soul sheltered by the sky, her dripping tresses matted round her brows. Food, drink abhorring. 9 long days she bore sharp famine, bathed with dew, bathed with her tears. Still on the ground, prone, lying. Yet the god in circling motion still she ardent viewed, turning her face to his. Tradition tells her limbs to earth grew fastened, ghastly pale her colour. Changed to bloodless leaves she stood, streaked ruddy here and there. A violet flower her face o'erspreading. Still that face she turns to meet the sun, though binding roots retain her feet, her love unaltered still remains. She ended. All their listening ears, well pleased, the wondrous story heard. Some hard of faith, its truth, its probability deny. To true divinities such power some grant, and power to compass more. To Bacchus none such potence own. The sisters silent now, Alcithoe begged to speak. She, shooting swift her shuttle through the extended threads, exclaims, of Daphnis' love, so known, on Ida's hill, his flocks who tended, whom his angry nymph to stone transformed, such fury fires the breast of those who desperate love, I shall not tell, nor yet of Cydon, of ambiguous form, now male, now female, nature's wonted laws inconstant proving. Thee, O Selmus, too I pass, once faithful nurse to infant Jove, now changed to adamant. Curites, sprung from showery floods, crocus and smilax, both to blooming flowers transformed. Unnoticed these my tale from novelty itself shall please. How Salmacis so infamous became. Then list, whose potent waves the luckless limbs innerve of those they bathe, concealed the cause, yet far and wide the fountain's power is known. Deep in the sheltering caves of Ida's hill, the naiad nymphs a beauteous infant nursed, whom Cyprus' goddess unto Hermes bore. His father's beauty and his mother's shone in every feature, in his name conjoined he bore their appellations. When matured by 15 summers, from paternal hills straying, he wandered from his nursing Ide. In lands unknown he joyed, and joyed to see strange rivers, pleasure lessening every toil. Through Lycia's towns he strayed, and further still to bordering Caria, where a pool he spied, whose lowest depth a gleam transparent showed. No marshy canes, no filthy barren weeds, nor pointed bulrush near the margin grew. Full on the eye the water shone, yet round its brink a border smiled of verdant turf, and plants forever green. Here dwelt a nymph, but one who never joined the active chase. The bow who never bent, who never strove to conquer in the race. Of all the nymphs alone no comrade of Diana fleet. Oft, as 'tis said, her sister nymphs exclaimed, Come, Salmacis, thy painted quiver take, or take thy javelin. With soft pleasures mix laborious sporting. But nor javelin she, nor painted quiver took, with sportive toil soft pleasures mingling, sole intent to bathe her beauteous limbs amidst her own clear waves, and through her flowing tresses oft to draw the boxen comb. While o'er the fountain bent, she studies all her graces. Now her form, clad in a robe transparent, stretched she lies, or on the yielding leaves or bending grass. Now flowers she culls, and so it chanced to fall flowers she was gathering when she first beheld the charming youth, no sooner seen than loved. Not forth she rushed at first, though strongly urged, forward to spring, but all adjusted fair. Closely surveyed her robe, her features formed, and every part in beauteous shape composed. Then thus addressed him, O most godlike youth, and if a god, the lovely Cupid sure. But if of mortal mould, blessed is thy sire, blessed is thy brother, and thy sister blessed, if sister hast thou, and the fostering breast which fed thy infant growth. But far above all in rapturous bliss is she who calls thee spouse. Should nymph exist, thou deem'st that bliss deserves. If wedded, grant a stol'n embrace to me. If not, let me thy nuptial couch ascend. The Naiad ceased. A bashful glow suffused his face, for naught of love to him was known. Yet blushing seemed he lovely, thus warm glows the apple to the ripening sun exposed. Or tainted ivory, or the reddened moon, whom brazen cymbals clash to help in vain. To her warm praying for at least a kiss, a chaste, a sister's kiss, her arms firm clasped around his ivory neck. Desist, he cries, desist, or soul to thee the place I'll leave. His flight she dreaded, and replied, I go, dear youth, and freely yield the spot to thee. And seems indeed her steps from him to turn. But still in sight she kept him, lurking close, sheltered by shadowy shrubs on bended knees. Of spy unconscious, he in boyish play frisks sportive here and there, dips first his feet, then ankles deeper in the wantoning waves, pleased with the temper of the lucid pool, till hasty stripped from off his tender limbs his garments soft he flings. More deeply struck stood Salmacis, more fiercely flamed her love, his naked beauty seen. Her gloating eyes sparkled no less than seem bright Phoebus' rays, when shining splendid, midst a cloudless sky, a mirror's face reflecting gives them back. Delay ill-brooking, hardly she contains her swelling joy, frantic for his embrace, she pants, and hard from rushing forth refrains. His sides he claps, and agile in the stream quick plunges, moving with alternate arms. Bright through the waves he shines, thus white appears the sculptured ivory or the lily fair, seen through a crystal veil. The Naiad cries, Lo, here I come, he's mine, the youth's my own. And instant far was every garment flung. Midst of the waves she leaps, the struggling youth clasps close, and on his cold reluctant lips forces her kisses. Down she girds his arms, and close to hers hugs his unwilling breast. Final, around the youth who arduous strives in opposition and escape essays, her limbs she twines, so twines a serpent huge, seized by the bird of Jove, and borne on high, twisting his head, the feet close bracing holds. The wide spread wings entangled with his tail, so twines the ivy round the lengthened bough. So numerous Polypus his foe confines, seized in the deep, with claws on every side firm grasped. But Hermes' son, persisting still, the Naiad's wish denies. She presses close, and as she cleaves, their every limb close joined, exclaims, Ungallant boy, but strive thy most, thou shalt not fly me. Grant me, O ye gods, no time may ever sunder him from me, or me from him. Her prayer was granted straight, for now commingling both their bodies joined, and both their faces melted into one. So, when in growth we boughs engrafted see, the bark enclosing both at once, they sprout. Thus were their limbs in strong embrace compressed, wrapped close, no longer two in form, yet two in feature, nor a nymph-like face remained, nor yet a boy's, it both and neither seemed. When Hermes' son beheld the liquid stream, where masculine he plunged, the power possessed to enervate his body and his limbs effeminately soften, high he raised his arms, and prayed, but not with manly voice, O sire, O mother dear, indulge your son, your double appellation bearing, this sole-urged petition. Whoso in these waves, in strong virility like me, shall plunge, hence let him go, like me enervate made, spoilt by the stream his strength. Each parent god, nodding, confirmed their altered son's request, and tinged the fountain with the changing power. She ceased. The nymphs Minyaean still persist their toil to urge, despising still the god, his festival profaning. Sudden heard, the rattling sounds of unseen timbrels burst full on their ears, the pipe, the crooked horn, and brazen cymbals loudly clash, perfumes of myrrh and saffron blended smell. But more, and what belief surpasses, straight their looms virid to sprout begin, the pendant threads branch into shoots like ivy, part becomes the vine. What now were threads curled tendrils seem, Shot from the folded web the branches climb, and the bright red in purpling grapes appears. Now was the sun declining, and approached the twilight season, when nor day it seems, nor night confirmed, but a grey mixture forms, of each an indeterminate compound. Deep the roof appeared to shade, the oily lamps ardent to glow, the torches bright to burn, with reddening flames, while round them seemed to howl figures of beast ferocious. Filled with smoke the room, the frighted maidens seek to hide, and each in different corners tries to shun the fires and flaming light. But while they seek a lurking shelter, o'er their shortened limbs a webby membrane spreading binds their arms in waving wings. The gloom concealed the mode of transformation from their former shape. Light plumage bears them not aloft, yet raised on wings transparent, through the air they skim. To speak they strive, but utter forth a sound feeble and weak, then screeching shrill they plain. Men's dwellings they frequent, nor try the woods, and cheerful day avoiding, skim by night, their name from that untimely hour derived. Now were the deeds of heaven-born Bacchus famed through every part of Thebes, and all around his aunt proud boasts the new-made god's great power. She of the sisters all from sorrow spared, save what to view her sister's sorrowing gave. Juno beheld her lofty thus, her breast elate to view her sons, her nuptial fruits with Athamas, and her great foster child, the mighty Bacchus. More the furious queen bore not, but thus exclaimed, Has the whore's son power to transform the Tyrrhene crew, and plunge them headlong in the deep? Can he impel the mother's hands to seize her bleeding son and tear his entrails? Dares he then to clothe the Minyaid sisters with uncustomed wings? And his Saturnia's utmost power confined wrongs unrevenged to weep? Suffices such for me? Is this a goddess's utmost might? But he instructs me. Wisdom may be taught even by a foe. The wretched Pentheus' fate shows all sufficient what may madness do. Why should not Ino, stung with frantic rage, the well-known track her sisters trod pursue? End of section 7. Part 8 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The fourth book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. A path declivitous with baleful yew dark-shaded leads a dreary silent road down to the infernal regions. Sluggish Styx dank mists exhales. Here travel new-made ghosts, with rites funereal blessed. Pale winter's gloom wide rules the squalid place. The stranger shades wander, unknowing which the path to tread. Straight to the infernal city, where is held black Pluto's savage court. 1,000 gates, wide ope, surround the town on every side. As boundless ocean every stream receives from earth poured numerous, so each wandering soul flocks to this city, whose capacious bounds full space for all affords, nor ever feels the increasing crowd. Of flesh deprived and bones the bloodless shadows wander. Some frequent the forum, some the infernal monarch's court. Some various arts employ, resembling much their former daily actions, numbers grown in punishments severe. Here Juno came, braving the region's horrors from her throne celestial. So did ire and hatred goad her bosom with their stings. Sacred she pressed the groaning threshold. Instant as she stepped, fierce Cerberus his triple head upraised, and howled with triple throat. The goddess calls the night-born sisters, fierce, implacable. Before the close-barred adamantine gates they sit, their tresses twisting round with snakes. The queen through clouds of midnight gloom they see, and instant rise. Here dwell the suffering damned. Here Tityus, stretched o'er 9 wide acres, yields his entrails to be torn. Thou, Tantalus, art seen, the stream forbid to taste, the fruit thy lips o'erhanging flies. Thou, Sisyphus, thy stone pursuing downwards, or its weight straining aloft with oft-exerted power. Ixion whirling too, with swift pursuit thou followest, and art followed. Pylades, your husband-cousins who in death-dead steep, and ceaseless draw the unavailing streams. All Juno viewed with unrelenting brow, but viewed Ixion sterner far than all. And when on Sisyphus again she cast her eyes, beyond Ixion angry cried, What justice this? Of all the brethren he sharp torture suffers. Shall proud Athamas a regal dwelling boast, whose scornful taunts and scornful spouse have still my power condemned? Then straight her hatred's cause disclosed. They see her journey's object and revenge's aim. This her desire, that Cadmus's regal house perished should sink, and Athamas, fierce urged by madness, should some dreadful vengeance claim. Commands, solicitations, prayers, at once the goddesses besiege, and as she speaks, angrily moved, Tisiphone replies, shaking her hoary locks, the twining snakes back from her mouth repelling, hasty thus: "A tedious tale we need not. What thou wilt believe accomplished. Fly this hateful gloom. Up to the wholesome breeze of heaven repair." Glad Juno left the spot. When near approached heaven's entrance, there Thaumantian Iris met, and with her sprinklings purified the queen. Quick now Tisiphone, the savage fiend, seizes her torch with gory droppings wet, flings round her limbs a garment deeply dyed with streaming blood, a twisting snake supplies a girdle. Thus arrayed she sallies forth, followed by loud lament, by terror, fear, and quivering-featured madness. When she pressed the threshold, fame declares the pillars shook. The maple doors, with terror moved, grew pale. Back shrunk the sun. Ino, with trembling dread, beheld these wonders. Athamas beheld, and both prepared the haunted place to fly. Escape the fury hinders. Fierce she stands, blocking the entrance. Wide her arms she spreads, with viperous twistings bound, and threatening shakes her tresses. Loud the serpent's noise, disturbed. Sprawl o'er her shoulders some lower fallen, twine hissing round her breasts, with brandished tongue, black poison vomiting. With furious gripe, two from her locks she tore, her deadly hand hurled them straight on, the breasts of Athamas and Ino, hungry, with their fangs they seized. Fierce pains in fixing, but external wounds their limbs betrayed not, mental was the blow so direly struck. Venoms most mortal, too, from Tartarus she bore, the foam high churned from jaws of Cerberus, the poisonous juice of Hydra, urgent wish for roaming wide. Oblivion mental blinded, wicked deeds, weeping, and furious fierceness, slaughter fond. On these commingled, fresh-drawn gore she poured, and warmed them bubbling in a brazen vase, stirred by a sprouting hemlock. Trembling they shudder, while in their breasts the poison fierce she pours. Both bosoms feel it deep instilled, their inmost vitals feel it. Then her torch, whirled flaming round and round, in triumph glares, fires from the circling gathering. Powerful thus, victorious in her aims and deeds desired, to mighty Pluto's shadowy realm she speeds, and from her loins untwists the girding snakes. Mad bounded Athamas amid the hall. Ho, friends, exclaiming, here spread wide your toils. Here in this thicket, where even now I saw with young twin cubs a lioness, and mad pursued his consort for a savage beast. Snatching Liarchus, who with playful smile outstretched his infant hands to meet him, torn rough from his mother's bosom, round in air and round, sling-like he whirled, then savage dashed upon a rugged rock the tender bones. Loud howls the frantic mother, frantic made by grief or by the scattered poison's power, and, raving, with dishevelled tresses spread wide o'er her shoulders, flies. Her naked arms young Melicertes bear. Madly she shrieks, "Evoe, Bacchus!" Loud at Bacchus's name revengeful Juno laughed, and said, "Such boon thy foster son upon his nurse confers." A lofty rock the foaming waves o'erhangs, whose dashing force deep in its base have scooped a cavern, safely sheltering from the showers. The adamantine summit high extends, and o'er the wide main stretches. Swift this height, active and strong with madness, Ino gained, and fearless, with the infant in her arms, sprung from the cliff and sunk beneath the waves. White foamed the surge around her. Venus, grieved, such sufferings undeserved her race should bear, thus with bland coaxings ocean's god addressed. "Lord of the azure deep, whose high command sways next to heavens, a vast demand I ask. But pity my poor offspring, whom thou seest plunged in thy Ionian billows. With their forms thy deities increase. Some influence sure in ocean I should hold, from thence produced, sprung from the froth that on the deep main swims, whence Grecian poets name me." Neptune nods, assenting to her prayer, and from their limbs abstracts the mortal portion. On their forms breathes majesty, and with their altered mien their names he changes too. Palaemon he, now styled, his mother as Leucothoe known. The princess's anxious comrades traced her steps with care. The last with arduous search they found, just on the giddy brink, nor dubious deemed her fate a moment. Cadmus's house they wail, with beating hands their tresses tear and robes, and highly Juno blame as one unjust, too ireful for the hapless sister's fault. Juno, fierce flaming, these reproaches stung. Ye too, she cried, shall monuments become of the fierce ire ye blame. Deeds words pursued. The nymph who most her hapless queen held dear exclaimed, deep in the roaring main I'll plunge, to join her fate, and sprung to take the leap, but motionless she stood, fixed to the rock. Her wounding blows upon her bosom one strives to renew, as wont. Her striving arms stiffened to stone she sees. This toward the waves her hands extends. A rocky mass she stands, in the same waves far stretching. Lifted high, the locks to rend, the fingers might be seen stiffened, and rigid with the hair become. In posture whatsoever caught, each nymph in that same posture stands. Thus part are changed, the rest to birds transformed by wings upborne, skim o'er the surface of the neighbouring sea. Cadmus, the wondrous change which raised his child and his young grandson to the rank of gods, yet knew not. By his load of grief o'erwhelmed, a chain of woes, and supernatural scenes so numerous which he sees, the founder quits his town, suspicious that the city's fate, and not his own, misfortune on him showers. Borne o'er the main, his lengthened wanderings end, when with his exiled consort safe he gains Illyria's shores. Oppressed with grief and age, the primal fortunes of their house with care they scan, and in their converse all their woes again recounting, Cadmus thus exclaims, Was then that serpent by my javelin pierced when driven from Tyre, whose numerous teeth I sowed, sacred to some divinity? If he, thus vengeful for the deed, his anger pours, may I a serpent stretched at length become. He said, and serpent-like extended lies. Scales he perceives upon his hardened skin, and sees green spots on his black body form. Prone on his breast he falls, together twined, his legs commingling stretch, and gradual end lessened in rounded point. His arms remain still, and those arms remaining he extends, while down his face yet human tears flow fast. O hapless wife, approach, he cries, approach and touch me now, while aught of me remains. Receive my hand while yet a hand I bear, ere to a serpent holy turns my form. More he prepared to utter, but his tongue, cleft sudden, to his wishes words refused. And often when his sorrows sad he tried to wail anew, he hissed. That sound alone nature permitted. While her naked breast with blows resounded, loud his wife exclaimed, Stay, O my Cadmus, hapless man, shake off this monstrous figure. Cadmus, what is this? Where are thy feet, and where thy arms and hands? Where are thy features, thy complexion? Where, whilst I bewail, art thou? Celestial powers, why not this transformation work on me? She ended. He advancing licked her face and creeped, as customed to her bosom dear, and round her wonted neck embracing twined. Now draw their servants nigh, and as they come with terror start, the crested serpents play smooth on their necks. Now two, and cordial slide, in spires conjoined. Then in the darksome shades the adjoining woods afford them, close they hide. Mankind they fly not, nor deep wounds inflict. Harmless, their pristine form is ne'er forgot. Still, though in altered shapes, the pair rejoiced their grandson's fame to hear, whom vanquished Ind, low bending worshipped, Greece adoring praised in lofty temples. Sole Acrisius stands, like Bacchus sprung from Jove's celestial seed, opposing, and from Argos' gates propels the god, his birth denied, against him arms. Nor Perseus would he own from heaven derived, conceived by Danae from a golden shower. Yet soon, so mighty is the force of truth, Acrisius grieves he e'er so rashly braved the god, his grandson driving from his court disowned. Now one in heaven is glorious placed, the other, laden with the well-known spoil of the fierce snaky monster, cleaves the air on sounding pinions. High the victor sails o'er Libya's deserts, and the gory drops fall from the Gorgon's head. The ground receives the blood, and warms it into writhing snakes. Hence does the country with the pest still swarm. Thence borne by adverse winds he sweeps along, through boundless ether driven. Now here, now there, as watery clouds are swept. From lofty skies the earth far distant viewing, round the globe he skimmed. 3 times he saw the Arctic pole, and thrice the warmer crab. Off to the west the adventurous youth was borne, back to the east as often. Now the day in darkness sank when he, nocturnal flight mistrusting, lights in Atlas's kingdom 'neath the Hesperian sky. A short repose requests, till phosphor bright should call Aurora forth, she ushering in the chariot of the day. Japetus' son all men in huge corporeal bulk surpassed. He to the extremest confines of the land and o'er the ocean swayed, whose waves receive Apollo's panting steeds and wearied car. 1,000 bleating flocks, 1,000 herds strayed through the royal pastures. Neighbouring lords not near him ploughed their lands. Trees grew, whose leaves with splendour glittering threw a golden shade o'er golden branches and o'er fruit of gold. Thus Perseus, friendly host, if glorious birth thee pleases, here one born of Jove behold. If deeds of merit more attraction move, mine thy applause may claim. At present grant an hospitable shelter here and rest. But Atlas, fearing these oraculous words, long since by Themis on Parnassus given, the time, O king, will come, thy golden tree shall lose its fruit. The glory of the spoil a son of Jove shall boast, and dreading sore, around his orchard's massy walls he rears. A dragon huge and fierce the guard maintains. Whatever strangers to his realm approach, far thence he drives, and thus to Perseus too. Haste, quickly haste from hence, lest soon I prove thy glorious deeds but feigned as thy birth. Then forced to threats he added, strove to thrust the hero forth, who struggling efforts urged resisting, while he begged with softening words, proving in strength inferior, who in strength could vie with Atlas. Since my fame, he cries, such small desert obtains, a gift accept. And back his face averting holds displayed on his left side Medusa's ghastly head. A mountain now the mighty Atlas stands, his hair and beard as lofty forests wave. His arms and hands high hilly summits rear. O'ertopped above by what was once his head, his bones are rocks. Then, so the gods decree, enlarged to size immense in every part, the weight of heaven, and all the stars he bears. His blustering vassals Aeolus had pent in ever-during prisons. Phosphor bright, most splendid midst the starry host of heaven, admonitor of labour, now was risen. When Perseus bound again on either foot his winnowing wings, girt on his crooked sword, and cleft the air on waving pinions borne. O'er numerous nations far beneath him spread he sailed, till Ethiopia's realms he saw, where Cepheus ruled. There Ammon, power unjust, Andromeda had sentenced, guiltless made, to what her mother's boastful tongue deserved. Her soon as Perseus spied, fast by the arms chained to the rugged rock, where but her locks waved lightly to the breeze, and but her eyes trickled a tepid stream, she might be deemed a sculptured marble. Him the unknown sight astonished, dazzled, and inflamed with love. His senses in the beauteous view soul-wrapt, scarce he remembers on his wings to wave. Alights, exclaiming, O whom chains like these should never bind, nor other chains than such, as lovers intertwist. Declare thy name, thy country tell, and why thou bearest those bonds. Silent a while the virgin stood, abashed, converse with man to hold. Her blushing face, her hands, if free, had long before concealed. Quick starting tears, 'twas all she could, her eyes veiled swimming. Then her name and country told, and all the conscious pride her mother's charms inspired, in full acknowledged, lest for crimes her own just suffering Perseus might conceive. All yet untold, when loud the billows roared, upheaved the monster's bulk, far above the waves he stood upreared, and then right onward plunged, his ample bosom covering half the main. Loud shrieks the virgin, sad her father comes, and sad her raving mother, wretched both. The mother most deservedly, help in vain from them she seeks. With tears and bosoms torn her fettered limbs they clasp, they can no more. Then Perseus thus, for tears and loud laments long may the time be, but effective aid to give the time is short. Suppose the nymph I ask, I, Perseus, sprung from mighty Jove, by her whose prison in a golden shower fecundative he entered. Perseus, who the Gorgon snaky-haired o'ercame, who bold on waving pinions winnows through the air. Him for a son in preference should ye choose, arduous he'll strive to these high claims to add, if heaven permits some merits more his own. Agree she's mine, if by my arm preserved. The parents promise, who in such a case would waver, beg his help, and promise more, that all their kingdom shall her dower become. Lo, as a vessel's sharpened prow quick cleaves the waves, by strenuous sweating arms impelled, the monster comes, his mighty bosom wide the water's sideway breasting, distant now not more than what the Balearic's sling could with the bullet gain, when high in air, the sod repelling, upward springs the youth. Soon as the main reflected Perseus' form, the ocean savage raged, As Jove's swift bird, when in the open fields a snake he spies basking, his livid back to Phoebus's rays exposed, behind attacks him, plunges deep, his hungry talons in his scaly neck, to curb the twisting of his sanguine teeth. With rapid flight, thus Perseus shooting cleaves the empty air, lights on the monster's back, burying his weapon to the crooked hilt, full in the shoulder of the raging beast. Mad with the deepened wound, now rears aloft the savage high in air, now plunges low beneath the waters. Now he furious turns as turns the boar ferocious, when the crowd of barking dogs beset him fiercely round. With rapid waft the venturous hero shuns his greedy jaws. Now on his back, thick-armed with shells, he strikes where opening space he sees. Now on his sides, now where his tapering tail in fish-like form is finished, bites the steel. High spouts the wounded monster from his mouth, the waves with gore deep purpling. Drenched the wings droop nagging, and no longer Perseus dares to trust their dripping aid. A rock he spies, whose summit o'er the peaceful waters rose, but deep was hid when tempests moved the main. Supported here, his left hand firmly grasps the craggy edge, while through his sides and through the dying savage fields the weapon drove. Loud shouts and plaudits fill the shore, the noise resounding echoes to the heavenly thrones. Cassiope and Cepheus joyful greet their son, and grateful own him chief support and saviour. From her rugged fetters freed, the virgin walks, the cause the great reward of all his toil. His victor hands he laves in the pure stream, then with soft leaves defends a spot to rest the serpent-bearing head, lest the bare sand should harm it. Twigs marine he likewise strews, and rests Medusa there. The fresh green twigs, as though with life endowed, felt the dire Gorgon's power. Their spongy pith hard to the touch became, the stiffness spread through every twig and leaf. The Nereid nymphs more branches bring, and try the wondrous change on all, and joy to see the change succeed, spreading the transformation from the seeds with them throughout the waves. This nature still retains the coral, hardness still assumes from contact with the air, beneath the waves a bending twig, and hardened stone above. 3 turfy altars to 3 heavenly gods he builds. To Hermes sacred stands the left, the right to warlike Pallas. In the midst the mighty Jove's is reared. To Pallas bleeds an heifer, to the plume-heeled god a calf. Almighty Jove accepts a lordly bull. Then claims Andromeda the rich reward, without a dower, of all his valorous toil. Now Love and Hymen wave their torches high, precursive of their joys. Each hearth is heaped with odorous incense, every roof is hung with flowery garlands. Pipes and harps and lyres and songs which indicate their festive souls resound aloud. Each portal open thrown, displayed appears the golden palace wide. By every lord of Cepheus' court, arrayed in splendid pomp, the nuptial feast is graced. The banquet ended, while the generous gift of Bacchus circles, and each soul dilates. Perseus, the modes and customs of the land, curious inquires. Lyncides full relates the habits, laws, and manners of the clime. His information ended, "Now," he cried, "relate, O Perseus, boldest of mankind, by what fierce courage and what skilful arts the snaky locks in thy possession came." Then Perseus tells how lies a lonely vale beneath cold Atlas, every side strong fenced by lofty hills, whose only pass is held by Phorcys' twin-born daughters. Mutual they one eye possessed, in turns by either used. His hand deceiving seized it as it passed twixt them alternate. Dexterous was the while. Through devious paths and deep-sunk ways he went, and craggy woods dark frowning, till he reached the Gorgon's dwelling. Passing then the fields and beaten roads, there forms of men he saw, and shapes of savage beasts, but all to stone by dire Medusa's petrifying face transformed. He then the horrid countenance marked, bright from the brazen targe his left arm bore, reflected. While deep slumber safe weighed down the Gorgon and her serpents, he divorced her shoulders from her head. He adds how sprung Chrysaor and winged Pegasus the swift, from the prolific Gorgon's streaming gore, relates the perils of his lengthened flight. What seas, what kingdoms from the lofty sky beneath him he had viewed, what sparkling stars his waving wings had brushed. Thus ceased his tale, all more desiring. Then uprose a peer, and why Medusa of the sister's soul the serpent-twisted tresses wore, inquired. The youth: "The story that you ask full well attention claims. I what you seek recite. For matchless beauty famed, with envying hope her crowds of suitors followed. Naught surpassed, 'mongst all her beauties, her bright lovely hair. Those who had seen her thus have this averred. But in Minerva's temple Ocean's god the maid defiled, the virgin goddess shocked, her eyes averted, and her forehead chaste veiled with the aegis. Then with vengeful power changed the Gorgonian locks to writhing snakes. The snakes, thus formed, fixed on her shield she bears. The horrid sight her trembling foes appalls. End of section 8. Section 9 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso. Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The fifth book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 1. These wonders, while the son of Danae tells, circled around by Cepheus' noble troop, sudden the imperial hall with tumults loud resounds, not clamour such as oft we hear the bridal feasts in songs of joy attend, but what stern war announces. Much the change, the peaceful feast to instant riot turned, seemed like the placid main, when the fierce rage of sudden tempests lash its surges high. First Phineus stepped, the leader of the crowd, soul of the riot, and his ashen spear armed with a brazen point he brandished high. "Lo here," he shouts, "lo, here I vengeful come on him who claims my spouse, not thy swift wings, nor cheating Jove, changed to a golden shower, shall save thee from my arm." And poised to fling, the dart was held, but Cepheus loud exclaimed, "Brother, what dost thou? What dire madness sways to wicked acts thy soul? Is this the meed his gallant deeds deserve? Is this the dower we for the valued life he saved bestow? List but to truth. Not Perseus of thy wife bereft thee, but the angry Nereid nymphs, the horned Ammon, and the monster huge, prepared to glut his hunger with my child. Then was thy spouse snatched from thee, when remained of help no hope, to all she lost appeared. Thy savage heart perhaps had even rejoiced to see her perish, that our greater grief might lighten part of thine. Couldst thou her see fast chained before thee, uncle, spouse betrothed, and yet no aid afford? And storm'st thou thus? She to another now her safety owes. And wouldst thou snatch the prize? So high if seems to thee her precious value, thy bold arm should on the rock where chained she lay have sought and have deserved her. Now permit that he who sought her there, through whom my failing age is not now childless, grant that he enjoy peaceful what through his merits he no less than our firm compact claims. Not him to thee, but him to certain loss I preference gave." Naught Phineus answered, but his furious eyes now Perseus, now the king alternate view. Doubtful or this to pierce or that, his pause was short, his powerful arm by fury nerved at Perseus hurled the quivering spear. In vain, fixed in the couch it stood, quick bounded up the indignant youth, and deep in Phineus's breast had plunged the point returning, but he shrunk behind an altar, which, O shame, preserved the impious villain. Yet not harmless sped the weapon, full in Rhaetus' frontage stuck, who lifeless dropped, broke in the bone the steel. He spurned and sprinkled all the feast with gore. Then raged with ire ungoverned all the crowd, and hurled in showers their weapons. Some fierce cried, Cepheus, no less than Perseus, death deserved. But Cepheus left the hall, adjuring loud the hospitable gods, justice and faith, that he was guiltless of the sanguine fray. Minerva comes, her sheltering aegis shields her brother's body. In his breast she breathes redoubled valour, Attis Indian bred, whom fair Limnate, Ganges' daughter, bore. 'Tis told, amid the water's crystal caves, scarce 16 years had seen. His beauteous form, in gorgeous dress more beauteous still appeared. A purple garment fringed around with gold enwrapped him, round his neck were golden beads, and pins and combs of gold his lovely locks, with myrrh sweet-smelling, held. Well skilled the youth to hurl the javelin to its distant mark, but more to bend the bow. Him Perseus smote, the flexile bow just bending, with a brand snatched flaming from the altar, crushed, his face a horrid mass of fractured bones appears. His beauteous features Lycabas beheld in blood convulsed, his dearest comrade he, and one who proud his ardent love displayed. Grieved to behold the last expiring breath of Attis parting from the furious wound, he seized the bow the youth had bent, and cried, "The battle try with me! Not long thy boast of conquest o'er a boy, a conquest more by hate than fame attended." Railing thus, the piercing weapon darted from the string. Now Phineus, fearful hand to meet the foe, his javelin hurled. The point ill-aimed on Idas glanced, who vainly kept aloof with neutral weapon. Phineus stern he viewed, with threatening frown exclaiming, "Though no share in this mad broil I took, now, Phineus, feel the power of him whom thou hast forced a foe, and take reciprocally wound for wound." Then from his side the weapon tore to hurl, but fast the life-stream gushed, he instant fell. Here by the sword of Clymenus was slain Odytes, noblest lord in Cepheus' court. Protenor fell by Hepsius. Hepsius sunk beneath Lyncides' arm. Amid the throng was old Emathion too, friend to the just, and fearer of the gods. Though ancient years forbade his wielding arms, what aid his words could give, he spared not, cursed the impious war in loud upbraidings. As with trembling arms he grasped the altar, Chromis' gory sword his neck divided. On the altar dropped the head, and there the trembling dying tongue faint imprecations uttered. Midst the flames he breathed his spirit forth. By Phineus' hand Broteus and Ammon fell. The brother twins, unconquered in the fight, the cestus showered. Could but the cestus make the falchion yield, but Perseus felt it not. Its point hung fixed amidst his garment's folds. On him he turned the falchion, glutted with Medusa's gore, and plunged it in his breast. Dying he looks around, with eyes rolling in endless night, for Attis, and upon him drops. Then, pleased thus joined in death, he seeks the shades below. Mathion's son, Cyanean Phorbas, now, and fierce Amphimedon, in Libya born, rush in the fight to mingle. Both fall prone, the slippery earth wide spread with smoking blood. The sword attacks them rising. In his throat Phorbas receives it, and the other's side. But Erithus, of Actor born, who reared an axe tremendous, not the waving sword of Perseus meets, a cup of massive bulk, with both his hands high heaving, fierce he hurls full on his foe. He vomits gory floods, falls back, and strikes with dying head the earth. Then Polydamon falls, sprung from the blood of Queen Semiramis, Lycetes brave, the son of Sperchius, Abaris, who dwelt on frozen Caucasus, and Helison with unshorn tresses, Phlegius, Clytus too, those with the rest beneath his weapon fall. And on the rising heaps of dead he stands. And fell Ampycus, Ceres' sacred priest, his temples with a snow-white fillet bound. Thou, O Gepetides, whose string to sound such discord knew not, but whose harp still tuned the works of peace in concord with thy voice, wast bidden here to celebrate the feast, and cheer the nuptial banquet with thy song. Him when at distance Petulus beheld, handling his peaceful instrument, he cried in mocking laughter, "Go, and end thy song amid the Stygian ghosts," and instant plunged through his left temple his too deadly sword. Sinking, his dying fingers caught the strings, and chance directed gave a mournful sound. Not long the fierce Lycormas saw his fall without revenge. A massy bar of oak from the right gate he tore, and on the bones behind the neck the furious blow was aimed. Prone on the earth, like a crushed ox, he fell. Pelates of Cinepheus strove to rend a like strong fastening from the opposing door. The dart of Corythus his tugging hand transfixed, and nailed him to the wood confined. Here Abas with his spear deep pierced his side. Nor dying fell he, by the hand retained, firm to the post he hung. Melanius fell, the arms of Perseus aiding. Doryllus, the wealthiest lord in Nasamonia's land, fell too beside him. Rich was he in fields, in wide extent no lands with his could vie, nor equal his in hoarded heaps of grain. Obliquely in his groin the missive spear stuck deep, a mortal spot. His Bactrian foe his rolling eyes beheld, and dying breath in sobs convulsive flitting, and exclaimed, "This spot thou pressest now of all thy lands possess," and turning left the lifeless course. Avenging Perseus hurls at him the spear, torn from the smoking wound. The point received full in the nostrils pierces through the neck. Before, behind, exposed the weapon stands. Now fortune aids his blows. The brother pair, Clanis and Clytius, fall, by different wounds. Hurled by his nervous arm, the ashen spear transfixed the thighs of Clytius. Clanis died, biting the steel that pierced his mouth. Now fell Mendesian Celadon, and Astrius born by Hebrew mother to a doubtful sire. Now died Ithion, once deep skilled to see the future fates, now by his skill deceived. Thoactes, whom the monarch's armour bore, and base Argertes, murderer of his sire. Crowds though he conquers, thickening crowds remain, for all united wage on him the war. In every quarter fight the press, conspired to aid a cause to worth and faith opposed. The sire with useless piety, the queen and new-made bride the hero's party take, and fill the hall with screams. The clang of arms and groans of dying men their screamings drown. The household deities polluted once, the fierce Bellona bathes with gore again, with double fury lighting up the war. Now Phineus, followed by a furious throng, surrounds him single. Thicker fly their darts than wintry hail on every side. His sight they cloud, and deafening whiz his ears around. By crowds oppressed, retreating, Perseus leans his shoulders against a massive pillar's height, and safe behind dares all the furious fight. Chaonian Mulpius rushes on his left, Etheman Nabathean on his right. Thus a fierce tiger, urged by famine, hears combined the lowings of two different herds, far distant in the vale. In doubt he stands, on this or that to rush, and furious burns on both at once to thunder. Perseus so, to left and right inclined at once to bear, pierced first the thigh of Mulpius. Straight he fled unfollowed, for Etheman fiercely pressed. He, furious, aiming at the hero's neck, with ill-directed strength his weapon broke against a column. Back the shivered point sprung, and his throat transfixed. Slight was the wound, to doom to death unable. Perseus plunged his mortal falchion as the trembling wretch his helpless arms extended in his breast. But now his valour Perseus found oppressed by crowds unequal, and aloud exclaimed, "Since thus you force me from my very foe, more aid I'll ask. My friends, avert your eyes." Then showed the Gorgon's head. "Go, elsewhere seek," said Thessalus, "for those such sights may move." The deadly javelin poising in his hand, in act to throw, a marble form he stands, in the same posture. Near him Ampyx reared, against the brave inside his breast his sword. His upraised hand was hardened, here or there to wave unable. Nilius now displayed 7 argent streams upon a shield of gold, false boasting offspring from the 7-mouthed Nile, and cried, "Lo, Perseus, whence my race derived? Down to the silent shades this solace bear, by such a hand to die." The final words were lost, his sounding voice abrupt was stayed, his opened mouth still seemed the words to form, incapable to utter. Eryx stormed at these, exclaiming, "Not the Gorgon's hairs freeze ye, but your own trembling, dastard souls. Rush forth with me, and on the earth lay low the youth who battles thus with magic arms." Fierce had he rushed, but firmly fixed his feet held him to earth, a rigid fastened stone. A statue armed, these well their fate deserved, but one, Acontius, while in aid he fought of Perseus, sudden stood to stone congealed, as stared the Gorgon luckless in his face. Him saw Astyages, but thought he lived, and fierce attacked him with a mighty sword. Shrill tinkling sounds the blow. Astonished stands Astyages, astonished seems the stone, for while he stares he too to marble turns. Long were the tale of each plebeian death to tell, 200 still unhurt remain. By Gorgon's head 200 stiffened stand, when Phineus seems the strife unjust to mourn. But what to act remains? Around him crowd the forms of numerous friends. His friends he knows, their aid entreats, and calls on each by name. Still doubting, seizes those his grasp can reach, and finds them stone. Averse he turns his eyes, raises his conscious arms and hands oblique, and suppliant begs, "Go, Perseus, conqueror, go! Remove that dreadful monster, bear away that stone-creating visage, Gorgon's head. Whate'er it be, I pray thee bear it hence. Nor hate, nor lust of empire raised our arms against thee, for my wife alone we ward. Thy cause by merit best, mine but by time. Bravest of men, me much it grieves I e'er thy claim opposed. Existence only give, all else be thine." To him, as thus he begged, fearing his eyes to whom he suppliant spoke, to turn, "Thou dastard Phineus," Perseus cried, "what I can grant I will, and what I grant to souls like thine a mighty boon must seem. Dispel thy terror, rest from steel secure. Yet must a during monument remain, still in the dwelling of my spouse's sire, conspicuous, so my bride may daily see her imaged husband." Speaking thus, he held the Gorgon's head where pallid Phineus turned. So turning stiffened stood the neck, so turned appeared the inverted eyes, the humid balls to stone concreted. Still the timid look and suppliant face, and tame petitioning arms, and guilty awe-struck look in stone remained. Now victor, Abentiades reseeks his soil paternal, with his well-earned bride, and in his undeserving grandsire's aid, avenging war on Proetus he declares. Proetus then all Acrisius' cities held, from each possession forced his brother fled. But arms and battled towns, like ill-possessed, the head-snake curled, obliged at once to stoop. Yet not the youth's bold valour amply proved by all his brave achievements, nor his toils thee, Polydectes, moved, who ruled the isle, the paltry isle, Seriphus. Stubborn still, inexorable hatred thou maintainst. Endless against him burns thy rage unjust. Nay, from his true deserts thou wouldst detract, and swear'st Medusa's death a fiction formed. Then Perseus, thus if true I speak or know experience, close, my friends, your eyes. As forth he held the Gorgon, bloodless stood the face of Polydectes, turned a marble form. Thus far Minerva aided side by side her brother golden-born, then swiftly flew, wrapped in a cloud opaque, and distant left Seriphus. On she flies, to right she leaves Sithnos and Gyaros, and cross the main the shortest route she hastens, speeds to Thebes, and seeks the Heliconian nymphs, whose mount alighting feels her first. The learned nine thus she bespeaks. Fame tells a new-made spring burst from a blow the swift-winged horse's hoof inflicted. Lo, the cause I hither come. That steed I saw spring from his mother's blood. Fain would I this new prodigy behold. Urania gave reply. O maid divine, what cause soe'er has with thy presence graced, our dwelling proves to us a grateful boon. Fame speaks not false. Our fountain surely sprung sole from Pegasus. Speaking thus, she leads the virgin goddess to the sacred streams, who long the spring admired. The spring produced from the hoof's blow. Around surveying views the groves of ancient trees, the grots, the plants of ever-varied tint, and happy calls the learned nymphs who such a spot possessed. Then thus a sister, O divinest maid, our choir to join most worthy, did not aims of loftier import tempt thy warlike soul, right hast thou spoke. Our habitation well, and well our arts thy highest praises claim. Blessed were our lot, if still from danger free, but naught a villain's daring power restrains, and terror soon our virgin minds appalls. Even now the dread Pyreneus to my eyes stands present, to its wonted calm not yet restored my mind. With furious Thracian bands doubtless he conquered, and the Phocian fields, and held the sway unjust. Parnassus's fane we sought, the usurper there beheld us pass, and feigning reverence for our power divine worshipped, and then addressed us, whom he knew. Here, O ye muses, rest, nor dubious stand, but straight beneath my sheltering roof avoid the cloudy heaven, and rain, for fast it showered. Oft mighty deities have entered roofs less pompous. By his invitation urged, and by the tempest we exceed, and step within the hall. The pelting showers now ceased. Auster by Boreas vanquished, fled the clouds black lowering, and the face of heaven left clear. Anxious we wished to go. Pyreneus fast his dwelling closes, and rough force prepares. Wings we assume, and from his force escape. He, standing on the loftiest turret's top, like us his flight about to wing, exclaims, A path you lead, that path will I pursue. Then madly from the tower's most lofty wall dashed on his face he fell, and dying strewed his shattered bones upon the blood-stained ground. As spoke the muse thus, loud and strong was heard of fluttering pinions in the air the sound, and hailing voices from high branches came. Jove's daughter then around inquiring looked. The sound she hears so like the human voice, from human voice she deems them. Birds the sound emitted, magpies were they, magpies 9. Their doom lamenting on the boughs they sat, aping in voice their neighbours all around. Then to the wondering goddess thus the muse explained, These vanquished in the arduous strife of song, to us submitting, swell the crowd of feathered flyers. In Pellenian lands most rich was Pierus their sire. To him Evippe of Paeonia bore the nymphs, 9 times invoking great Lucina's aid. Vain of their number, proud the sister crew, in folly journeyed through Thessalia's towns, and through the towns of Greece. When here arrived, thus to the test of power their words provoke. At length desist to cheat the senseless crowd with harmony pretended, Thespian maids. With us contend, if faith your talents give for such a trial. Ye in voice and skill surpass us not, our numbers are the same. If vanquished, yield the Medusian fount, and Hyantian Agonippe. We, if conquered, all Amanthea's regions cede, far as Paeonia's snows. The nymphs around the contest shall decide. Deep shame we felt thus to contend, but deeper shame appeared to yield without contention to their boast. The nymphs elected to adjudge the prize swear by the floods, and on the living rock seated await to hear the rival songs. Then one, impatient who should first commence, or we, or they, arises, sings the war of gods and giants, to the rebels gives false praises. And the high celestial's power, much underrating, tells how Typhon, raised from earth's most deep recesses, struck with fear all heaven. Each god betook him straight to flight, far distant, till the Egyptian land received each wearied foot, where Nile's dissevered stream pours in 7 mouths. How earthborn Typhon here, they tell, pursued them, and each god, concealed in feigned resemblance, cheated there his power. Jove, so she sung, a leading ram became, when still the Libyans form their Ammon horned. The crow Apollo hid, a goat the son of Semele became. Diana skulked in shape a cat, a snow-white cow concealed the form of Juno. Venus seemed a fish, and 'neath an ibis Hermes safely crouched. Thus far she moved her vocal lips, thus far her lyre her voice attended. Then they call for our Aeonian song. But that to hear, perchance your leisure suits not. Pressing deeds, unlike our songs, must more your time demand. Pallas replies, be hesitation far, and all your song from first commence relate. So saying, in the forest's pleasing shade she rested, while the muse proceeding spoke. End of section 9. Section 10 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso. Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 5th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. To one the soul-contending task we give, Calliope. She rises, neatly bound her flowing tresses with an ivy wreath. With dexterous thumb the trembling strings she tries, then to their quivering sounds this song subjoins. Ceres at first with crooked plough upturned the glebe, she first mild fruits and milder corn gave to the earth, and rules to tend them gave. All gifts from her proceed. To her the song I raise. Would that my best exerted power a song to suit thy least deserts could form, O goddess, worthy of our loftiest praise. The vast Sicilian isle, with pressure huge thrown o'er them, deep the limbs gigantic ways of huge Typhoeus, who the heavenly throne had dared to hope for. Struggling oft he tries, his efforts, daily bent to lift his load. But hard Pelorus on his right hand lies, Ausonia facing, while Pachine rests, heavy to left. Wide o'er his giant thighs spreads Lilybaeum. Aetna presses down his head, beneath whose crater laid supine, from his hot mouth he ashes sends, and flames. Thus with his body labouring to remove the ponderous load of earth, whole towns o'erwhelm, and lofty hills o'erturn, trembles the ground, and hell's dread monarch fears a chasm should gape, and through the opening wide his realm display. The trembling ghosts with light uncustomed scared, the shock to meet expecting, starts the king quick from his cloudy throne, and in his car, borne by his sable steeds, with care surveys Sicilia's deep foundations, wide around exploring all, then with his toils content, no ruined part detected, flings aside each apprehension. Strolling now at ease, him Venus from the Eressinian hill espied, and to her feathered son, who lay clasped in her arms, exclaimed, O Cupid, son, my sole assistant, sole defence and aid, seize now that weapon which o'er all has sway, that piercing dart, and deep within the breast of the dark god whose lot was given to rule the nether regions of the triple realm, bury it. All the gods thy might confess, even Jove himself. The ocean powers allow thy rule, and he whom ocean's powers obey. Why then should Tartarus alone evade thy thrall? Why not my empire and thine own with that complete? Of all the world's extent a third is staked. Nay more, our utmost power, heaven our own seat contemns, thy potent sway and mine alike impaired. Behold'st thou not Minerva with the quiver-bearing maid deserting me? Thus will the blooming child of Ceres, if we grant it, still remain inviolate a virgin. Thither tend her anxious hopes, but thou, if dear thou hold'st our mutual realm, the virgin goddess link in union with her uncle. Venus spoke. His quiver he unlooses. From the heap of darts, by her directed, one selects, than which none bore a keener point, than which none flew more certain, trusty to the string. Bends to his knee the yielding horn, then sends through Pluto's heart the bearded arrow sure. Not far from Enna's walls a lake expands, profound in watery stores, Pergusa named. Not even Caista's murmuring stream e'er heard the songster swans more frequent. Woods o'ertop the waters, rising round on every side. and veil from Phoebus' rays the surface cool. A shade the branches form, the moist earth round produces purple flowers. Perpetual spring here reigns, while straying sportive in this grove, here Proserpine the violet cropped, and here the lily fair, with childish ardour warmed, her bosom filling, and her basket high. Proud to surpass her comrades all around in skilful culling, she herself was seen, was chosen, and by Dis was snatched away. Love urged him to the deed. The frighted maid loud on her mother and her comrades called, but chief her mother with lamenting shrieks. Then as her robe she rent, the well-culled flowers slipped through the loosened folds. E'en this, so great her girlish innocence, her tears increased. Swiftly the robber speeds his car along, urging his steeds' exertions each by name. Above their high manes and necks the rusty reins rattling, as o'er the wide Palysian lake, where the cleft earth with sulphur boils, he whirls. And where the Bacchiads from the double sea of Corinth wandering raised their lofty walls, twixt two unequal havens, midst the stream Pisean Arethusa and the lake of Cyane seen, close round embraced by narrowing horns. This Cyane was once of all Sicilia's nymphs the fairest deemed, who gave the lake her name. She to the waist, upraised, amidst the waters stood, and knew the god, and, here thy speed must stay, exclaimed, nor heir of Ceres hope the son-in-law 'gainst her consent to be. Beseechings bland, not rugged rape, thy purposed hope might gain. If lofty things with low I durst compare, Anapis loved me, but the nuptial couch I pressed, entreated, not as thus in dread. She said, her arms extended wide, and stopped his course. The angry son of Saturn, flames swelling with rage, exhorts his furious steeds, throws with a forceful arm, and buries deep his regal sceptre in the lowest gulf. Wide gapes the stricken earth, an opening gives to hell, and headlong down the car descends. Now equal Cyane the goddess mourns, so forced, and her own sacred stream despised, a cureless wound her silent breast contains. And all in tears she wastes, lost in those waves, where lately sovereign goddess she had ruled. Soft grow her limbs, and flexile seem her bones. Her nails their hardness lose, the tenderest parts melt into water long before the rest. Her tresses green, her fingers, legs, and feet. Quickly this change the smaller limbs perceive, to cooling rills transformed. Next after these her back, her shoulders, breasts, and sides dissolve, and vanish all in streams. A limpid flood now fills the veins that once in purple flowed. Naught of the nymph to fill the grasp remains. Meantime the trembling mother through the earth, and o'er the main the goddess vainly sought. Aurora rising with her locks of gold, nor Hesper sinking saw her labours cease. With either hand at Aetna's flaming mouth a torch she lighted, restless these she bore in dewy darkness, then renewed again her labour, till fair day made blunt the stars, from Sol's first rising till his evening fall. Wearied at length, and parched with thirst, no stream her lips to moisten nigh, by chance she spied a straw-thatched cot, and knocked the humble door. An ancient dame thence stepped, the goddess saw, and brought her, who for water simply craved, a pleasing draught where roasted grain had boiled. Swallowing the gift presented, rudely came a brazen-fronted boy, and facing stood. Then laughing mocked to see her greedy drink. Angry grew Ceres. All the offered draught, yet unconsumed, she drenched him as he jeered, with barley mixed with liquid. Straight his face the spots imbibed, and what but now as arms he bore, as legs he carries. To his limbs thus changed a tail is added, shrunk in size, small is his power to harm. Shorter he seems than the small lizard. Swift away he fled, as wondering weeping tried the dame to clasp his changing form, and gained a sheltering hole. Well suits his star-like skin the name he bears. Long were the tale to tell, what tracts of land, what tracts of sea the wandering goddess passed. Earth now no spot unsearched affording, back to Sicily she turns, with close research each part exploring, till at length she comes to Cyane, who all the tale had told if still unchanged, much as she wished to speak, nor lips nor tongue can aid her, naught remains speech to afford. Yet plainer sign she gives, the zone of Proserpine upon her waves, light floating. In the sacred stream it fell, dropped as she passed the place. Well Ceres knew the sight, and then, as then her loss first known, tore her dishevelled tresses, beat her breast with blows on blows redoubled. Still unknown the spot that holds her, every part of earth blaming, ungrateful, worthless of her fruits. But chief Trinacria, in whose isle was found the vestige of her loss, for this she breaks with furious hand the glebe upturning plough. And angry, to an equal death she dooms the tiller and his ox, forbids the fields back to return the entrusted grain, the seeds all rotting. Now that fertile land, renowned through the wide earth, lies useless, all the grain dies in the earliest shoots. Now scorching rays, now floods of rain destroy it, noxious stars now harm, now blighting winds, and hungry birds the scattered seed devour. The darnel springs, the thistle and the knot-grass thick, which choke the sprouting wheat and make the harvest void. Now Arethusa from the Elean waves exalts her head, her dropping tresses flung back from her forehead, parting shade her ears. And thus, O goddess, mother of the maid so sought through earth, mother of all earth's fruits, cease now thy toilsome labour, cease thine ire against the land that proved to thee so true. Thine ire unmerited, unwilling she oped for the spoil a passage. Hither I no suppliant for my native isle approach, an alien here sojourning. Pisa's land, my country, near there Elis first I sprung, a stranger now in Sicily I dwell. This soil more grateful far than is my own, this soil where I my household gods have placed. I, Arethusa, and have fixed my seat, preserve, mild goddess. Why I changed my land, why to Ortygia, through the wide waves borne, I came, a more appropriate hour will ask. When you, from care relieved, can grant your ear with brow unclouded. Through the opening earth I flow, and borne through subterraneous depths, here lift again my head, again behold the long-lost stars. Hence was my lot to see, as passed my stream close by the Stygian gulf, your Proserpine. Sad still her face appeared, nor fear had wholly left it. Yet she reigns a queen, the mightiest in the realm of shade, the powerful consort of the infernal king. Like marble at the words the mother stands, stupid with grief, and long astounded seems. Sorrow by heavier sorrow now surpassed. Then in her chariot mounts the ethereal sky, and stands indignant at the imperial throne, her locks wild flowing, and her face in clouds. Lo, here a suppliant, Jove, she cried, I come, to beg for her my daughter and thine own. For if no favour may the mother find, the daughter's claim may move. Let not thy child deserve thy care the less, as born of me. Lo, my lost maid, so long, so vainly sought, at length is found, if finding we may call a surer loss, if finding we may call the knowledge where she is. Her ravished charms I'll pardon, let him but my child restore. What though a robber might my daughter wed, thine sure is worthy of a different mate. Then Jove, our daughter, our dear mutual pledge, as yours, so mine, demands our mutual care. But rightly still affairs if we design, what you lament will no injustice prove. Love only. Sure, a son-in-law like him can ne'er degrade, will you consent but yield. Grant naught beyond, 'tis no such trivial boast, Jove's brother to be called. How then, if more, I claim preeminence from chance alone? Still, if so obstinate your wish remains for separation, go. Let Proserpine to heaven return, on this condition strict, her lips no food have touched. So will the fates. He ceased. Glad Ceres, certain to regain her daughter, knew not what the fates forbade. Her fast was broken. Thoughtless as she strayed around the garden, from a bending tree she plucked a fair pomegranate, and 7 seeds from the pale rind she picked and ate. None saw save one, Ascalaphus, the luckless deed, whom Orphne, famed Avernus' nymphs among, to Acheron, long since, 'tis said, produced beneath a dusky cave. He, cruel, told, and his discovery stayed the hoped return. Much wept the queen of Pluto, but she changed the vile informer to an hideous shape. Sprinkled with streams of Phlegethon, his head feathered appears, with beak and monstrous eyes, spoiled of his shape, with yellow feathers clothed. Large grows his head, bent are his lengthened nails, scarcely he moves the pinions which are shot light from his lazy arms. A filthy bird becoming, constant presager of woe, an owl inactive, omen dire to man. Well he, by his informing tongue, deserved his doom. But Achelloides, from whence your wings and bird-like feet, whilst still you bear your virgin features? Was it that you mixed, when Proserpine the vernal flowers would cull, amidst her numerous train? The nymph you sought, through earth's extent in vain. That ocean, too, your anxious search might scape not, straight you prayed for waving wings to winnow o'er the deep. And favouring gods you found, of golden hue, quick-shooting wings your arms you saw bespread. But lest your inbred song which every ear had charmed, and lest your highly gifted voice your tongue should fail to use, a virgin face and speech yet human are indulged you still. Now Jove as umpire twixt the angry pair, his mourning sister and his brother, bids the year revolving either side oblige. Now will the goddess, mutual in each realm, 6 months with Ceres dwell in heaven, and 6 reign with her spouse in hell. Straight were perceived the goddess's countenance, and demeanour changed. For now her forehead, which had still retained to Pluto even a sad and sorrowing gloom, gladdened. So Phoebus, long in cloudy shade enveloped, shines, their umbrous veil dispersed. Now Ceres calm, her daughter safe regained, inquires, O Arethusa, say the cause which hither brought thee, why a sacred fount? Hushed were the waves, and from the lowest depths the goddess raised her head, and as she told, the old amours the flood of Elis knew, pressed out the water from her tresses green. Once with the nymphs that on Achaea's hills rove was I seen, none closer beat than I the thickets, none than I more skilful spread than snaring net. Yet though no fame I sought for beauty, though robust I bore the name of beauteous, whilst the constant theme of praise, my features fair, to me no pleasure gave. What other nymphs inspire with joyful pride, corporeal charms, did but my blushes raise. To please I thought a crime. Once tired with sport, the Stymphalidian forest I had left. Warm was the day. I with redoubled heat glowed from my toil. A gliding stream I found, by ripplings undisturbed. Silent and smooth it flowed. So clear that every stone was seen on the deep bottom. Gently crept the waves, to creep scarce seeming. O'er the shelving banks the stream-fed poplar and the willow hoar a grateful shadow cast. The brink I reached, dipped first my feet, then waded to my knee. Not yet content, I loosed my zone, and hung upon a bending osier my soft robe. Then naked plunged amid the stream, the waves beating and sporting in 1,000 shapes, my arms around in every posture flung. A strange unusual murmur seemed to sound, deep from the bottom. Terror-struck I gained the nearest brink, when, Whither dost thou fly? O Arethusa, whither dost thou fly? Alpheus from his water's horse exclaimed. Vestless I fled, for on the opposing bank my garment hung. Fiercer the god pursued, fiercer he burned, all naked as I ran. Prepared more ready for his force I seemed. Such was my flight, and such was his pursuit, as when on trembling wings before the hawk fly the mild doves, as when the hawk fierce drives the trembling doves before him. Long the chase I bore, Orchomenus and Sophis soon I passed, and past Selene, and the caves of Menelaus, and Erymanthus' frosts, to Elis, ere his speed could cope with mine. In strength unequal I sustained no more the toilsome race. He starter flagged less soon. But still o'er plains I ran, o'er mountains thick with forests clad, o'er stones and rugged rocks, and pathless spots. Behind me Phoebus shone. I saw, if fear deceived me not, far spread his shade before me. What could less deceive, I heard his footsteps, and his breath full strong blew on my banded tresses. Wearied, faint, with the long flight, I cried, Dictynna, chaste! Lost am I. Help a quiver-bearing nymph, one who thy bow has oft entrusted borne, and oft thy quiver, loaded full with darts. Moved was the goddess. From the darkest clouds she one selected and around me threw. The river god, about the misty veil, pride anxious, and unwitting deeply groped within the hollow cloud. Unconscious, twice the spot he compassed, where Diana thought my safety surest. Twice he then aloud, Ho, Arethusa, Arethusa, called. What terror seized my soul, not less the dread of lambs when round the sheltering fold they hear the wolves' loud howling, or the trembling hare close in a bramble hid, who sees approach the wide-mouthed hostile hounds and fears to move. Further he passed not, for beyond the place no footsteps he discerned, but guarding watched around the mist. So closely thus besieged my limbs a cold sweat seized, cerulean drops fell from my body. When my feet I moved, a pool remained, fast dropped my hair in dew, and speedier than the wondrous tale I tell, changed to a stream I flowed. But soon the god knew his loved waters, laid the man aside, and straight assumed his proper watery form, with mine to mingle. Dian cleft the ground. Sinking through caverns dark I held my way, and reached Ortygia from the goddess named. There first ascending viewed the upper skies. Here Arethusa ceased. Then Ceres yokes the coupled dragons to her car, their mouths curbed by the reins, and through the air is borne, midway twixt heaven and earth. At Pallas' town arrived, Triptolemus the car ascends, by her commissioned, bade to spread the seed entrusted, part on ground untilled before, and part on land which long had fallow laid. O'er Europe now and Asia's lands the youth sublimely sails, and reaches Scythia's clime, where Lyncus ruled. Beneath the monarch's roof here entered, and to him, who curious sought how there he journeyed, what his journey's cause, his name and country, thus the youth replied. Athens the famed, my country, and my name Triptolemus, but neither o'er the main borne in a ship, nor travelling slow by land, I hither came. My path was through the air. I bring the gift of Ceres, scattered wide through all your spacious fields. Quickly restored, in fruitful crops the wholesome food will spring. The barbarous monarch, envious he should bear so great a blessing, takes him for his guest, and when with sleep weighed down attacks him, raised to pierce his bosom was the sword. Just then the wretch by Ceres to a lynx was turned. Then mounts again the youth, and through the air bids him once more the sacred dragons steer. Our chosen champion ended here her lays, and all the nymphs unanimous exclaimed, The Heliconian goddesses have gained. Vanquished, the others railed, when she resumed, Is not your punishment enough deserved? Foiled in the contest, must you swell your crime with base revilings? Patient now no more, to punish we begin. What anger bids, we now perform. Loud laughed the scornful maids. Our threatening words despised, and strove to speak, and clapped with outcries menacing their hands. When from their fingers shooting plumes they spy, and feathers shade their arms, her sister's face each sees to harden in an horny beak. To beat their bosoms trying with raised arms, in air suspended on those arms they move. The new-shaped birds the sylvan tribes increase, magpies the scandal of the grove. Thus changed their former eloquence they still maintain, in hoarse garrulity and empty noise. End of section 10. Section 11 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The sixth book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 1. Minerva pleased attention to the muse, while thus she spoke afforded, praised the song, and praised the just resentment of the maids. Then to herself, The vengeance others take, merely to praise were mean. I too should claim like praise for like revenge, nor longer bear my power contemned by who unpunished live. And on Arachne, fair Maeonian maid, she turns her vengeful mind, whose skill she heard rivalled her own in labours of the loom. No fame her natal town, no fame her sire on her bestowed, her skill conferred renown. Idmon of Colophon, her humble sire, soaked in the Phocian dye the spongy wool. Her mother, late deceased, from lowest stock had sprung, and wedded with an equal mate. Yet had she gained through all the Lydian towns for skill a mighty fame. Though born so low, though small Hypaepe was her sole abode, oft would the nymphs the vine-clad Tmolus leave to view her wondrous work. Oft would the nymphs in admiration quit Pactolus' waves. Nor pleasure only gave the finished robe when viewed, but while she worked she gave delight. Such comely grace in every turn appeared, whether she rounded into balls the wool, or with her fingers mollified the fleece, and combed it floating light in cloudy waves, or her smooth spindle twirled with agile thumb, or with her needle painted, plain was seen her skill from Pallas learnt. This to concede unwilling, she even such a tutor scorned, exclaiming, Come, let her the contest try, if vanquished, let her fix my well-earned fate. Pallas an ancient matron's form conceals, grey hairs thin strew her temples, and a staff supports her tottering limbs, while thus she speaks, Old age, though little prized, much good attends. Experience always grows with lengthened years. Spurn not my admonition. Great thy fame, midst mortals, for the wonders of the loom. Great may it be, but to immortals yield. Bold nymph, retract and pardon for thy words with suppliant voice require. Pallas will grant. Sternly the damsel views her, quits the threads unfinished, scarce her hand from force restrains, and rage in all her features flushing fierce. Thus to the goddess, well disguised, she speaks. Weak dotard, spent with too great gift of years, cursed with too long existence, hence, begone! Such admonition to thy daughters give, if daughters hast thou, or thy sons have wives. Enough for me my inbred wisdom serves. Hope not that aught thy vain advice has swayed my purpose, still my challenge holds the same. Why comes your goddess not? Why shuns she still the trying contest? Then the goddess, Lo, she comes, and flung her aged form aside. Minerva's form displaying, every nymph and every dame Mygdonian lowly bent in veneration, while Arachne's soul stood steadfast, unalarmed. But yet she blushed. A sudden flush her angry face deep tinged, but sudden faded pale. A ruddy glow thus taints the early sky, when first the morn arises, quickly from the solar ray, paling to brightness. On her purposed boast, still stubborn bent, she obstinately courts her sure destruction, for the empty hope of conquest in the strife so madly urged. No more Jove's maid refuses, gives no more her empty admonitions, nor delays the contest. Each her station straight assumes, tighten each web, each slender thread prepare. Firm to the beam the cloth is fixed, the reed the warp divides, with pointed shuttle, swift gliding between, which quick their fingers throw, quick extricate, and with the toothy comb firm pressed between the warp, the threads unite. Both hasten now, their garments round them girt, their skilful hands they ply, their toil forgot, in anxious wish for conquest. There appeared the wool of Tyrian dye, and softening taints lost imperceptible. So seems the arch colouring a spacious portion of the sky. Struck by the rays of Phoebus, when the showers recede, 1,000 varying tinges shine. The soft transition mocks the straining eye, so like the shades which join, though far distinct, their distant taints. In slender threads they twist the pliant gold, and in the web display, each as she works, an ancient story fair. Minerva paints the rock of Mars, so famed in Cecrops' city, and the well-known strife to name the town. Twice 6 celestials sat on their high thrones, great Jupiter around in gravity majestic. Every god bore his celestial features. Jove appeared in royal dignity, the ocean power standing she pictured, with his trident huge, smiting the rugged rock. From the cleft stone leapt forth a steed, and thence the town to name the privilege he claimed. Herself she paints shielded and armed with keenly pointed spear. Helmed was her head, her breast the aegis bore. Struck by her spear the earth a hoary tree she shows producing, loaded thick with fruit. The wondering gods the gift admire, the prize, to her awarded, ends the glorious work. More that the daring rival of her art should learn experimental, what reward her mad attempt might hope, 4 parts she adds, and every part a test of power presents. Bright the small figures in her colours shine. This angle Thracian Rhodope contains, with Hemus, both their mortal bodies now to frozen mountains changed, whose lofty pride assumed the titles of celestial powers. Another corner held the wretched fate felt by Pygmaea's matron. Juno bade her vanquished rival soar aloft a crane, and on her people wage continual war. Antigone she paints, audacious she with Jove's imperial consort durst contend. By Jove's imperial queen she flits a bird, nor aids her Ilium aught, nor aids her sire, Laomedon. Upborne on snowy wings, a stork she rises, loud with chattering bill she noises. In the sole remaining part was childless Cinyras, in close embrace, grasping the temple's steps, his daughter's once, and as he lies extended on the stone, in marble seems to weep. Around the peace she spreads the peaceful olive. All complete, her work is ended with her favourite tree. Arachne paints Europa, by a bull deceived. The god a real bull appears, and real seem the waves. She, backward turned, views the receding shore, and seems to shriek loud to her lost companions, seems to dread the dashing waves, and timid shrinks her feet. She draws Asteria, by the god o'erpowered, clothed in an eagle. Leader, fair she lays beneath his wings, when he a swan appears. She adds how Jove beneath a satyr's shape concealed, the beauteous child of Nycteus filled, with a twin offspring. In Amphitryon's form Alcmena thou wert pressed. A golden shower Danae deceived, a flame Aegina caught, a shepherd's shape Mnemosyne beguiled, and fair Deus trusts a speckled snake. Thee, Neptune, too, she painted, for the maid Aeolian, to a threatening bull transformed. Thou, as Enipeus, didst the Aloid twins beget. Beneath the semblance of a ram, Theophany was cheated. Ceres mild, of grain inventress, with her yellow locks, in shape a courser felt thy ardent love. Medusa, mother of the flying steed, nymph of the snaky tresses, in a bird's concealed you forced, Melantho in a fish. To these the damsel all well-suiting forms dispensed, and all well-suiting scenes attend. And there Apollo in a herdsman's guise wanders, and now he soars a plumy hawk, now stalks a lordly lion. As a swain, Macarean Ise felt his amorous guile. Erigone to Bacchus's flame was duped beneath a well-seamed grape. Saturn produced the centaur doubly shaped in form as steed. Her web's extremes a slender border girt, where flowery wreaths and twining ivy blend. Not Pallas, not even envy's rankling soul could blame the work. The bright immortal, grieved to view her rival's merit, angry tore the picture glowing with celestial crimes. A boxen shuttle, grasping in her hand, thrice on the forehead of the Idmonian maid she struck. No more Arachne hapless bore, but twisted round her neck with desperate pride a cord. The deed Minerva pitying saw, and checked her rash suspension. Impious wretch, still live, she cried, but still suspended hang. Cursed to futurity for all thy race, thy sons and grandsons, to the latest day alike shall feel the sentence. Speaking thus, the juice of Hecate's baleful plant she throws. Instant besprinkled by the noxious drops, her tresses fall, her nose and ears are lost, her body shrinks, her head is lessened more, her slender fingers root within her sides, serving as legs, her belly forms the rest, from whence her thread she still derives and spins, her art pursuing in the spider's shape. All Lydia rung, the wondrous rumour spread through every Phrygian town, the tale employed the tongues of all mankind. The nymph was known, ere yet Amphion's nuptial bed she pressed, to Niobe, she when a virgin dwelt in Lydian Sipylus. She still unmoved, Arachne's neighbouring fate not heeded, still proudly refused before the gods to bend, and spoke in haughty boasting. Much her pride by favouring gifts was swollen. Not the fine skill Amphion practised, not the lofty birth each claimed, not all their mighty kingdom's power so raised her soul, of all though justly proud, as her bright offspring. Justly was she called most blessed of mothers, but her bliss too great seemed to herself, and caused a dread reverse. Now Manto, sprung from old Tiresias, skilled in future fate, impelled by power divine, in every street with wild prophetic tongue exclaimed, Ye Theban matrons, haste in crowds, your incense offer, and your pious prayers, to great Latona and the heavenly twins, Latona's offspring. All your temples bound with laurel garlands. This the goddess bids, through me commands it. All of Thebes obey, and gird their foreheads with the ordered leaves. The incense burn, and with the sacred flames their pious prayers ascend. Lo, midst a crowd of nymphs attendant, far conspicuous seen, comes Niobe, in gorgeous Phrygian robe, inwrought with gold, attired. Beauteous her form, beauteous as rage permitted. Angry shook her graceful head, and angry shook the locks that o'er each shoulder waved. Proudly she towered. Her haughty eyes, round from her lofty stand wide darting, cried, What madness this, to place reported gods above the gods you see? Why to Latona's altars bend ye low, nor incense burn before my power divine? My sire was Tantalus, of mortals' souls celestial feasts he shared. A Pleiad nymph me bore. My grandsire is the mighty king, whose shoulders all the load of heaven sustain. Jove is my father's parent, him I boast as sire-in-law too. All the Phrygian towns bend to my sway. The hall of Cadmus owns me sovereign mistress. Thebes' high towering walls raised by my consort's lute, and all the crowd who dwell enclosed his rule and mine obey. Where'er within my palace turn mine eyes, treasures immense I view. Brightness divine I boast, to all 7 blooming daughters add, and 7 fair sons, through whom I soon expect, if Hymen favours, 7 more sons to see, and 7 more daughters. Need ye further seek whence I have cause for boasting? Dare ye still, Latona, from Titanian Chaos sprung, the unknown Chaos, she to whom all earth in bearing pangs the smallest space denied. This wretch to my divinity prefer? Not heaven your goddess would receive, not earth, not ocean, exiled from the world she wept, till Delos, sorrowing, wanderer like herself, exclaimed, Thou dreary wanderest o'er the earth, I o'er the main, and sympathizing thus a resting spot afforded. There become of 2 the mother only. Can she vie with one whose womb has 7-fold hers surpassed? Blessed am I, who can slightly e'er arraign to happiness my claim. Blessed will I still continue, who my bliss can ever doubt. Abundance guards its surety. Far beyond the power of fortune is my lot upraised. Snatch them in numbers from me, crowds more great must still remain. My happy state contemns even now the threats of danger. Grant the power of fate this nation of my womb to thin. Of part deprived, impossible I shrink to poor Latona's too. How scant removed from mothers childless! Quit your rites, quick haste, and tear those garlands from your flowing hair. Aside the garlands thrown, and incomplete, the rites relinquished, what the Thebans could they gave. Their whispering prayers the matron dame addressed. With ire the angry goddess flamed, and thus on Cynthus' lofty top bespoke her double offspring. O my children, see, your parent, proud your parent to be called, to no celestial yielding save the queen of Jove supreme. Lo, doubted is my claim to rights divine, and from the altars, burnt to me from endless ages, driven I go, save by my children succoured. Nor this grief alone me irks, for Niobe me mocks. Her daring crime increasing, proud she sets her offspring far above you. Me too she spurns, to her in number yielding, childless calls my bed, and proves the impious stock which gave her tongue first utterance. More Latona felt prepared to utter, more beseechings bland for her young offspring, when Apollo cried, Enough, desist to plain. Delay is long till vengeance. Dian joined him in his ire. Swift gliding down the sky, and veiled in clouds on Cadmus' roof they lighted. Wide was spread a level plain, by constant hoofs well beat, the city's walls adjoining. Crowding wheels and coursers' feet the rolling dust upturned. Here of Amphion's offspring daily some mount their fleet steeds, their trappings gaily press of Tyrian dye. Heavy with gold the reins they guide. Mid these is Minos, primal born of Niobe, as round the circling course his well-trained steed he sped, and strenuous curbed his foaming mouth. Loudly, Ah me, exclaimed, as through his bosom deep the dart was driven. Dropped from his dying hands the slackened reins. Slowly and sidelong from his courser's back he tumbled. Sipylus gave unchecked scope to his, when through the empty air he heard the rattling quiver sound. Thus speeding clouds beheld the guider of the ruling helm, the threatening tempest fearing, looses wide his every sail to catch the lightest breeze. Loose flowed his reins, the inevitable dart the flowing reins quick followed. Quivering shook, fixed in his upper neck, the naked steel far through his throat protruding. Prone he fell o'er his high courser's head, his smoking gore the ground defiling. Hapless Phaedemus and Tantalus, his grandsire's name who bore, their customed sport laborious ended, strove with youthful vigour in the wrestling toil. Now breast to breast they strained with nervous grasp, when the swift arrow from the bended horn both bodies pierced, as close both bodies joined. At once they groaned, at once their limbs they threw, with agonies convulsed, prone on the earth. At once their rolling eyes the light forsook, at once their souls were yielded forth to air. Alphenor saw and smote his grieving breast, flew to their pallid limbs, and as he raised their bodies in the pious office fell. For Phoebus drove his fate-winged arrow deep through what his heart enclosed. Sudden withdrawn, on the barbed head the mangled lungs were stuck, and high in air his soul gushed forth in blood. But beardless Damasecthon by a wound not single fell, as those, struck where the leg to form begins, and where the nervous ham a yielding joint supplies. The deadly dart to draw essaying, in his throat, full driven, up to the feathered head, another came. The sanguine flood expelled it, gushing high, cutting the distant air. With outstretched arms, Ilioneus, the last, besought in vain, exclaiming, spare me, all ye gods, witless that all not joined to cause his woe. The god was touched with pity, touched too late, already shot the irrevocable dart. Yet light the blow was given, and mild the wound that pierced his heart and sent his soul aloft. The rumoured ill, the mourning people's groans, the servants' tears, soon made the mother know the sudden ruin. Wondering first she stands, to see so great heaven's power, then angry flames indignant, that such power they dare to use. The sire Amphion in his bosom plunged his sword, and ended life at once, and woe. Heavens, how removed this Niobe from her who drove so lately from Latona's fane the pious crowds, who marched in lofty state through every street of Thebes, an envied sight, now to be wept by even her bitterest foes. Prostrate upon their gelid limbs she lies, now this, now that her trembling kisses press, her livid arms high stretching unto heaven, exclaims, Enjoy, Latona, cruel dame, my sorrows, feed on all my wretched woes, glut with my load of grief thy savage soul, feast thy fell heart with 7 funereal scenes, triumph, victorious foe, conqueror, exult, Victorious, said I, how? To wretched me still more are left than joyful thou canst boast. Superior I midst all this loss remain. She spoke, the twanging bowstring sounded loud, terrific noise, save Niobe, to all. She stood audacious, callous in her crime, in mourning vesture clad, with tresses loose, around the funeral couches of the slain, the weeping sisters stood. One strives to pluck the deep-struck arrow from her bowels, falls, and fainting dies, her brother's clay-cold corse pressed with her lips. Another's soothing words her hapless parents strive to cheer. Struck dumb, she bends beneath an unseen wound. Her words reach not her parent, till her life is fled. This vainly flying falls, that drops in death upon her sister's body. One to hide attempts, another pale and trembling dies. 6 now lie breathless, each by varied wounds. One sole remaining whom the mother shields, wrapped in her vest, her body o'er her flung, exclaiming, Leave me this, my youngest, last, least of my mighty numbers, one alone. But while she prays, the damsel prayed for dies. Of all deprived, the solitary dame, amid the lifeless bodies of her sons, her daughters, and her spouse, by sorrows steeled, sits hardened. No light gale her tresses moves, no blood her reddened cheeks contain, her eyes motionless glare upon her mournful face. Life quits the statue, even her tongue congeals within her stony palate, vital floods cease in her veins to flow. Her neck to bow resists, her arms to move in graceful guise, her feet to step, and even to stone are turned her inmost bowels. Still to weep she seems. Wrapped in a furious whirlwind, distant far her natal soil receives her. There fixed high on a hill's utmost summit, still she melts. Still does the rigid marble flow in tears. Now every Theban, male and female, all dread the fierce anger of the powers of heaven, and with redoubled fervour lowly bend, and own the twin-producing goddess's power. Then, as oft seen, they ancient tales recount, reminded by events of recent date. Thus one relates, long since some clowns, who tilled the fertile fields of Lycia, felt the ire of this high goddess, whom they durst despise. Obscure the fact itself, for low the race who suffered, yet most wondrous was the deed. Myself have seen the marsh, the lake have seen, famed for the prodigy. My aged sire, to toil unable on the lengthened road, me thither sent, an herd of choicest beeves thence to conduct. To my unpractised steps a guiding native of the land he gave. While we the pastures traversed, lo, we found an ancient altar, midst a spacious lake erected, black with sacrificing dust, with waving reeds surrounded. Here my guide halted, and softly whispered, Bless me, power. And I, like softly whispering, Bless me, cried. Then asked if nymph or faun or native god the altar owned. When thus my guide replied, No mountain god, O youth, this altar claims, but her whom once imperial Juno's rage, stern interdicted from firm earth's extent, whom scarce the wandering Delos would receive, ardent beseeching, when the buoyant isle light floated. There at length Latona, laid betwixt a palm and bright Minerva's tree, spite of their fierce opposing stepdame's power, her twins produced. Even hence in childbed driven she fled from Juno. In her bosom bore, 'tis said, the twin celestials. Now the sun with fervid rays had scorched the arid meads, when faint with lengthened toil the goddess gained the edge of Lycia's monster-breeding climb, parched and exhausted from the solar heat and infants milking her exhausted breast. By chance a lake far distant she espied, deep in a vale's recess of waters pure. There clowns the bulrush gathered, there they plucked the shrubby osier and the marsh-fond grass, approached the goddess. On her knees low bent, the earth she pressed, and forward leaned to drink the cooling liquid. This the rustic mob forbade, when she to those who thus opposed, Water withhold? Water whose use is free? Nature to all unsparing gives to take, of light, of air, and of the flowing stream. I claim but public gifts, yet suppliant beg those public gifts to share. Not here I come my wearied arms and limbs within the waves to lave, my thirst alone I wish to slake. Even now my speaking lips their moisture want. Scarce my parched throat a passage to my words can yield. As nectar with a limpid draught. Life with the water give me, for to me water is life, with water life I seek. Let these too move you, who their tender hands stretch to your bosoms. For by chance the babes their little hands held forth. the goddess's words thus bland beseeching, who could e'er withstand? Yet these persisted, obstinate refused to grant her wish, and with opprobrious speech and threats reviled her, should she there remain. Nor rested thus, the lake with hands and feet muddy they trouble, with malicious leaps they agitate the pool, and upward stir from the deep bottom clouds of slimy ooze. Anger her thirst diverted, rage denied more supplication from the indignant dame. Their threatening words no more the goddess brooked, but raising high to heaven her hands, she cried, "Be this your home for ever." Gracious heard, her prayer was granted. Now they joy to plunge beneath the waters, now they deep immerge their bodies in the hollow fen, now raise their heads and skim the surface of the pool. Often they rest upon the margin's brink, and oft light springing in the cool lake plunge. Now still their rude contentious tongues they use, still squabbling, lost to shame beneath the waves. Beneath the waves they still abusings strive to utter, hoarsely still their voices heard, through their wide bloated throats. Their railing words their jaws more wide dilate. Deprived of neck, their head and back in junction seem to meet. Green shine their backs, their bellies hugely swollen are white, and frogs they plunge within the pool. Thus as the man the fate destructive told of Lycia's clowns, to mind another called the satyr's fate, who vanquished in the strife of skill on Pallas's pipe, Latona's son severely punished. Wherefore thus, he cries, rent from myself, O penitent, I bow. The pipe, he shrieks, should not such rage provoke. Exclaiming thus, o'er his extremest limbs stripped was his skin, he one continuous wound. Blood flowed from every part, the naked nerves bare started, and the trembling veins full throbbed by skin uncovered. Every beating part inward, the breast's translucent fibres plain displayed to sight. Him every forest fawn, each brother satyr, and each sylvan god. And every nymph with famed Olympus wept, and every swain the woolly flock who fed, or on the mountain watched the horned herd. Washed by their falling tears, the fertile earth is soaked, absorbs them in her inmost veins, then formed to water, spouts them high in air. Rapid twixt banks declivitous they seek the ocean. Marcia is the river called, the clearest stream through Phrygia's land which flows. End of section 11. Section 12 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The sixth book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. Thus far the crowd, and then lamenting turn to present griefs. Amphion's race extinct, unanimous they wail. But hated still remains the mother's pride. For her alone wept Pelops, rent his garments, bare exposed his breast and shoulders lay, and fair displayed the ivory joint. This shoulder at his birth in fleshy substance and carnation tinge equalled the right. When by his sire his limbs disjointed lay, the gods, 'tis said, quick joined the severed members. Every fragment found, save what combined the neck and upper arm. The part destroyed, with ivory they replace, and Pelops perfect from the gift became. The neighbouring lords assemble, every town their kings entreat condolence to bestow, and all to Thebes repair. First Argos sends, Sparta, Mycenae, Calydon, not yet by stern Diana hated, Corinth, famed for beauteous brass, Orchomenus the fierce, Mycenae fertile, Patrae, Pylos, ruled by Neleus, treason, yet unused to own the sway of Pythios, Cleona the low, and all those towns the two-seed isthmus holds, and all those towns the isthmus views without. Athens, incredible with absent soul. War all her energy demanded. Borne o'er ocean, fierce barbarian troops the walls Mopsopian threatened. Thracian Tereus, these with arms auxiliar routed. Bright his name shone from the conquest. Him in riches great, mighty in power, and from the godlike Mars his lineage tracing, Procne's nuptial hand close to Pandion bound. Their marriage bed nor Grace nor Hymen nor the nuptial queen attended. Furies held the torches, snatched from biers funereal. Furies spread the couch, and all night long an owl, ill-omened bird, perched on the roof that crowned the marriage dome. Joined with such omens bore Procne a son to Tereus. Wide through Thrace congratulations sound. Glad thanks to heaven the parents give, and hail the happy day which gave Pandion's daughter to the king, and gave the pair a son. So ignorant still mankind of real happiness remain. Now through 5 autumns had the cheerful sun the whirling year renewed, when Procne bland her spouse besought, if grace within thy sight claim my deserts, or suffer me to see in her own clime my sister, or to ours my sister bring, a quick return thou well our sire mayst promise. This high boon obtained, my sister's presence, to my sight thou'lt seem a deity in goodness. On the main he bids them launch the vessel. In the port Cecropian enters, urged by oar and sail, and treads Piraeus' shore. Soon as he gained his audience, soon as hand with hand was clasped, his ill-presaging speech he opened, first the journey's cause narrating, fond desire of Procne, and the promised quick return of Philomela, should the sire comply. Lo, Philomela enters, splendid robes attire her, still more splendid shine her charms. Such they describe within the forests rove Dryad and Naiad nymphs, such would they seem their shape like hers adorned, like hers attired. Instant was Tereus at the sight inflamed, so instant would the hoary harvest burn, the torch applied, so burn the withered leaves, or hoarded hay. Well might her charms inspire such love in any. Him his inbred lust more goaded, more his country's warmth which burns intense, he flames from nature and from clime. First to corrupt the tendance he designs, and faithful nurse, and Philomel to tempt with gifts immense, his kingdom's mighty price. Or forceful snatch her, and the rape defend with all the powers of war. Naught but he dares, impelled by love's unbridled power, his breast the raging fire contains not, irksome seems delay, and eager to the anxious wish of Procne turns his converse, her desires his wishes aiding. Eloquent he spoke, for love inspired him. Often as he pressed more close than prudent, all his earnest speech Procne, he said, dictated. Heavens, how dark the gloom that blinds the view of human souls! Tereus for tenderest piety esteemed, more as for vice he labours. Praise he gains for every crime. Now Philomela begs, his prayer assisting, flings her winning arms around Pandion's neck, and suppliant sues a sight of Procne. For her woe she begs, but deems she begs delight. Her Tereus views, anticipates his joys, her every kiss, her arms around her parent's neck entwined, but goad his passion. Fuel fresh they add, food for his flame. And when her sire she clasps, he longs that sire to be. Parent, not more, his impious purpose would the wretch delay. The king by both their warm beseechings won, consents. She joyful to her father gives glad thanks, and hapless deems completely blessed herself and sister, both most deeply cursed. Now Phoebus' toil nigh spent, his courser's feet swept down the slope of heaven. The royal feast and golden goblets filled with Bacchus' gift, the board bespread. From hence in slumbers soft each sought repose. All but the Thracian king, though far removed, still burning. All her face, her hands and gesture he recalls, and paints at pleasure all her beauties yet unseen, feeding his flame and sleep repelling far. 'Twas morn, Pandion pressing warm the hand of Tereus as they parted, while the tears gushed sudden, thus bespeaks his friendly care. Dear son, to thee I give her, pious claims compel me. Suppliant let me thee adjure by faith, by kindred, and by all the gods, thy care paternal shall protect the maid, and the soft solace of my anxious years speedy restore, for each delay is long. Quick, Philomela, quick, my child, rejoin thy sire if filial duty sways thee. Much thy sister's absence pains me. Speaking thus, he pressed with kisses soft the maiden's lips, and dripping tears with each behest let fall. Their hands he asks as pledge of faith, and joins their hands in his presented. Tender begs his salutations to his daughter dear, and his young grandson. Scarce the last adieu, choked with deep sighs, he breathes, his boding mind foreseeing future woes. Now Philomel, safely on board the painted vessel placed, the land far left, as with their labouring oars the surges move, exulting Tereus cried, Victorious, lo, my utmost wishes borne safe with me. Scarce his burning soul defers his hoped-for joys, his eyes are never turned from the loved face. Thus Jove's protected bird rapacious bears, with his sharp talons pierced, and hair defenceless to his lofty nest. No flight remains, the spoiler calmly views his prey. Now ended is their voyage, now wearied they quit their ship, and joyful touch their native beach, and now the Thracian king Pandion's daughter to a lofty stall conducts, by ancient trees the spot well screened. There he enclosed the pale, the trembling maid, of all things fearful, as with tears she pressed her sister's face to see, his purpose dire disclosing. Force the helpless maid o'ercame, loudly exclaiming to her sire, and loud her sister's help invoking, equal vain. But chief she begs celestial powers to aid. Trembling she lies, so seems a shuddering lamb wounded, and from the hoary wolf's fierce jaws just scaped, not sure his safety yet he deems. So seems a dove, her plumes in blood deep drenched, with fear still shivering, still the hungry claws dreading, that lately pierced her. Soon restored her mental powers, while scattered hung the locks rent in her anguish. High her arms she raised, livid with blows, as those that mourn the dead, exclaiming, O barbarian, wretch supreme, in cruelty and vice, whom not the charge parental, sealed with pious tears, could move. Her sister's charge entrusted, not her state, virgin defenceless, not the sacred vows, conjugal plighted. In confusion all commixed, by thee, adulterous, here I lie, against my sister, thou a double spouse to both. This scourge is sure to me not due. Why, villain, not my hated life destroy? Perfect in deeds atrocious, would my breath before the horrid act suppressed had been. Then had I guiltless sought the shades. But still, if powers celestial view this act, if sway on earth they hold, if all not sinks with me, thy fate henceforward from me dread, myself shall unabashed thy acts proclaim. If power is granted when in public walks I roam, if here in woods imprisoned all the woods shall with my plaints resound, the conscious rocks I'll move, may heaven me hear, and if in heaven a god abides, me hear. Roused by her words, the fierce king's anger burns, no less his fear than anger moves him. Strongly spurred by each, his weapon from the pendant sheath he drew. Dragged by the hair, her limbs he forced to yield to fetters, twisting rough her arms behind. Glad Philomel to him her throat presents, death from the glittering sword expecting. Grasped in pincers, fierce her tongue he tore away. Grieved and indignant, as her father's name she strove to utter, trembling still appeared the bloody root, trembling the tongue itself murmured as on the gore-stained earth it lay. As leaps the serpent's severed tail, the tongue, quivering in death, still to her feet advanced. This deed of horror done, 'tis said that oft, incredible the fact, repeated force upon her mangled form the wretch employed. Now dares he, all those acts atrocious done, return to Procne. Eager as he comes, for Philomel she asks. False tears and groans he gives, the hapless nymph he feigns deceased. His tears convince. Now from her shoulders torn, her robes with gold bright glittering, sable vests her limbs enfolded. High an empty tomb she raised, and pious obsequies performed to manes pretended. For her sister's fate she mourned, whose fate such mourning ill deserved. Through twice 6 signs had Phoebus journeyed on, the year completing. What, alas, remains for Philomela? Guards prevent her flight. Of stone erected, high the massive walls circle her round. Her lips so mute refuse the deed to blazon. Keen the sense of grief sharpens the soul. In misery the mind ingenious sparkles. Skilful she extends the Thracian web, and on the snow-white threads in purple letters weaves the dreadful tale. Complete a servant with expressive signs, the present to the queen she bids to bear. To Procne was it borne, witless the slave of what he carried. Savage Tereus' spouse the web unfolded, read the mournful tale her hapless sister told, and wondrous sat in silence, grief her rising words repressed. Indignant, choked, her throat refused to breathe, the angry accents to her plaining tongue, to weep she waits not, in turmoil confused, justice and flagrance undistinguished lie. Her mind sole bent for vengeance on her spouse. Now is the time Sithonia's matrons wont, the rites triennial of the jovial god to tend, those rites to conscious shade alone confided. Rhodope, the brazen sound shrill tinkling, hears by night. By night the queen the palace quits, attired as Bacchus's rites demand, and weaponed with the back and arms. A vine her forehead girds, the nimble deer clothes with his skin her sides, her shoulder bears a slender spear. Thus maddening, Procne seeks the woods in ire terrific, crowded round by all her followers. Racked by inward pangs, the furious rant of Bacchus veils her woes. The lonely stable seen at length, she howls aloud, Evoe, ho! And bursts the door. Drags thence her sister. Her thence dragged, invests in bacchanalian robes, her face enshrouds in ivy foliage, and astonished leads the trembling damsel o'er the palace steps. The horrid dome when Philomela saw, perforce she entered. Through her frame she shook. The blood her face deserted. Procne sought a spot retired, and from her features flung the sacred trappings, and her sister's face, sorrowing and blushing, to the light unveiled. Then ran to clasp her. She the sight not bore, her eyes she raised not. Her dejected brows bent to the ground, thus by her sister seen, encroacher on her bed. Her hands still spoke, when oaths she wished to utter, and to call the testing gods, her foul disgrace by force to prove accomplished. Furious Procne burns, nor curbs her ire, her sister's streaming tears reproving checks, and cries, "No period now for tears, we ask the sword. But if than sword vengeance more keen thou hopest for, sister dear, behold me for most horrid deeds prepared. Shall I with flaming torches blaze on high his hall imperial, and the villain king heave in the conflagration? Shall I rend as thine his tongue, or from his sockets tear his eyeballs, or what other member maim? Or this, or instant send his guilty soul through 1,000 wounds to judgment? What thou speak'st be mighty, I for mightiest acts prepare. To fix I hesitate. As Procne speaks, lo, infant Itis to his mother runs. His sight her mind determines, cruel turn her eyes, exclaiming, "See how like his sires appear his features." More she spoke not, fixed was straight her dread resolve. Now fiercer burned within her smothered rage. Yet when the boy approached and round her neck his infant arms threw, and his kisses printed on her lips, with bland caresses mingled, even the soul of Procne melted. Mollified her rage, tears hard constrained flowed from unwilling eyes. Soon as the mother's feelings softening seem to melt in extreme fondness, Procne quits the sight, and to her sister's face reverts again her visage. Then on each in turn, full bent her view, she cries, "Must one me melt with blandished soothings? Must the other mute with tongue dismembered stand? Must he exclaim, O mother, she, O sister, nevermore? To what a spouse, Pandion's daughter, see art thou, degenerate wife, conjoined, thy sin a spouse like Tereus to have used too well?" More she delays not, infant Itis drags, swift as the Indian tiger sweeps the fawn through shady forests. Then the lofty dome, for rooms remote well searched, in one arrives, where she the infant pierces. Twixt the breast and side the weapon enters, while his hands, suppliant, his fate foreseeing, he extends, and, "Mother, O my mother," loudly cries. Nor moved her countenance fell, the single wound was deadly. Philomela with her steel the throat divided, and the quivering limbs dissevered, whilst of animation still some glimmering sparks remained. Of these they part in brazen cauldrons boil, part on the spit crackling they turn, with gore the secret rooms offensive float. Her unsuspecting spouse Procne to feast invites, delusive feigns her country's customs, where 'twas given but one the husband should be nigh, all menial slaves far distant. On his ancestorial seat high lifted, Tereus sat and feasted there, and in his bowels deep he there entombed bowels his own. So blind are human souls. "Call Itis to the feast," he cries. No more could Procne veil her savage joy. Full bent the slaughter to announce, she loud proclaimed, "Thou seek'st who with thee rests." Around he looks, wondering where rests he. Philomela rushed, her tresses sprinkled with the ireful blood. As grieved he, Itis calling loud, and flung with savage fury Itis' gory head full in his father's face. Nor ever mourned lost speech so much, her well-earned joy to show, more grieved lost power. With outcry loud the king o'erturned the table, from the Stygian vale invoked the vipered sisters. Hard he strove to tear his bosom, and from thence disgorge the dire repast, the half-digested mass of Itis' limbs. Now weeping, wild he mourns, himself his offspring's tomb. Now fierce pursues Pandion's daughters with his unsheathed sword. From him escaping, on light wings upborne the Athenians seemed. Light wings their limbs upbore, one sheltering in the woods, protecting roofs the other seeking. Still the murderous deed marked on her breast remains, still on her plumes the taint of blood is seen. Rapid in rage and hope of vengeance, Tereus too is changed, and flits a bird. A plumy crest he bears, high on his head. The lengthened sword he bore, a beak enormous grows. A lapwing now, with fierce armed face he flies. Untimely sought Pandion, when the mournful tale he heard, the Stygian shades, ere yet the lengthened date of years commanded. Next th' Athenian realm Erechtheus ruled, the sceptre dubious held by right or forceful arms. Proud could he boast 4 sons, and daughters 4 to him were given. Beauteous the maids, in beauty equal too. Of these Aeolian Cephalus was blessed, with thee as spouse, O Procris. Tereus long, Boreas withstanding, with the power of Thrace. Long Orythea, by the god beloved, was loved in vain, while soft beseechings more, and prayers, the power to strenuous force preferred. But now those soothings bland so vainly tried, fierce swoln with rage, his most accustomed feel, too much that passion knows this wind, he cries, "Well I deserve it, all my proper arms relinquished, savage fierceness, strength, stern rage, and threatening force. With humble softening prayers, fool have I sued, in each attempt have failed. More apt to me is force. By force I drive the lowering clouds before me. Ocean's waves forceful I turn, forceful the knotted oak root from its deep foundation. Hard the frost I bind, and beat the sounding earth with hail. I win in open sky, for there our field lies in display, my blustering brethren meet, oppose such might, that midmost sky resounds echoing our forceful conflict. Flashing flames from the cleft bodies of the hollow clouds elicited. I too, earth's secret womb, fierce entering, in her deepest caverns strain my strength, till trembling wide through all her frame, the ghosts below are troubled. These the aid my nuptial wish should seek, no longer pray Erechtheus for my sire by force the monarch shall be made. So spoke the god, or thus, or more in fury, as he shook his plumes, whose motion sweeped through earth's extent, and made the wide main tremble. Lofty hills his dusty mantle covers, as the plains rapid he brushes. Shrouded deep in mist, in his dark wings the furious lover clasps his Orythea, trembling, pale with fear. Flying his flames were fanned, and fiercer blazed. Nor checked the ravisher his lofty flight, till seen the town of Sychanes, whose walls received him. There the Athenian nymph became the freezing monarch's bride. A mother there, a double birth she brought, whose shoulders bear the father's pinions, all their semblance else their mother's. Not at first, 'tis said, appeared the feathers. Calais and Zithys, boys, were yet unplumed, when yet with ruddy hair their beards appeared not. From each shoulder shot the feathers birdlike. At the self-same time their manly cheeks were thick with yellow down. Now when their youth matured to man appeared, through seas unploughed before they sought the fleece, splendid with glittering wool, with all the train of Minyae, in the first-built vessel borne. End of section 12. Section 13 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The seventh book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. Now in the Pagasean vessel borne ploughed the wide sea the Argonauts, and saw the fate of Phineus, whose old age the curse of hunger felt, and felt perpetual night. The youths from Boreas sprung, quick sped to flight the virgin-featured birds, his hapless face far distant. 'Neath great Jason's rule much toil they bore ere on the oozy banks they stayed of rapid Phasis. Here the king they seek, and here demand the golden fleece, and here an answer big with fearful labours learn the Grecian crew. Meantime the royal maid burns with fierce fires, with reason struggling long, still her hot flame to quench unable, cries aloud Medea, "Vainly I oppose. Some unknown god controls, perhaps 'tis love. If love 'tis not, no sentiment more near to love can come. Why else my sire's commands so harsh appear? But harsh in truth they are, but why his failing dread? Why dread his death, but barely seen? What cause such fear can give? O hapless maid, would from my virgin breast those flames to fling were given. If mine the power, more wisdom would I use. But me this force, before unknown, unwilling drags. This love persuades, opposed to reason. Plain I see the better track. Approve it most, yet swerved, I tread the worse. Why, royal virgin, burn thus for a stranger guest? Why long'st thou thus a foreign partner in the marriage bed to clasp? Thy country well can thee supply whate'er thou lovest. In the god's decree his death or safety rests, yet may he live. Pray mayst thou for him sure, love unconcerned. But what has Jason done? Savage indeed. Were those his youth, his birth, and brilliant deeds not touched? How savage too the soul must be, his beauty touched not. Were there naught beside? My bosom sure it moves. But were my aid denied, the furious bulls with flaming breath his fate would compass, or the foes that spring from earth his harvest slay him in the fight. Or last he'd fall the ravenous dragon's prey. If this I suffer from the tiger sprung, believe me, steel and marble in my breast deem me to wear. Why not his death behold? Why not mine eyes with the dread sight pollute? Why not the bulls, the earth-born foes in sight, and sleepless dragon with redoubled ire? Heaven wills it better, but let deeds, not prayers, my time employ. How? Shall I then betray my parents' realm, an unknown stranger aid with all my power, who by my power preserved, loosed to the wind his sails, another's spouse becomes, me left for punishment behind? If this to do, Another nymph to me born to prefer, let him in great be slain. But no, his face denies it. His great soul and graceful form forbid the fear of fraud, or benefits forgot. Yet shall he plight his solemn faith first, call the testing gods to witness what he vows. What fear I more? All's safe. Medea, hasten, spurn delay. Jason, remaining life to thee shall owe. Joined to his state, the annual torch shall flame to thee, preserver, through the Grecian towns by crowds of mothers hailed. Shall I for this my sister leave, my brother and my sire, my gods and natal land? Yes, fierce my sire, my country barbarous, and my brother young. With all my wishes warm my sister joins, and dwells within my breast the mightiest God. Much I relinquish not, but much I seek. The glorious title of the Grecian youth, deliverer, gained, the sight of lands and towns whose fame even here has journeyed, manners mild and cultured arts, and Jason for my spouse, for whom all earth's possessions were too small to change. His spouse become supremely blessed, dear to the gods, the loftiest stars I'll reach. What are those rocks, they tell, which mid the waves meet in encounter? Fell Charybdis what, hostile to ships, now sucking in the tide, now fierce discharging? What the savage bounds, which compass greedy Scylla mid the main Sicilian? Or the wide-spread ocean born, him whom I love embracing, sheltering close in Jason's bosom, clasped by him no fear my soul could harbour, or if fear I felt, for him alone I'd tremble, for my spouse. Spouse, dost thou say, Medea? Hidst thou thus with specious names thy crime? Behold the load of guilt thou goest to bear. While power remains, the sin avoid, she said, and duty, shame, and rectitude before her eyes appeared. And vanquished love addressed his wings to flight. Now to an ancient altar Hecate owned, by shady trees dark veiled from day she came. Her flames abated, and her eager pulse subsided. Here Isonides she saw, and bright her love reblazed. Warm flushed her cheeks, deep all her visage glowed. The smallest spark, thus low in embers hid, its vigour shows. Helped by the feeding blast, increasing burns, and stirred in all its wonted fury glows. Just so the languid passion which but now all but extinct appeared, the hero seen fresh at his beauteous presence flamed. By chance, more beauteous Jason on that morn appeared. Well might a lover all her love excuse. She looks, his countenance with her eyes devours as then first seen, and madly fond she deems his features more than mortal. Bashful turned her forehead not from his. And when her guest addressed her, when he gently took her hands, and craved assistance in an humble tone, the nuptial promise giving, plenteous flowed her tears, exclaiming, What I should perform, plainly I see, not ignorance me misleads, but love. My gifts shall aid you, you but keep the promise pledged. Sacred the hero swears by her, the triformed goddess, whom that grove acknowledges divine, and by the god whence sprung the sire-in-law he hopes to claim. The god who all beholds, by all his deeds achieved, and by his perils all he swears. His words believed, immediate he receives the magic plants, their use well taught, and seeks the roof rejoicing. Now the morn had driven the glimmering stars far distant, crowding pressed the people in the sacred field of Mars, the king himself amidst them, seated high, in purple clad, with ivory sceptre graced. Lo, come the brazen-footed bulls, who breathe through nostrils fenced with adamant hot flames. Parched by their breath, the herbage blackened burns. Loud as the blazing forge's chimney roars, or loud as lime in earthy furnace laid, bursts into heat by watery sprinklings touched. So loud within their flaming chests contained the struggling fires loud bellowed, scorched their throats the sound transmitted. Boldly Aeson's son marched onward. Fiercely as the youth approached, his foes dark lowered, and bent their steel-tipped horns, pawed with their clefted hoofs the dusty ground, and filled with smoky bellowings all the air. Pale grew each Grecian face. Advancing on the fiery blasts he feels not, such the power the mighty charms possess, but boldly strokes their dewlaps pendulous, and to the yoke subjected makes them drag the ponderous plough, and with the iron cut the uncustomed soil. The Colchians wondering gaze, the Grecians loud applaud, and with fresh courage fill his soul. Then from his brazen helmet plucked, he sows the serpent's teeth deep in the furrowed ground. The ground, the teeth with powerful venom tinged, softened and swelled them, and a novel shape imparted. Thus within the parent's womb an human shape the infant mass receives, completed perfect in the dark recess, nor till mature to air external given. So when the manly forms were perfect made within earth's pregnant bowels, up they sprung, thick in the fruitful field. More wondrous still, their arms they clashed when born. Then when the Greeks their keenly pointed spears preparing saw to hurl at Jason's head, low sunk their souls, and pallid grew their cheeks. Medea even, whose art ensured his safety, trembling feared, when single she the youth beheld, assailed by foes in hosts. Bloodless her face became, and tremor seized her limbs. Then lest the herbs presented first should fail in power, she sings an helping magic song, and all her arts latent calls forth. Amidst the hostile crowd a mighty rock he flings, their martial rage from him diverted, on each other turns. By mutual wounds the earth-born brothers fall, in civil discord perish. Joyed again the Grecians clasp the conqueror in their arms. Thou too, Medea, wished thine arms to fill with him victorious. Shame at first repressed thy open fondness, though thou wast embraced. Now reputation awes thee, now prevents that bliss. What honour gives? Silent to joy, and pour glad thanks to all thy magic arts, and gods their authors, those thou darest indulge. Now sole remains by powerful herbs to lull the wakeful dragon, whose high-crested head a triple tongue contains, whose crooked fangs dreadful the golden fleece protecting guards. Him when besprinkled with the juices pressed from plants Lethean, and repeated thrice the words which placid sleep inspire, which still the ruffled ocean, and arrest the course of rapid torrents. Sleep before unknown stole o'er his eyelids, and the Isonian youth seized on the golden prize. Proud with the spoil, a second spoil possessing, she who gave the power to conquer as his wife he bears, and lands triumphant on Thessalia's shores. Mothers of Thessaly and aged sires, for sons restored, glad offerings bring. Bright flames the high-heaped incense, votive victims decked with gilded horns are slain. But Aeson far the grateful crowd avoids, now near his fate, bent by a weight of years. Hence Jason spoke, O spouse, to thee my life and safety owed. To me thou all hast given, the high-swollen sum of all thy favours might belief surpass. This more attempt, if this thou canst, and what thy magic power defies. My years curtail, and to my sire's existence add the term. Fast flowed his tears while speaking. While he spoke, his pious duty moved Medea. Quick her sire Ieta, so deserted, sprung to thought, and showed the two contrasting souls. But veiled her secret thoughts, she thus replies, What impious accents hear I from thy tongue, O spouse religious? Can I then transfer of thy existence part? Not Hecate's power fateful would sanction this, nor stands thy wish in equity. Yet, Jason, will I try more than thou seek'st to give, with all my skill thy sire's existence to prolong, thy years unshortened, should the triformed goddess aid propitious my designs. 3 nights were now deficient ere the full-formed horns could meet the lunar orb to fill. Complete her round, a solid sphere of light from earth beheld, Medea wanders forth. Loose all her robes, naked her feet, bareheaded, while her hair wild o'er her shoulders floats, and thus arrayed, untended, while deep midnight silence reigns, she bends her devious way. Men, beasts, and birds in bonds of sleep were chained. The hedges still, no murmur breathed, nor waved the silent trees. Hushed was the humid sky, the stars alone twinkled. To them her arms extending, thrice she turned around. Thrice from the flowing stream her tresses sprinkled. Thrice with yelling noise the silence broke. Then with her bended knee the hard earth pressing, cried, O night, thou friend of secret deeds, ye glittering stars, whose rays with luna's soul's diurnal light succeed. And thou, O Hecate, triple-formed, who know'st my undertaking, and approaching aidst with incantations, and with magic powers. And thou, O earth, whose bosom witching plants affords, ye winds, ye skies, ye mountains, lakes, and flowing streams, O all ye gods, who dwell in shady woods, and all ye gods of night, hither approach, by whose high power at will rivers I cause between their wandering banks back to their springs to flow. The stormy deep hush by my song, or lash it into rage. Clouds form, or clouds dispel, raise furious blasts, or furious blasts allay. Smite with my song the dragon's furious jaws, the living rocks I shake, uproot the oak, the earth upturn, move forests, bid the trembling mountains leap, loud roar the ground, and from the tombs the ghosts affrighted walk. Thee, Luna, too I draw from heaven, by all the threatening clash of brass deterred not. Pale the brighter car becomes, my spells once uttered, By my poisons charmed, pallid Aurora seems. You, plants, for me blunted the ardour of the flaming bulls, pressed with the yoke, their necks impatient bent, and dragged the crooked plough. You bade the race snake-born upon themselves their warring rage to turn. In sleep the roaring dragon's eyes you steeped, the guard eluded, sent the prize to glad the towns of Greece. Now have I need of renovating herbs, to make old age glow once again in all its youthful bloom. This will you grant, for sure those stars in vain not sparkle, nor in vain the chariot comes drawn by the dragon's winged. The chariot comes, swift sweeping through the air. Active she mounts, strokes the reined dragon's manes, and shakes the thongs. On high they soar, Thessalian Tempe far beneath she views. Then toward the chalky land her snakes directs. On Ossa's top explores for plants, and seeks what lofty Pelion bears. Orthris and Pindus and Olympus huge, what please her part she with their root up drags, part with her crooked brazen sickle mows. Apidanus, Amphrysos on their banks many afforded, nor Enipeus scaped. Peneus and Sperchaeus and the rushy shores of Baebe some contributed. She plucked in Anthedon the living grass whose power then Glaucus's form unchanged was yet unknown. Now had 9 days, now had 9 nights elapsed, borne on her dragon wings, and in her car wandering the fields among, ere back she turned. Unfed her dragons, save by odorous smells, yet had they shed their scales, with youth renewed. Arrived, without the palace gate she stays, and there sole sheltered by the sky, all touch of man denying. Altars too she rears of turf, sacred to Hecate stood the right, to youth the left. When these with vervain bound, and forest boughs, here sacrifice she makes. Hard by, 2 trenches scoops from out the ground, smites with her weapon in the sable throat a sheep presented. In the open ditch empties the blood, then bowls of wine she pours, and bowls of smoking milk, with mystic words invokes the powers terrestrial, begs the king of shades, and begs his ravished spouse to aid, nor of his soul the aged king defraud. These when with lengthened prayers and murmurings long appeased, she bids them toward the altars bring the feeble Aeson, his exhausted limbs bound in deep slumber, by her magic power, corse-like, she lays extended on the grass. Then Jason bids, and his attendant crew far thence depart, nor with their view profane her acts mysterious. As she bids they go. Medea then the flaming altars round, in bacchanalian guise her flowing locks, circles, and in the ditch's blackening gore her splintered torches dips. With blood imbued, burns them upon her altars, thrice with fire, with sulphur thrice, and thrice with flowing streams, the sire she lustrates. Heated now in brass, her powerful medicines bubble, high and white the swelling froth appears. There boils she all the roots in vales Aemonian dug, and seeds and flowers and juices dark, gems unto these, sought in the distant east she adds, and adds what on the sand the refluent ocean leaves. More still the night-long moon collected dew she brings, the dismal screech-owl's flesh and wings, the entrails of the wolf ambiguous, wont his savage face in human guise to wear. Nor wanted there the scaly skin which clothes the amphibious snake Cynifian, long and small. The beak and head a crow 9 ages bore, she adds. Now was the foreign dame prepared, by help of these and nameless thousands more, the promised boon to give. The whole she stirs deep from the bottom, with a bough long rent from the mild olive. Lo, the withered branch, the boiling cauldron stirring, sudden shoots in virid freshness. Shortly leaves bud forth, and soon it bends beneath a load of fruit. Where'er the fire above the hollow brass, the bubbling foam high raised, and boiling drops sprinkled the ground with verdure smiled, flowers and soft herbage sprung. Medea sees, and with her weapon opes the senior's throat. His aged blood exhausted sees, and pours her juices copious. Part his mouth receives, and part the wound. When Aeson these had drank, their hoary whiteness lost, his beard and hair an ebon tinge received. His leanness fled, his pallid ghastly face no more was seen. His hollow veins with added blood were filled, and all his limbs in lusty plumpness swelled. The wondering Aeson such himself beheld, as the last 40 years he ne'er had passed. Bacchus from heaven surveyed the mighty change, wondrous, and hence that power was given he found. His nurses to restore to youthful years, the boon from Tethys asking he obtained. Nor ceased the frauds yet of the Phasian dame. Fierce hatred against her by her spouse she feigns, and flies to Peleus' court. A suppliant there, his daughters hail her guest. The sire bent down with age. The crafty Colchian these beguiles soon with her well-dissembled friendship's form. Amid her mighty benefits she tells Aeson's old age removed, relating all on this she chiefly dwells. Hope sudden springs within their virgin breasts. Peleus their sire such art they trust may yet revivify. That art they sue for, highest claimed reward to her they promise. Mute at first she stands, and feigning doubt in hesitation holds, and anxious poise their eager minds. At last she says when promising, that in the deed more faith ye may confide, a leading ram, the oldest in your fleecy flocks, a lamb my medicine shall transform. Instant was dragged the woolly beast, whose wreathing horns around his hollow temples curled, whose withered throat the steel Thessalian stabbed, the scanty blood the steel scarce spotting. Then the enchantress steeps his mangled body in the cauldron deep, with juices powerful. Smaller grow his limbs, shed are his horns, and vanished are his ears, and from the cauldron tender bleatings sound. Instant leaps forth to all the wondering crowd the bleating lamb, which, frisking, flies and seeks the swelling teats. With admiration struck, now Peleus' daughters faith unshaken give. More urgent press their wish. Thrice had the sun, merged in the Iberian sea, unyoked his steeds. And the fourth night the glittering stars had shone, when o'er the fire pure water from the stream, and powerless plants, the false Medea placed. Now all in sleep relaxed, a death-like sleep, the monarch's limbs were stretched, and with their king his guards lay dormant. So her magic words and magic tongue had doomed. Medea leads across the steps the daughters. Bidden by her, his couch they compass. "Why, O feeble souls, thus hesitate?" she said. "Your swords unsheath. Pour out his far-spent gore, that I may fill with youthful, vigorous blood his emptied veins. Your father's life and years are in your hands. If sways you piety, if empty hopes wavering deceive you not, then well deserve, by duty to your sire. Quickly expel with weapons his old age. Let issue forth his now congealing blood with brandished steel." Exhorted thus, most pious she who feels first impious acts, a wicked deed performs, lest wicked she were called. Yet on the blow not one would bend her sight. With eyes averse their savage hands the unseen wounds inflict. Flowing with gore he from the bed upraised his limbs, and from his posture strove half torn to rise. And stretching forth his pallid arms, mid all their threatening swords, "Daughters," he cries, "what do ye? Why against your parents' life thus arm ye?" Sink their spirits, drop their hands. His throat Medea severing, stayed the words he more had uttered, and the mangled corse deep in the boiling brazen cauldron flung. She now, but through the air on dragon wings high borne, their furious vengeance had not scaped. O'er shady Pelion high she flew, and o'er the cave of Chiron, Othrys, and the spot for old Cerambus' strange adventure known. Upborne on wings by kindly aiding nymphs, here when the solid earth th' encroaching main wide deluged, flying, safe Deucalion's flood he scaped. Aeolian Pitane to left she quits, and sees the dragon huge, to stone an image turned, and Ida's grove, where changed by Bacchus' power the steer a stag became, to screen the theft, and where beneath the sand, a little sand, Corythus' father lies, and fields which Maera's new-heard howlings fill, Eurypylus' famed town, where Coan dames, what time the troops of Hercules them left, with horns were crowned, and Phoebus' favoured roads, Gelasian Telchines, whose hateful eyes all vitiating, Jove detesting, whelmed beneath his brother's waves. She passes next Carthaea's walls in ancient Caea's isle, where wondering saw Alcimadus the sire, a placid dove his daughter's body bear. And Hyrie's lake she sees, and Tempe's pool Cycneian, which the swan so sudden formed frequented. Phyleus there, a willing slave, birds and fierce beasts to his capricious boy oft brought. E'en lions tamed, a furious bull he bade him bring, a furious bull he brought. But now in choler at his craving soul, the bull refused, though as the last gift claimed. Indignant cried he, "Soon you'll wish him given," and from the high rock plunged. All thought he fell, but formed a swan, lightly he poised in air on snowy wings. Hyrie, her son thus saved, knew not, by constant weeping soon dissolved, the lake becoming that still bears her name. Near this is Pleuron. Ophian Combe here wafted on wings, her murderous sons escaped. Thence she beholds Latona's favourite isle, Calauria, where to birds the royal pair were changed. Selene on the right is placed, where like the savage herd Menephron sought his mother's bed. Far hence she spies in tears Cephisus, for his nephew's fate who mourned, changed by Apollo to a sea-calf huge, and saw Eumelus' dome, who wept his child a bird become. At length on dragon wings Pyrenean Corinth she regained, where tell the ancient tales in primal ages men from shower-fed mushrooms sprung. Here first was flamed in Colchian venoms fierce the new-made bride. Then I the sea in blazing spires beheld the royal dome, and with her children's gore her impious sword was stained. Thus on herself revenged, from royal Jason's wrath she fled. Borne hence, her snakes Titanian reached the walls of Pallas' city, where most just of men, O Phineus, thou, and Periphas the old, with Polyphemon's niece, as birds are seen, soaring aloft in air on new-formed wings. Here Aegeus' roof received her, for this deed alone to blame. Not satisfied as host, in marriage bonds he makes her more his own. Now Theseus comes, son to his sire unknown, whose brave achievements all the two-seed land in peace had settled. For his death she mixed the baneful aconite, long since from shores of Scythia brought, which thus old tales relate, from Cerberus' venomed jaws was first produced. Through a dark den with gloomy opening lies a path steep shelving, where Alcides dragged fierce Cerberus to light, resisting strong, glancing askance his eyes from day, whose rays sparkled too bright in adamantine chains. With rabid anger swollen, a triple yell filled all the air. He o'er the virid plain sprinkled white foam, increasing fast this shoots. The fruitful soil fresh virulence imparts, and rancour grows its power. From hardest rocks it lively springs, and aconite hence named. This did old Aegeus, by his crafty spouse deceived, to Theseus as a foe present. Unwitting Theseus in his hand received the cup presented. When the sire espied upon his ivory-hilted sword a mark, which proved his offspring, from his lips he dashed the poison. Wrapped in clouds by magic raised, the sorcerers from their furious vengeance fled. The sire, though joyed his son in safety found, trembles astonished at the narrow scape, and horrid crime premeditated, burns on every altar fires. To every god piles costly gifts. Full on the brawny neck of oxen falls, their horns with garlands bound, the sacrificing axe. Ne'er till that day had Athens town such joyous feasting seen. Nobles and commons crowd around the board, and thus by wine inspired sublime they sing. Thee, mighty Theseus, Marathon admires, stained by the vanquished Cretan bull's black gore. Thy aid the swains of Cromion own. Thou gavest that now secure they till their fields. The land of Epidaurus saw the club-armed son of Vulcan slain by thee. By thee beheld Cephisus' shores the fierce Procrustes die. Ceres' Eleusis hailed Circean's fall. Sinis thou slewst, gifted with strength ill-used. His strength high trees could bend, and oft he dragged close down to earth the loftiest tops of pines. Thus rent the bodies of his victims wide. Safe now extends the road to Lelex's walls, Scyron low laid. Earth to the robber's limbs wide scattered, rest refuses. To his bones ocean a tomb denies. Long widely tossed, age hardens into rock his last remains. His name the rock still bears. Should we thy age and actions count, thy famous deeds by far thy years outnumber. O most brave of men, for thee the public vows ascend. To thee in Bacchus' bowl we drink. The royal hall resounds with all the grateful people's praise. Nor through the city glooms one sorrowing spot. End of section 13. Section 14 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso. Ovid. Translated by J. Howard. The seventh book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid. Part 2. And yet, so seldom pleasure comes unmixed, but still some cares with joy will intervene. While Aegeus, gladdened that his son secure arrived, Minos for furious war prepares. Strong though his troops, and though his navy strong, his utmost strength was in paternal rage, and with just arms Androgeus' death to avenge, he wars. Yet first auxiliar strength he gains, and powerful sweeps the seas with flying ships. First Anaphe joins him, and Astypalaea, urged by promise this, and that by threats constrained, lo Mycenae, Semolus' chalky fields, bright Sithnos, Scaros, flat Seriphus' isle, the marble Paros, and the fort betrayed for gold, demanded by the impious nymph Sithonian. Still for gold she anxious seeks, though changed to bird. On sable pinions borne, with sable feet she flutters as a door. But Olearis and Didyme unite, and Gyaros, Andros, Tenas, all refuse, with Peparethus, in bright olives rich, to aid the Gnossian fleet. Thence to the left, steering, Enopia's regions Minos sought. Oenopia called of old, Aegina now, by Aeacus, his mother's honoured name. In crowds the people rush, and pant to view so highly famed a prince. To meet him go, first Telamon, then Peleus next in age, and Phocus third, and last, even Aeacus, with years oppressed, steps tardy forth, and asks the visit's cause. The 100-citied king deep sighs, his grief paternal all renewed, and thus replies, My arms, O king, assist, assumed, just vengeance for a son to claim. Partake this pious war, peace to his manes I seek. But Asclepiades replies, In vain you ask, my city cannot aid. No lands by neighbouring sight more closely bound than ours and Athens, hence our league. The king angry departs, exclaiming, Much your league may cost you, but to threaten war more safe he deems, than wage it there and waste his force. Still from Oenopia's walls the fleet was seen not distant far, when sped by swelling sail an Attic ship arrived. The friendly port entered. On board was Cephalus, who bore his country's message. Well the royal youths the hero knew, though long time past beheld, and gave the friendly hand, and welcome led to their paternal dome. The graceful chief enters, retaining still evincing marks of pristine beauty. In his hand he bears a branch of native olive. In the midst senior he stands, and younger on each side, Clytus and Butes, Pallas' sons. Complete their friendly salutations. Next the words the Athenians bade him, Cephalus reports. Their aid demands, their ancient league recounts, the oaths their fathers swore, and adds all Greece might perish in their ruin. When their cause with eloquence the messenger thus urged, on his bright sceptre as his left hand leaned, Take, O Athenians, Aeacus exclaimed, not ask our aid. Unhesitating draw what force this isle possesses, and with yours employ it. With you shall my strongest power march forth. Strength want we not, our numerous troops abundant for ourselves and friends suffice. Praised be the gods, such is our happy state, your wish defies evasion. Still may grow, said Cephalus, your prosperous city's state, and yours. What transport seized me as I walked, to see each youth so fair, so equal-aged, of all who met me. Yet in vain I looked for many features known when last your walls received me. Aeacus, with deep-drawn sighs and sorrowing voice, thus answers, Better fate completed what a mournful sight began. Would I in full could all the facts relate. Now unconnected must I speak, or tire your ear with words superfluous. Whom you seek, whom you remember, bones and ashes rest. But small their numbers. Heavens, how small to those, my people, who have sunk in death beside. A dreadful plague the angry Juno shed unjust upon the natives of the land, detested that her rival's name it bore. While human seemed the scourge, the noxious cause of slaughter yet concealed, with physic's skill we strove. In vain, death mocked the power of art. At first thick darkness heavy pressed the earth, pregnant with heat rolled on the lazy clouds. 4 times the full-orbed moon had joined her horns, 4 times diminished, had she disappeared. Still the hot south wind blew his deadly blasts, our lakes and fountains from the infected air contagion sucked. Millions of vipers swarmed in our uncultured fields, our running streams tainting with poison. First the sudden plague its power displayed on sheep, on dogs, on fowls, cattle, and forest beasts with deadly power. The hapless ploughman, wondering at his work, sees his strong oxen in the furrow sink. The woolly flocks with sickly bleatings waste in body, while their wool spontaneous falls. The steed so fiery on the dusty plain, so famed, the palm contemns, and all despised his ancient honours. At his manger groans, prey to disease inglorious. His fierce rage the boar forgets, the stag neglects his speed. Not rush the bears upon the stronger herds, a general languor reigns. In woods, in fields, in ways the filthy carcasses are seen. The stench pollutes the air, and wondrous dogs, nor birds rapacious, nor the grisly wolves touch the dead spoil. Rotting they melt away, poisoning the gale, and spreading wide the pest. Now the disease, a heavier scourge, attacks the hapless swains, and in the lofty walls of cities rules. First the scorched vitals burn, the hidden fire the blushing skin betrays, and breath laborious drawn, the furred tongue swells, the parched mouth widely gapes, the infectious air inhaling copious. On the couch none lie, none bear their covering robes. Their bodies swollen on the bare earth they fling, nor coolness find their bodies from the ground. The ground from them burns hot, nor aids them now physician's skill. In them the dire pest seizes, and their art fails to assist themselves. who boldly comes with kindly hand his dying friend to aid, sinks straight in death beside him. Fled all hope of health, and in the grave alone an end beheld of their disease. Some wild indulge their fondest passions, void of every care, for every care is vain. Of modest shame regardless, in promiscuous throngs they crowd to rivers, fountains, and capacious wells, their hot thirst unextinguished, but with life. To rise unable, many in the stream sink and there perish. Still their followers drink. So irksome to the wretched sufferers seem their couches, thence they spring, and some too weak to lift their limbs roll desperate to the ground. Each quits his home, to each his home appears the fatal spot, and while obscure the cause, each deems the house contagious. Oft were seen beings half dead, slow crawling o'er the ways, till power to crawl was lost. Others with moans stretched on the ground, rolling their half-closed eyes in final motion, raising high their arms to heaven's o'erhanging stars, breathe out their last, caught here by death and there. Ah me, what then my mind employed? What but to loathe my life, and pray with my dear countrymen to die? Whatever side mine eyes were bent, I saw my people strewn, thick as the mellow fruit, shook from the branches, or the acorns lie. Observe that temple, lofty where it towers, to Jove 'tis sacred. Who to that high fane their useless incense brought not? There how oft wife for her husband, parent for her child, before the inexorable altar breathed their dying gasp, mid deprecating prayers, and half their incense unconsumed remained. How oft the oxen to the temple dragged, while now the priest his voice addressed, and poured the goblet o'er their foreheads, have they dropped by stroke unlooked for. When myself to Jove wished sacrifice to offer up, for me, my country, and my sons, the victim loud dire lowings uttered, and without a blow fell sudden. Scarce with blood the wounding knife was stained. The morbid inwards mocked our wish to learn the truth and pleasure of the gods. The deep-fixed plague had to the bowels pierced. Before the sacred portals have I seen the corses spread, before the altars too, as death would come in his most hideous form. Some with the cord life's passage choke, and seek death, lest they death should meet. Madly they rush, and voluntary meet approaching fate. The bodies plunged in death, funereal rites customed received not, nor the numerous dead could all the gates receive. Or uninhumed above the earth they lie, or on the pyre, unhonoured by due rites, the bodies flame, all sense of reverence lost, for piles they fight, and burn their dead in fires which others own. To mourn are none, unwept the shadows roam, of young and old alike, of sons and sires. The ground for graves too small, for fires the woods. Aghast this whirlwind of distress to view, O Jove, I cried, if false they not report, that once you in Aegena's arms were clasped. If not, O mighty sire, ashamed to own yourself my parent, give my people back, or give me death with them. A rattling sign he gave, and prosperous thunders rolled. I spoke, these omens I accept, and pray these signs may indicate your happy will. As pledge I take them. Nigh by chance an oak there stood, thick set with spreading boughs, Jove's sacred tree, sprung from Dodona's stock. Here I beheld grain-gathering ants, each burthened with his load, in his small mouth, as o'er the rugged bark in lengthened file they marched. The numerous crowds admiring. Best of fathers, I exclaimed, so many subjects grant me, to refill my desert walls. Trembled the lofty oak, of wind no breath, yet moved the sounding boughs. With terror shook my limbs, and upright reared my hair. Then kisses to the ground I gave, and kissed the oak. Scarce hope I dared to feel, yet still I nourished hope within my soul. Night comes, my body worn with cares, to sleep obedience yielded. Still before mine eyes the oak appeared, branches the same it bore, and on its branches seemed the swarms the same. So moved the boughs, and on the grass below shook the corn-carrying crowd. Sudden they grew, large and more large they seemed, as from the ground themselves they raised, and stood in form erect. Their slender make, their numerous feet, their hue of sable disappeared, and all their limbs an human shape confessed. Sleep fled mine eyes, and fled my vision, as by heaven not marked complaining. Far without the hall I heard a murmuring loud, and human seemed the sounds. Though stranger to mine ears, musing if still I slept not, lo, quick Telamon approached, wide through the doors, and cried, O sire, behold, what hope, what faith surpasses! Forth I come, such men as in my dream my fancy saw, I see. I know them, man by man, again. They come, and kings salute me. Unto Jove my votive thanks I pay, my city's share amongst my subjects new, and all my lands of those who tilled them empty. Myrmidons, from whence they sprung I call them. You have seen their bodies, still their habits are the same. A frugal race as wont, patient of toil, on gain still bent, tenacious of that gain. These equal all in courage and in years, shall follow you to battle, when the east, which blew you here so prosperous, for the east had brought him, to the southern gales shall yield. With these and such like speeches all the day they sit conversing, evening they devote to banquets, and the night to soft repose. Sol raised his golden head, but Eurus still prevailed, and bound their sails. Now Pallas' sons to Cephalus, their chief in years, repair, and to the king with Pallas' sons he goes. But still deep wrapped in sleep the king was laid. Phocus received them at the gates. Employed were Telamon and Peleus, troops to choose for the new war. The Athenian chief he leads within the palace, to the fairest rooms. When all were seated, Phocus marked the dart the hero bore, shaped from a wood unknown, pointed with gold, and said, with prefaced words, To range the forests and fierce beasts to slay is all my joy, yet long in doubt I've stood what tree this dart has formed. For ash too pale, too smooth for cornel, though from whence it comes, so ignorant, ne'er before mine eyes beheld a fairer weapon. Pallas' son addressed the youth, The javelin's use you'll more admire than beauty, thrown where'er its mark it gains, unruled by erring chance, and bloody back instant returns. Then Phocus curious asks more full its story, how and whence it came, and who the author of so prized a gift. Him Cephalus informs, but shame denies to tell the whole, and what the present's price. Full to his mind his consort's loss recalled, tears sudden gushed. O goddess born, he cries, this dart, improbable howe'er, my tears has often caused, and long will make them flow, if fate long life should grant. My dear loved spouse this dart destroyed. Oh, that this fatal gift had still been unpossessed! Procris, allied to stolen Orithyia, if Orithyia's fame Ureus has reached, was as her sister fair. Nay, matched in form and manners, she might more the robber tempt. Her sire Erecthans joined to me the maid, us love more firmly bound. Blessed was I called, and blessed I was indeed, and still were blessed, but heaven else willed my fate. Now had the second month connubial joys beheld, when chasing dusky darkness far, Aurora ruddy saw me on the heights Hymettus flowery rears, as there my toils for antlered stags I spread, and there by force she clasped me. Truth I wish to guide my tongue, nor yet displease the goddess, when I swear, though bright her roseate cheeks, though wide she sways of night and day the confines, though she quaffs nectarian liquid, still I Procris loved. Still in my bosom Procris reigned, and still Procris my tongue repeated. Oft I urged the sacred couch, the new-felt joys, the rites so recent, and the plighted faith just given, to her deserted. When the goddess flamed, exclaiming, Ingrate, cease thy doleful plaints, enjoy thy Procris. If I right foresee, thou'lt rue that wished enjoyment. Angry thus she fled me, slow returning, much I mused, the goddess's words recalling. Fear me thrilled, lest Procris had her nuptial oaths profaned. Her age, her beauty, much suspicion moved. Her virtue bade me chase my fears as vain. Yet was I absent, and from whence I came proved how adulterous females might indulge. Suspicious love fears all. Studious I seek, what found would rack with torture, and I burn to bribe with gifts and try her modest faith. Aurora aids my fears, my shape transforms. Conscious I felt it. To Minerva's town, to all unknown, I hastened, and my house entered. The house in faultless guise I found. Chaste all appeared, and anxious all were seen for their lost master. By 1,000 arts Erechtheus' daughter I at length beheld, and seen was staggered. Near my purposed proof, relinquished of fidelity, most hard the cheat to tell not, to refrain most hard from conjugal salutes. Sad she appeared, but naught more lovely could in sadness seem, burning in wishes for her absent spouse. Image, O Phocus, what her beauteous face could boast, a face that woe itself became. Why should I tell how oft her virtuous soul repulsed my tempting offers? Why repeat how oft she cried, For one myself I keep, for one where'er he stays my joys preserve? Whose mad suspicion would not this allay? This proof of faith? But I, not so content, strive for my own confusion. Lavish gifts I proffer for the joys of one short night. More and more rich I heap them, till her breast wavers, then loud exclaim, Lo, here behold, adulteress, one unluckily disguised, unluckily betrothed, thy lawful spouse. Perfidious, by those eyes convinced I stand. Naught she, with silent shame o'ercome, she fled the house deceitful, and her hated spouse. With me offended, all the race of men detesting, on the mountain tops she roved, Diana's sports close following. Fiercer love flamed in my bosom, thus deserted left. I sued for pardon, and my fault I owned. Swore that myself so tempted, so had erred, by such high offers bribed. Confessing thus, her wounded modest pride grew more composed, and shortly I regained her. Long in peace we lived, and cordial spent the smiling years. Herself a gift she prized not, more she gave, an hound she from Diana's hand received, who said, Accept the fleetest of his race, and gave this javelin which you see me bear. If of the first the fate you seek to know, attend, the adventure will your wonder move. The son of Laius had the words explained, before his time to every mind obscure, and the dark prophetess, down headlong flung, laid lifeless, all her riddling tales forgot. Her fostering Themis saw, and unrevenged to lie not suffered. Straight another plague on Thebes was loosed, and all the country swains feared by the savage beast their flocks to lose, and feared their own destruction. With the youths adjacent I assembled, round the fields our toils we fix, the toils the rapid beast o'erleaps high bounding, 'bove the loftiest ropes, stretched o'er the nets, with active spring he flies, the hounds uncoupled, in the chase he mocks, and like an agile bird before them plays. With outcries loud, for Lelap's aid they call, my Procrus's gift so named. Long had he tugged to extricate him from the chain, to free his captive neck. Scarce was he loosed, so swift he shot, in vain our eyes his progress marked. In the light dust his feet were printed, he, rapt from the view, was vanished. Swifter flies the darted spear not, nor the leaden ball hurled from the whirling sling, nor reedy darts shot from the Cretan bow. A central hill, high towering, all the subject plains o'erlooks. Thither I climb, and there behold the chase. A novel scene, now seems the beast safe caught, now from the grasp light springing. Flight right on, crafty he shuns, and doubles round the field, cheating his chaser's mouth, and circling turns his foe's quick speed eluding. Swift he flies, with equal swiftness followed. Now to grasp his prey seems Lelaps. In his grasp deceived, his empty jaws seize air. Now to my aid I call my javelin, poise it for the blow, and bend mine eyes the thongs to fix secure. Again I lift them to behold the chase, and see astonished in the spacious plain 2 marble statues. This to fly appears, that barking seems to follow. So decreed doubtless the gods, that in the arduous course unconquered each his glory might retain. Thus far he spoke, then silent sat. What crime, said Phocus, has the javelin then performed? And thus the javelin's fault the hero tells. Since joys supreme my sorrows first forewent, let me, O Phocus, first those joys recount. O youth, how it delights me to retrace those happy moments when supremely blessed in her the primal years were joyous spent. She, equal happy in her darling spouse, each mind of mutual care a portion bore, and love's connubial joys each equal shared. Jove's proffered couch, with my embrace compared, Procrus had spurned, nor could the loveliest nymph me tempt, though Venus' self had deigned to sue. In either breast an equal ardour flamed. In youthful guise I wont the woods to scour, for sport betimes, ere yet the sun had tinged with early beams the lofty mountains' tops. Nor took I servants, nor the courser fleet, nor hounds sharp-scented, nor the knotted snares. This dart my sole dependence. When my arm with slaughtered spoil was satiate, tired I sought the cooling shade, and sought where Aura breathed in frigid veils her breezes. Midst the heat, refreshing air I sought, and Aura called, my labour's recreation. Thus I sung, I well the words remember. Aura, come, come, my delight. Within my bosom creep, most grateful friend, come, and as wont remove my inward flames. By chance more tender words, so swayed my destiny, to these I joined. And thus I spoke, O thou, my greatest joy, refreshing, cherishing my strength and power, for thee these woods and lonely spots I love. Here does my wishing mouth thy breath inhale. These words ambiguous busy ears received, and Aura, Aura oft invoked, they deem a favoured nymph, a nymph by me beloved. The rash informer with the imaged wrong, my Procrus seeks, his whispering tongue relates the words o'erheard. Love credulous believes. Oppressed with grief, she sudden sunk when heard the tale, and long she unrecovered laid. Then, hapless wife, O wayward fate, she cries, my broken faith bewails, and with my crime imagined, troubled, fears what not exists. A name without a being. Much she grieves, as real were her rival, yet full oft, staggered, she doubts, and hopes herself deceived. Trusts not th' informer, and her husband's fault, unless beheld, refuses to believe. When next Aurora bade the darkness fly, I sallied forth, and sought the customed wood. Then, tired with conquest, on the grass I stretched, and, come, dear Aurora, ease my pain, I cried. Sudden a mournful sigh betwixt my words I heard, but still proceeded, dearest, come. Again the falling leaves a rustling sound causing, a savage beast I thought lay hid, and hurled my faithful dart. Procris was there, and as her tender breast the blow received, alas, she cried, my faithful spouse's voice I knew, and with distracted speed I ran. Half dead I found her, all her robes distained with flowing blood, and dragging from the wound, ah me, her fatal gift, my guilty arms, her body, dearer far than mine, support. My vest I rend, the cruel gash to bind, and check the gushing blood. I fearful pray she will not leave me guilty of her fate. She now, her strength fast wasting, dying fast, these words to utter tried. Suppliant I beg, by all the oaths that formed our nuptial ties, by all the gods and goddesses above, by all my actions which have given you joy, by that strong love which thus my fate has caused, which now in death my bosom still retains, let not this Aurora to my bed succeed, she said. Too late I learned, too late I told the error of the name, for what availed? She sinks, her small remaining strength is fled, her last blood flows. While aught she seems to view, on me she bends her eyes. Her hapless soul my lips inhale, yet pleased her brow appears in death, more calm from what I just explained. Thus grieving, Cephalus concludes, and all his audience with him weep, when lo appear King Aeacus, his sons and troops new raised, whom Cephalus in warlike strength receives. End of section 14. Section 15 of Metamorphoses. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Metamorphoses by Publius Ovidius Naso, Ovid, translated by J. Howard. The 8th book of the Metamorphoses of Ovid, Part 1. Now leading Phosphor's shining day disclosed, the darkness flying, and the eastern gales lulled into calm, the vapoury clouds arose. The placid south befriending, rapid borne, the hero Cephalus, and aiding troops ride unexpected in their wished-for port. Minos, meanwhile, the Lelegian coast lays waste, and on Alcathoe's town his power essays. Here Narcissus ruled, whose reverend locks of silvery brightness in the midst contained one with rich purple splendid, sacred pledge of fortune to his kingdom. 6 times seen were Luna's horns arising fresh renewed. Still hovered conquest doubtful o'er the war, on wavering pinions 'twixt opposing hosts. A regal tower its vocal walls high reared, where once Latona's son his golden lyre rested, the music still the stones retained. Oft here the beauteous daughter of the king ascended, and the latent music drew forth to the ear, by smallest pebbles struck. Thus she in peaceful times, and here she oft, when war was raging, ventured. Hence she saw the rough encounters of the furious field. So long the tedious warfare, well she knew the leaders' names, their arms, their prancing steeds, and knew their garments and their Cretan bows. Far beyond all Europa's son she knew, more than became her state. This Minos well could prove, whose head in crested helmet hid, most beauteous helm appeared, whose arm, adorned with brazen shield refulgent, well became the brazen shield, whose hand the tough lance whirled, and back withdrawn, the virgin wondering praised such strength and skill combined. To fit the dart when to the spreading bow his strength he bent, she vowed that Phoebus in such posture stood his arrows fitting. When his brazen casque relinquished, all his features shone displayed, as purple-robed his snow-white steed he pressed, in painted housings gay, and curbed his jaws white foaming. Then the lost Nicean maid, scarcely herself, in frantic rapture spoke. Blessed called the javelin, that his hands it touched. Blessed called the reins he curbed. Arduous she burns, could she, through hostile ranks, her virgin steps to bend. Arduous she burns, from loftiest towers to fling her body in the Cretan camp. The brazen portals of the city's walls, wide to the foe she'd ope. What could she not, that Minos willed? As resting here she viewed the white pavilion of the Gnossian king, dubious, she cried, Or should I grieve or joy, this mournful war to witness? Grieve I must, that Minos so beloved should be my foe. But had the war not been, his lovely face had ne'er to me been known. Now war may cease, should I become the hostage I retained as Minos' comrade, and the pledge of peace. Fairest of forms, if she who brought thee forth resembled thee, well might an amorous god burn for her beauty. Oh, thrice blessed were I, if borne through air on lightly waving wings, the Cretan monarch's camp I might explore, and there, my rank and love disclosed, demand what dowry he would ask to be my spouse. My country's towers alone he should not seek, perish the joys of his expected bed, ere I through treason gain them. Yet full oft a moderate victor's clemency affords great blessings to the vanquished. Doubtless he just warfare wages for his murdered son. Strong in his cause, and in his armies strong, which aid that cause, he must the conquest gain. Why, if this fate my country waits, should war and not my love unbar to him the gates? So may he conquer, slaughter, toil, and blood, his own dear blood avoided. How I dread, lest some rash hand might that loved bosom wound. None but the ignorant sure the savage spear at him would hurl. The scheme delights my soul. Fixed my resolve, my country as my dower will I deliver, finish so the war. But what are resolutions? Watchful guards the passers keep, of every gate the keys my father careful holds. Hapless, I dread my father only, he alone withstands my wishes. Would that so the gods had doomed I had no parent, but to each himself a god may surely be, and fortune spurns lazy beseechers. With such love inflamed, another maid had long ere now destroyed all barriers to her bliss. And why than I should any dare more boldly? Fearless I through swords and flames would pass, but swords and flames oppose me not in this. My sole desire comprised in one small lock of Narcissus' hair. Than gold that prize more dear, that purple lock most blessed would make me, and my sole desires encompass. Speaking thus, the gloomy night, imperial nurse of cares, approached. More bold her daring project with the darkness grew. Now primal slumbers ruled o'er weary breasts, tired with their toil diurnal. Silent she her father's chamber enters, and, O dire, the daughter from her parents' head divides the fateful lock. Her wicked prize possessed, forth from the gate she issues, and the spoil so cursed with her bears. As through the hosts such boldness gave the deed, she seeks the king, whom thus astonished and aghast she hails. To wicked deeds love sways, behold me here, Scylla, from royal Nisus sprung. To thee my household gods and country I betray. Thee sole reward I seek. Pledge of my faith, this purple lock receive, and with this lock receive my parents' head. Then in her hand the impious gift presented. Minos spurned the parricidal present, deeply shocked a deed so base to witness, and exclaimed, May all the gods from every part of earth thee banish, scandal of our age. May land and sea alike reject thee. Such a soul, so monstrous, ne'er with me shall touch the shores of Crete, my land and cradle of high Jove. He said, and on his captive foes imposed most just his equal laws. His men bade loose their cables from the beach, and with their oars his vessels bright with brass urge on the deep. Launched on the main, when Scylla seized the fleet, nor from its leader gained the hoped reward. Her wicked deed had sought, tired of her prayers, in desperate rage she storms, wild throws her hair, stretches her hands, exclaiming, Where, oh where, fliest thou, the author of thy fortune left? O prized above my country, above my sire! O cruel, whither fliest thou, whose success at once my merit and my fault displays? Will not the gifted conquest move thy soul? Will not my love thee move? Will not the thought that all my hopes centre in thee alone? By thee deserted, whither shall I fly? Back to my natal town? Ruined it lies. Or if still standing, fast the gates are barred against my treason. To my father's arms, whom I betrayed? Each citizen me hates, deservedly, neighbours my example dread. Banished, an exile from each spot of earth, Crete only open lies. Thence dost thou drive me also? Ingrate, dost thou fly me so? Europa never bore thee, but some Sirte inhospitable, or some Tigris fell bred in Armenia, or Charybdis vexed with tempests. Jove was ne'er thy sire, nor feigned a bull's resemblance to delude her, false that fable of thy origin. A bull real and savage thee begot, whose love no heifer moved. O father Nisus, now exact thy vengeance. Joy, O town, betrayed by my transgression, for the woes I feel most merited I grant. Guilty I die. Yet should the deadly blow be given by one my impious fault has injured, not by thee, victor through crimes thou with avenging hate now persecutest. This flagitious deed against my country and against my sire was all for thee, the adulteress who beguiled in wooden cavity the furious bull, whose womb an ill-assorted birth produced, well for a spouse befits thee. Do my words reach to thine ears or no? Do the brisk winds, thou ingrate, waft my bootless plainings on, and waft thy vessels? Wondrous now no more, Pasiphae, to thy embrace a bull preferred, for more unpitying is thy soul. Joyful, ah, hapless me, away thou fliest. Thy cleaving oars dash on the sounding waves. Me and my country far from thee recede. O wretch, forgetful of my favouring aid, thou strivest in vain to fly me. 'Gainst thy wish, thee will I follow. On thy crooked ship, hanging, embracing, dragged through drenching seas. Scarce ending, in the waves she furious leaped, vigorous by love, and gained the flying fleet, and clasped, unwelcome guest, the Gnossian poop. Here soon her father spied her, in the air he winged his way, now clothed with yellow plumes, a falcon, and down darted, with his beak so curved to wound her as she clung. In dread her grasp she loosed, and as she seemed to fall, the light air bore her from the waves below. Plumed she became, and formed a feathered bird. Cyrus they called her from the ravished lock. To Jove now Minos all his vows performs, an hecatomb of bulls, as from the fleet he lands on Narcissus' shores, his royal hall with all his spoils on high uphung, adorned. Meantime the probrim of his bed increased, the two-formed monster in a novel birth at length the mother's beastly crime proclaimed. Minos the shameful witness from his couch far to remove determines. In a dome intricate winding he resolves to lodge, from every eye concealed, the birth. Entrusts the work to Daedalus, in cunning arts most famed, to build. He all the various marks confuses, puzzles, bent on either side the various paths confound the searching eye. So in the fields the soft Maeander plays, here refluent, flowing there with dubious course. Meeting himself his wandering stream he sees, and urges now to whence he first arose, now to the open outlet of the main. Thus Daedalus, the numerous paths perplexed with puzzlings intricate, so much entwined himself could scarce the outer threshold gain. Here was the double monster, man and bull enclosed, till by the third allotted tribe the 9th year vanquished, with Athenian blood twice gorged before. Then was the secret gate, so often sought in vain, found by the aid a virgin lent to trace the winding clue. Instant for Dias, Theseus loosed his sails, with Minos' ravished daughter. On that shore, cruel, he left her. The deserted nymph, wildly lamenting, Bacchus soon embraced, and gave her needful aid. Her fame to fix, immortal in the skies, her sparkling crown moved from her forehead, mid the stars he placed. Through the thin air it flies, and as it mounts to blazing stars, the glittering jewels change. Still as a crown it shines, its station midst where stout Alcides Ophiuchus grasps. Meantime long exile, and the land of Crete detesting, burning with the patriot's wish his native soil to visit, Daedalus, by sea escape prevented, thus exclaimed, "Let earth and ocean both my flight obstruct, still open lies the air. Through air we'll go. Minos controlling all controls not air." He speaks, and bends to unknown arts his skill, improving nature's gift. Quills fixed in rows he places, small at first in length and size, gradual enlarged, as if a hill's steep side growing produced them. So time passed the pipe of rustic origin, by small degrees increasing reeds composed. Firm fixed with thread their middle part he binds, and close with wax cements their bottom. All complete he bends the composition in a gentle curve, resembling real wings. Young Icarus alone was present, ignorant that the work would his destruction cause. With playful tricks he fingers now the feathers, now his hands soften the yellow wax. His sportive wiles his father's wondrous essay oft delay. Now was the last completing stroke imposed upon his undertaking. First the sire on artificial wings his body poised, and in the beaten air suspended hung. Then his young offspring Icarus he taught. "This I my son advise, a middle course, to keep be cautious. Low if thou shouldst skim, heavy with ocean's spray thy wings would droop. If high, the sun would scorch them. Steer thy course twixt each extreme. Nor would I wish thine eyes to view Boötes, or the northern bear, nor yet Orion's naked sword. My track cautious pursue. With anxious care he gives rules thus for flight, and to his shoulders fits the new-formed pinions. Tears his ancient cheeks bedewed, and thus his admonitions flowed, and his paternal hands as thus employed beneath the office trembled. Warm salutes he gave the boy, nor knew he gave the last. Then on his feathers borne explores the way, timid for him who follows. So the bird tempts from her lofty nest her new-fledged brood, in the thin air. He bids him close pursue, tries in each shape to teach the fatal skill, shakes his own pinions, bending back to view his sons. The angler as with quivering reed he drew his prey to land. The shepherd swain, as o'er his staff he leaned, the ploughman clown their flight astonished saw, and deemed them gods, that so at will could cleave the liquid sky. Now Samos, Juno's favoured isle, they passed, Delos and Paros, all to left. To right Labyrithus lay, and rich in honeyed sweets Calymne. When the heedless boy, o'erjoyed in his bold flight, the precepts of his guide contemning, soared to heaven a loftier range. The neighbouring sun's fierce heat the fragrant wax which bound his pinions softened. Soon the wax dissolves, and now his naked arms he waves. But destitute of power his course to steer, no air his arms can gather. Loud he calls his father's name, as in the azure deep he drops, the deep which still his name retains. The hapless parent, not a parent now, loud calls on Icarus. Where art thou, son? Where shall I seek thee, Icarus? He said, and spied his feathers floating on the waves. Then cursed his hapless art, as in the earth he deep entombed him. All the land around bears from the youth entombed its present name. The whirring partridge from a branchy holm beheld him, as beneath the turf he placed his son's lamented body, and with joy fluttered his feathers, while his chirping song proclaimed his gladness. Then the only bird known of his kind, in elder days unseen, but lately clothed with feathers, through the crime flagitious, Daedalus, of thee. To thee, thy sister, witless how his fate was doomed, her son committed for instructing art, when twice 6 annual suns the youth had seen. His docile mind best fitted then to learn. He well the indented bones remarked, which form the fish's spiny back, and in like mode sharp steel indenting first the saw produced for public service. 2 steel arms he joined, fixed to one orb above, each widely stretched, one steady rests, the other circling turns. Him Daedalus with envy viewing, forced headlong from sacred Pallas's lofty tower, his death feigned accidental. But the maid divine, to all ingenious minds a friend, received him in his fall, changed to a bird, on pinions bore him through the middle air. His vigorous powers in force remain the same, but change their seat. Rapid he flies, and quick he races on the ground. His name remains unaltered. Still the cautious bird declines to trust his weight aloft, nor forms his nest on lofty boughs or summits of high trees. Nigh to the earth he skims. Beneath the hedge his shelly brood deposits. Of his fall still mindful, towering heights he always shuns. Now Daedalus, with lengthened flight fatigued, Sicilia's realm received, whose king humane, great Cocalus, moved with his suppliant prayer, armed to assist him. Now by Theseus freed, Athens no more the mournful tribute paid. With garlands every temple gay they hang, invoke the warlike maid, the mighty Jove, and every deity. Their altars all with promised blood they honour, with rich gifts and fragrant incense. Now had wandering fame through all the Grecian towns spread the renown of Theseus, and the rich Achaea's tribes his aid implored, when mighty perils pressed. Even Calydon, though Meleager brave possessing, sought his help with suppliant words. The cause a furious boar by Dian sent, avenging instrument of slighted power. Aeneas, from plenteous harvests full success rejoicing, primal fruits to Ceres gave. To Bacchus poured libations of his wine, to yellow-haired Minerva offered oil. The rites invidious, from the rural gods commencing, all the bright celestials shared. Latona's daughter only in her fane nor flames nor offerings on her altar saw. Rage fires even heavenly breasts. Not unrevenged, she cried, shall this be suffered, honoured not unappeased by vengeance will I rest. Then through the Aenean fields the maid, despised, sends the fierce boar to ravage. Such is size the bulls that in Epirus' pastures graze, more huge appear not. In Cecilia's meads far less are seen, redder his sparkling eyes, fire mixed with blood, high rears his fearful neck. Thick clustering spears the threatening bristles seem. Hoarse as he grunts, Down his wide shoulders spreads the boiling foam, his tusks the tusks outvie of India's hugest beast. The lightning's blast, driven from his mouth, burns all the verdant leaves. Now o'er the corn, but yet in budding ears, he tramples, immature he reaps the crop. The loud lamenting tiller's hopes destroyed, the harvest intercepting in the shoot. In vain the barns, the granaries in vain their promised loads expect. Prostrate alike are thrown the fruitful clusters of the vine, with shooting tendrils, and the olive's fruit with branches ever blooming. On the flocks he rages. These not shepherds, not their dogs could save, nor could the furious bull his herd. Wide fled the people, safety none durst hope save in their city's walls, till thirst of fame fired Meleager with his chosen band of valiant youths, and first were seen the twins of Tyndarus, for wondrous skill renowned, this at the cestus, that to curb the steed. Jason, whose art the primal ship designed, Theseus in happy concord with his friend Pirithous joined, Thestius' two valiant sons, Lynceus, Alphareus' offspring, Idas swift, Leucippus fierce, Acastus unexcelled to dart the javelin, Cineas now no more clothed in a female figure, Phoenix sprung from old Amintor, Actor's equal sons, Hippothoos, Dryas, and from Elis' town dispatched came Phyleus. Nor was absent there brave Telamon, nor great Achilles' sire, nor stout Eurytion, with Pheretus' son, nor Hyantian Iolaus brave, Echion in speed unconquered, Nestor then in primal youth, Lelex Narician born, Panopeus, Ilius, Hippasus the fierce, nor those whom Hippocoon sent in aid, from old Amyclae, nor Ulysses' sire, Ancaeus of Parasia, Mopsus sage, Amphiaraus, then by his false spouse's guile betrayed not. With them at Atlanta came, the grace and glory of Arcadia's woods. A shining buckle from the ground confined her garment's border, simply bound her hair one knot confined. Her ivory quiver, slung o'er her left shoulder, sounded as she stepped. Her hand sustained a bow, and thus arrayed appeared her form. Her lineaments disclosed what scarce might feminine in boys appear, or hardly boyish in a virgin's face. The chief of Calydon the maid beheld and loved, while heaven his love opposed. The secret flames inhaling deep, he cried, O blessed youth, if youth to gain thy hand worthy were deemed! Nor bashful shame nor time would more allow, a mightier deed now claimed their utmost efforts for the furious war. Darkened with trees thick growing rose a wood. From earliest ages there the biting axe had never sounded. In the plain it reared, facing the sloping fields. The youths arrived. Some spread the knotted toils, some loose the hounds, some strive the footprints of the boar to trace, their danger anxious seeking. Low beneath, a hollow vale extended, where the flood's fresh showery torrents gathered, lazy laid. The flexile willow and the waving reed, the fenny bulrush, osier, and the cane diminutive, the stagnant depth concealed. Aroused from hence, the boar impetuous rushed amidst his host of foes, so lightnings dart when clouds concussive clash. His rapid force levels the grove, the crackling trees resound where'er he pushes. Loud the joyful youth exclaim, each grasping with a nervous hand his weapon brandished, while its broad head shakes. Forward he darts, the dogs he scatters wide, and each opposing power. His strokes oblique their baying drives to distance. Echion's arm hurled the first dart, but hurled the dart in vain. Lightly a maple's trunk the weapon grazed. The next, but overurged the force that sent, had pierced the rough back of the wished-for prey. Jason's the steel, it whizzed beyond him far. Then Mopsus prayed, O Phoebus, if thy rites I e'er performed, if still I thee adore, grant my sure weapon what I wish to touch. The god consented, what he could he gave. The boar was struck, but struck without a wound. Diana from the flying weapon snatched the steely head, and pointless fell the wood. More chafes the beast, like lightning fierce he burns, fire from his eyeballs flashes, from his chest clouds of hot smoke through his wide nostrils roll. Forced from the close-drawn string as flies a stone, hurled at embattled walls, or hostile towers with foes thick crowded. So the deadly beast rushed on the heroes with unerring shock. Eupolemus and Pelagon, who stood the right wing guarding, on the earth he threw. Their fellows snatched them from impending fate. Not so Onesimus, of Hippocoon the offspring, scaped the death-inflicting blow. Torn through the ham, just as for flight he turned. His slackened nerves could bear his weight no more. Then Nestor too, long ere the Trojan times, perchance had perished. But beside him stood a tree, whose branches nimbly he attained. A mighty effort, aided by his spear. Safe in his seat he viewed the foe he fled, beneath him. Fiercely threatening death below, he whets his tushes on a stumpy oak, and bold in sharpened arms ranches the thigh, with crooked fangs, of Othrys' mighty son. Now the twin brothers ere in heaven displayed bright constellations, both fair dazzling shone, mounted on steeds whose lilied hue surpassed the unsullied snow. Both shook their brandished spears. The trembling motion sounded high in air. Deep both had pierced, but mid the darkening trees their bristly foe sought refuge, where nor steed nor dart could reach him. Telamon pursues, ardent and heedless of his steps. A root checks his quick feet, and prone the hero falls. While Peleus aids his brother chief to rise, the beauteous Atalanta to the string fits the swift dart, and from the bended bow speeds it. The arrow, fixed beneath his ear, raises the monster's skin, and drops of blood his bristly neck ensanguine. Joys the maid to see the blow, but Meleager far in joy surpassed her. He the first beheld the trickling blood. He to his comrades first the wound displayed, exclaiming, "Yon fair nymph the honours so deservedly won shall bear." The warriors blush with shame, and each exhorts his fellow, shouts their souls more valiant swell. In heaps confused their numerous javelins fly. Clashing in crowds, each javelin fails to wound. Lo, now Ancaeus, furious, to his fate blind rushing, rears his double axe and cries, "Behold, O youths, how much a manly arm outstrikes a female's, to my prowess yield the palm of conquest. Let Latona's maid with all her power protect him, yet my force, spite of Diana, shall the monster slay." Proud his big boasting tongue thus speaks, then grasps his two-edged weapon firmly in his hands, and raised on tiptoe meditates the blow. The watchful beast prevents him, through his groin, to death's sure passage drives his double tusks. Ancaeus drops, his bowels gushing full, roll on the earth and soak the ground in gore. Ixion's son Pirithous on the foe rushed, in his nervous hand a powerful spear brandishing. Theseus loudly to his friend exclaimed, "O dearer far than is myself, half of my soul, at distance wait. The brave at distance may engage. Valour too rash destroyed Ancaeus." As he spoke he hurled his massive cornel spear. Its brazen head well poised, its sender's anxious wish appeared fair to accomplish, when a leafy arm branched from a beech opposed it in its flight. Next Aeson's son his javelin threw, but chance glanced from its mark the weapon, and transpierced an undeserving hound. The dart was drove through all his belly, and deep fixed in earth. But different fortune on the arms awaits of Meleager, javelins too he sent. Deep in the ground the foremost pierced, the next firm in the monster's back quivering stood fixed. Nor stays he, whilst he raging furious whirled in giddy circles round, and poured his foam, mad with the new-felt torture. Close at hand the hero plies his work, provokes his foe to fiercer ire, and in his furious breast buries the glittering spear. A second shout loudly proclaims his thronging comrades' joy. Each to the victor crowding, hand in hand congratulating grasps him. Each amazed views the dire savage, as his mighty bulk o'erspreads a space of land. Scarce think they yet their safety sure, him touching. Each his spear extends, and dips it in the flowing gore. His foot upon the head destructive fixed, the conquering youth thus speaks, "Non-Acria fair, receive the spoil my fortune well might claim. Fresh glory shall I gain, with thee to share the honours of the day." Then gives the spoils, the chine with horrid bristles rising stiff, and head, fierce threatening still with mighty tusks. She takes the welcome gift, for much she joys from him to take it. Envy seized the rest, and sullen murmurs through the comrades ran. Above the rest were Thestius' sons, their arms outstretching clamoured thus with a mighty noise. "Let not thy beauteous form thy mind deceive, when from thy eyes the donor of the spoil, besotted with thy love, shall far be moved. Woman, restore the prize, nor hope to hold our intercepted claims. Speaking they rob her of the gift, him of the right to give." Nor passive stood the warlike youth, his teeth he gnashed with swelling rage, as fierce he cried, "Learn, ye base robbers of another's rights, what difference threats and valiant actions show." Then in Plexippus' unsuspecting breast he plunged his impious sword, nor suffered long Toxeus to doubt, who hesitating stood, now vengeance brooding for his brother's fate, now dreading for himself a like swift blow. Again he warms the weapon, reeking still hot from Plexippus' bosom, in his blood. End of section 15.